Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect.
All right, good morning, everybody. And I'm going to call the November 4th, 2025 Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Clerk, could you conduct a roll call, please?
Supervisor Klein?
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Chair Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Norvell?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
All right, and I'm going to invite Stephen White, Air Force veteran, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance, flag, to the United States and to the republic.
All right, so first of all, I'd like to begin with an important announcement. The Admin Center is a designated polling place. That means there is no electioneering allowed in our board chambers or within 100 feet of any entrance to the Admin Center. Under Elections Code Section 319.5, electioneering is defined as a visible display or audible dissemination of information that advocates for or against any candidate or measure on the ballot within 100 feet of a polling place or ballot drop-off location. Examples of prohibited materials or activities include, but are not limited to, displaying a candidate's name, likeness, or logo, displaying a ballot measures number, title, subject, or logo, wearing or distributing buttons, hats, shirts, pins, or stickers, supporting or opposing a candidate or measure, audibly broadcasting information about a candidate or measure, or obstructing access, loitering near, or disseminating electioneering materials at or around ballot drop boxes. We ask everyone to please respect these restrictions while the admin center is serving as a polling location. Thank you. Okay. I also like to note that at the last meeting, we had a discussion about the resolution for the Potter Valley project, and the board voted to move forward the alternative resolution on the consent calendar for this meeting, but because of the situation about transparency and making sure that everyone had the proper timing for this, and because if it goes to the consent calendar, it would be moved to the end of the day. So working with Supervisor Williams, and I appreciate your help on this, that we decided to just put it on the regular agenda and put it at the end of the day so that people were clear about when it was coming forward. Okay, and that would be more transparent and allow for discussion, even though we had a lengthy discussion last meeting. All right, so moving on to public expression. So I'd like to invite the public to come to the podium if you have anything that's not on the agenda. Okay, seeing no one in the chambers. Okay, up. Yeah.
My name is Julie Bauer. I live in Gualala, and I would just like to bring up the fact that the Gualala Town Plan is 23 years old, I believe, and it needs to be updated. As a mother,
Is this dealing with the issue today?
I am just trying to bring up just the town plan by itself. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. So as a mother, I have a child who is nearing adulthood, and lots of changes happen in that person's life. Circumstances change, living situations change. The child becomes educated, so more information enters that child's life, and so the child changes. I feel like the town plan, as an adult, as a 23-year-old document, also needs to be updated and changed. We've had huge changes in Gualala and the surrounding communities that use Gualala as a service center, such as Sea Ranch. Big demographic shift since COVID. The COVID pandemic, huge turnover. A lot of our aging population is moving on out of the community. We have a lot of Airbnbs happening, a lot fewer permanent residents in the community, and I feel like the Gualala Town Plan needs to be updated to reflect those changes in how our community is used by tourists, visitors, and as residents, and also vendors coming to the area. So I would request that the town plan be put forward for updates and review sooner rather than later. I believe it is already past time when it was supposed to be reviewed. I think there's some sort of regular schedule for town plans to be overhauled, reviewed, and we're past that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My name is George Provencher, and I live in Gualala, and I've lived there for about 32 years. I've also served on the GMAC back in 2013, and I was present when the first streetscape planning and proposals from Caltrans took place.
Okay, so
I want to talk about the town plan, though, and how it relates to that. Not that subject, specifically.
you're just talking about the town
plan, yes. And back in 2013, the Board of Supervisors passed a resolution to rezone the Gualala Planning District, the GPD. And that was after supporting, same resolution was in support of an application for the heliport for RCMS. And I think the only person who was around for that now was probably Ted. He was just coming on the board at that time, I believe. But one of the things that seems to be happening with the town plan is that it's getting cherry picked. It's used for support to do certain things and hold restrictions on certain plans and designs, and yet for other things it's not. The town plan is in need of revision, and the GMAC that we have presently is very highly qualified. We have some excellent people on GMAC. I don't think Gualala needs an outside consultant to come in and make recommendations for changes to the town plan. We have people locally who are very qualified to do that. The GMAC exists at the will of the Board of Supervisors. They need to be rechartered to once again revisit the town plan. That was their original mission. GMAC was originally formed to review and update the town plan. And that needs to happen again, and it needs to be thoroughly reviewed. One of the problems with the issues, parking and landscaping, all these other things.
We don't want to go there.
No, we're not going there, but what I'm
Okay.
saying is the town plan is integral to all of those things, and we've got it backwards.
Okay,
We're
have you
saying
gone
that-
to the GMAC about this?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so what's happening is, and I want the Board of Supervisors to hear this, what we're doing is we are doing a project like the Streetscape or whatever it is, and then the plan is later to go back and revise and update the town plan. It needs to be done first. It needs to, this process needs to be reversed from the path that it's on now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Kevin Evans from Gualala. My public comment is not directly asking for money or a complaint, but to ask for your support with a long-standing issue that impacts the South Mendocino coast. Since the early 20th century, communities up and down the Mendocino coast have relied on Highway 1 as a main artery for
Excuse me.
transportation.
Let's see. Are you talking about the
No.
issue that's coming this
No,
afternoon? Okay.
no, not at all. As a main artery for transportation that supports the delivery of commerce, critical link to emergency services, and a transportation route for school children and local workers. Every year, the Garcia River floods and Highway 1 is closed to traffic. Until recently, the closures were last-minute notifications creating issues for children attending school or businesses not opening because employees were stuck at home. More importantly is addressing the life support services north of the Garcia River and the impact the road closure has on emergency response to the medical issues and transportation to local medical facilities in Gualala. Mendocino County of Government is seeking public input on the regional transportation plan and an active transportation plan addressing the Garcia River flooding and road closure is an issue that is paramount to public safety, an impact on local businesses, students' attendance, and the delivery of supplies to stores. At a recent town hall meeting in Point Arena with Assembly Member Chris Rogers, the Garcia River road closure was raised with him. Mr. Rogers offered to work with local supporters to identify multiple federal and state funding sources in addition to Caltrans to address the flooding and construction of a structure that would end road closures. He also shared that funding a capital improvement project with many different funding options helps raise the success of a local project. I'm submitting this in hopes that MCOG would consider raising the priority of the Garcia River project.
Yeah, and I hope that you have brought it up to MCOG and submitted those comments because we are working on the regional transportation plan right now.
We will add that. Thank you.
Okay. When is today? Yeah, and so today is the last day to submit. So you can submit it in online. You can go down to the MCOG office. Okay. All right. Okay, seeing no further public expression in the chambers. Any online?
Seeing one, Tamara.
Okay. We'll go.
Good morning, Supervisor Haschak, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tamara Alanis. I'm calling on behalf of Brook Trails Township Community Services District, where I'm the general manager. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Chair Haschak, as well as MCOG, for continuing their work and focus on providing a second access route for transportation and travel to Brook Trails. I'd also like to say that we greatly appreciate the continued work and especially the local participation from the Department of Transportation and CAL FIRE, as well as our local fire districts, to coordinate and cooperate on keeping the Furco access road clear and traversable for emergency vehicle access in case of the need for if we have an evacuation or a serious issue in Brook Trails where we need to open up Sherwood Road for both lanes in one direction for evacuation or otherwise. So with your continued work, we continue to make Brook Trails a safer place. We continue to be able to have exposure and access to state funding and additional grants that I know that we're all looking forward to applying for and potentially getting. So thank you for your time today and goodbye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further comments online?
Seeing none online.
Okay, we'll go back to the chambers.
Good morning. My name is John Bauer. I am a pretty well-known business owner in Gualala, and I've seen the town grow from a little two-lane road with hardly any cars on it to a situation where I think we need to start to look at changes, and those changes should be initiated in the town plan, because the South Highway 1 entrance into town is at a juncture of another road, and it made sense with the transportation studies that were performed.
So this sounds like it's a lot about the appeal that will be heard this afternoon?
No, this specific thing is not.
Okay, then go forward.
Thank you very much. The intersection of 501, 502, which is the south terminus of the last intersections in Gualala, had been looked at by a study group and suggested that by 2025 or so, there would be a need for a stoplight there. In the interim, in the past 30 years or so, we have become more accustomed and more friendly to roundabouts. And this particular spot was one that was chosen by them as a stoplight for this point in time. And the other one was Pacific Woods. And the next one up the highway was clear up to Little River. So you can see that those things have migrated, mitigated, whatever. And we need to be looking at how we look at the people coming into our community. And I think a roundabout is a wonderful asset for that particular part of Highway 1. And I think it also offers you folks something you've been looking for, which is possibly a pleasant looking sign saying welcome to the North Coast or welcome to Mendocino County. I think you're looking for those all on Highway 1, and that's the perfect spot for it. So in combination with a roundabout, which is now almost half dug up because there's an emergency project replacing a culvert in China Gulch. So the surface is dug up, the asphalt will be changed. This is a perfect time for Caltrans to look at making a roundabout work there and satisfying two issues, finishing up the culvert and also having the town a nice traffic calming effect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments in the chambers, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Okay. And I guess, let's see. Barry Johnson, Deputy CEO. We're going to pull an item of recognition. Oh, that's 4B, sorry. Okay. Okay, so we're on the consent calendar. Nothing has been pulled. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve?
Move approval, subject to public comment.
Or a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any public comment about the consent calendar?
Good morning, Dee Pallison from District 5 here in Ukiah. It appears that more thought is being put into what is placed on the consent calendar in looking at this meeting's calendar. But I'm still concerned about some of the items that are included and whether that inclusion complies with the Brown Act and County Policy 15. While I understand that is the goal of this board to streamline meetings, I'm concerned that transparency is being jeopardized for the sake of shorter meetings. I would like to ask specifically today about the items listed under Human Resources, items 3L, M, and O. While these items relating to changes in the position table are allowed on the consent calendar, I'd like to see specific information included in the agenda item language that clearly states the cumulative effect on the general fund and if the current department budget is sufficient to cover any additional cost. I understand that the fiscal information is included in the full agenda summary that's attached to the agenda packet, but I would guess most of us just look at the agenda for details and don't read the entire agenda packet. In light of the current budget situation and the mandate that all departments comply with the 6% reduction in spending, I believe including this information in the agenda item language is important for transparency and understanding by the general public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just looking at item 3L, you know, in the fiscal details, it does say that there's no budgetary impact. Okay. Any further comments on the consent calendar? Seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Right, moving on to item 4A, discussion and possible action including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various county department heads or designees. Okay, are there any reports?
Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I'd like to invite up our new APCO, Glenn Stevens.
Okay.
Glenn just joined us in the last couple of weeks, and I know you all have met him, but I'd like to have him introduce himself to the community as well.
All right, welcome, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you very much. To the chair, good morning to the chair and to the community. I want to introduce myself as Glenn Stevens, now the current Air Pollution Control Officer of the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District. I can field any questions at this time, otherwise step down.
You have quite a bit of experience.
Thank you.
Yes, could you expand a little bit on your experience, Glenn, where you came from?
Well, I came from Kern County. I worked there for 34 years as an air quality engineer and as an air pollution control officer, doing permits and, of course, running the district. And retired, and now I'm here.
Very good. Welcome. Any further questions from the board? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Seeing no further reports from department heads, any public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, we'll move on to item 4B, discussion and possible action including recognition of Mendocino County employees who have served in the armed forces and adoption of proclamation recognizing November 11th, 2025 as Veterans Appreciation Day in Mendocino County to honor all veterans. All right, so we have Lee Stipe, who's a Marine Corps veteran, and Brian Webb from the Air Force veteran, who will recognize the Mendocino County employees who have served in the armed forces. Thank you, and thank you for coming here today.
Thank you, Chair Hashak and Supervisors. Lee Stipe, Animal Care Services, United States Marine Corps veteran, as you stated. County Mendocino would like to thank the County Mendocino employees that have served. From Air Quality Management District, John Daniels and Juan Lopez, both United States Army. From Animal Care Services, myself and Pedro Diaz, United States Navy. Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, Kirsten Alvarado, Martin Kay, Rosanna Santos, Virginia Cliver, all United States Navy. From the District Attorney's Office, Michael Henderson, United States Army. Environmental Health, Will Nolte, United States Coast Guard. Facilities and Fleet, Brett Albee, United States Army. Jeff Dieterman, United States Navy. And Larry Nelson, United States Army. From Information Technology, John Gall, United States Army. Ian Belford, United States Air Force. And from the library, David Frick, United States Marine Corps. Planning and Building, Brian Webb, United States Air Force. Probation, Nestor Hernandez, Army National Guard. And from the Public Defender's Office, Thomas Kim, United States Army.
Good morning. Brian Webb, Code Enforcement Supervisor, Planning and Building Services. From Public Health, Akesh Eddy. From the Sheriff's Office, Brandon Juntz, Marine Corps. Brandon Lee, Marine Corps. Chantel Simmons, Army, Navy, National Guard. Charles Deneau, Air Force. Daniel Bushbacher, Marine Corps. Edward Benner, Air Force. Jason Cadillo, Army. Jeffrey Anderson, Army. John Magnan, Air Force. Joshua Summit, Navy. Keith Michelucci, Army. Kevin Huggins, Army. Oral Massey, Marine Corps. Mark McNelly, Army. Miguel Vasquez, Marine Corps. Paul Borg, Coast Guard. Ryan McCartney, Navy. Shane Turner, Coast Guard. Stephen Studer, Army. Tyson Dazell, Navy. Zay Manuel Lima, Coast Guard. Finn Alden, Coast Artillery in Norway. Kevin DeFranco, Navy and Navy Reserve. Christopher Pardini, Marine Corps and Army Reserve. Mark Harden, Marine Corps. Stephanie Elledge, Marine Corps. From Social Services, Alec Kyle, Coast Guard. Anthony Davis, Army. Roxanne Martinez, Army. Stephen White, Air Force. Ulysses Lopez, Army. From Transportation, Aurelio Ramirez, Army. Patricio Garcia, Army. Robert Nolan, Army. That concludes that list. And in conclusion, I wanted to take a moment to recognize former Code Enforcement Officer Fernand Gandolfo, who very recently passed away. He was a Navy veteran. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you and all of the veterans serving for the county who have served our country.
Okay, good morning, Board, CEO Antle, Canon Council Scott. My name is Jen Thompson, and I serve as the Senior Program Manager overseeing the Veteran Services Program within the Department of Social Services. I wanted to take a moment to thank the Board for recognizing Veterans Day and continuing to honor the services and sacrifices of our local veterans through this proclamation. Each year, Veterans Day reminds us that our freedoms and our communities are strengthened by the courage and commitment of those who have worn our nation's uniform. Here in Mendocino County, our Veterans Service Office has the privilege of serving our local veterans and families every day. Over the past year, our staff have filed more than 1,000 benefit claims on behalf of veterans, helping them access compensation, healthcare, education, and vital supports through the VA. We have also had over 4,000 in-person contacts and 2,500 phone and email inquiries, each one representing a veteran or family member reaching out for guidance, connection, or support. We are proud of this work and even prouder of the veterans that we serve. Together with our community partners, we strive to ensure that no veteran is left behind and that every veteran in Mendocino County receives the recognition, respect, and assistance they deserve. This proclamation not only honors those who have served, but also reaffirms our shared responsibility to continue supporting them. On behalf of the Veterans Service Office, I want to express our gratitude for the Board's recognition and ongoing commitment to the men and women who have served our country and now call Mendocino County home. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, any public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, we will accept that and our appreciation from the Board to all the veterans. Moving on to item 4C, discussion and possible action including acceptance of presentation of first quarter budget report on the status of county departmental spending and revenues for fiscal year 25-26 and executive office recommendations and adoption of resolution amending the fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget. Okay, we'll look to the CEO.
Thank you, Chair. The first quarter for fiscal year 25-26 reflects a continued fiscal uncertainty as the state and federal policy changes evolve without clear implementation guidelines. In this environment, the county must remain focused on austerity measures and process improvement that enhance efficiencies and uphold our responsibility as good fiscal stewards to taxpayer dollars. While short-term pressures are significant, the county's fiscal challenges are also deeply rooted. Mendocino County has operated under a structural deficit for many years, and long-term stability will require deliberate, disciplined reset of the county finances. Achieving a balanced budget where one-time revenues are reserved exclusively for one-time expenditures. This will demand difficult but necessary decisions. Nearly all county departments perform mandated services or directly support those mandated services, leaving little room for further reductions without affecting service delivery. The pending impacts of H.R. 1 further heighten these challenges, with expected consequences for health and human services, as well as broader local economy. Counties across California are preparing for a period of constrained revenues and heightened competition for limited state and federal funding. Mendocino County must continue to braid all eligibility funding resources to sustain essential operations and protect critical community service. Advocacy will be key. The county must continue to engage state and federal partners on priorities, including water security, housing, roads, transportation infrastructure, emergency medical services, and overall affordability for residents. Declining sales and use tax revenues coupled with stagnation in realignment funding signals minimal near-term growth. A disciplined, focus on financial restraint, efficiency, and united efforts across all departments will be vital as the county navigates this uncertain economic landscape. With that, I'll turn it over to Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce and Deputy CEO Tony Riggs.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board. Tony Riggs, Deputy CEO, here with your first quarter for fiscal year 25-26 budget presentation. We'll start our presentation today with a review of where we started this fiscal year with the adopted budget that included $84 million in net county cost, or NCC, to fund our general fund departments. Now, importantly, that included about $17 million in adjustments and deferrals to the department submitted budgets that the CEO's office worked with those departments on during those budget discussions. That left us with a $16.16 million deficit that we had plugged with one-time funds. Now, importantly here, and I want to stress this, is that these one-time funds that we used to balance our 25-26 budget were specifically appropriated for one-time expenses. These were not used to cover any operating expenses for this fiscal year. Notably, you'll see there the $3.2 million in the retirement contribution reserve was appropriated for the use to pay down the last year in pension obligation bonds that we have. This next year, for 26-27, that expense is not there, so this reserve being used for that to pay down those POBs, those pension obligation bonds, is considered a one-time use of those funds. And with that, we'll go into the first section of our report, which highlights our series expenditures to date, and I will pass it to Principal Analyst Jessica Sandoval to introduce that for you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Jessica Sandoval, Principal Analyst. The next few slides here, we're going to look at our budget to expenditures. On this slide, we've got our full 1,000 series, which is our general fund, and the graph represents the functional areas. We have those functional areas defined on slide 13 of the presentation, should you need the reference. The expenditures have shown a slight increase from prior year first quarter expenses as a 1.6% increase. Moving on to the next slide. This displays our expenditures by series, and notably our 1,000 series being our greatest expense. Currently, we're at 14.1% expended to revised budget. Now, in first quarter, historically, our 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000 series trends low. We do know that for our 1,000 series in Q2, there's an extra pay period, so we're going to see a bump in Q2 expenditures for our 1,000 series. On our next slide, this breaks out our 1,000 series, which is our salaries and benefits, by functional area. There is, again, slight increase of 2.1% from the prior fiscal year. Our revised budget for general fund represents 86% for salaries and benefits. Overall expenditures are at 19.9%. And again, we know that this gap is going to narrow in Q1 due to known salary increases and annual allocations that hit in that quarter. Moving on. There we go. This slide has some staffing trend data. We're going to use this as reference using 2018 as our baseline year. You can see our trends for filled full-time employees and the salary and benefit cost. The highlights from it is overall we've seen since 2018 decrease of 90 full-time employees, which represents approximately 8.1%. But despite that reduction, our salary and benefits expenses have risen by 42.6%, which is roughly $1.8 million, and that's since 2018.
I believe that, if I may, you're going to clarify the 1.8, Tony? Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. Importantly, that $1.8 million increase is per pay period, not annually, per pay period. So if you extrapolate that out over 26 pay periods, it's a pretty significant impact from 2018.
Yeah, so that's a comparison. 2005 per pay period.
That is correct.
Looking at one pay period to the other pay period.
That is correct.
Okay, and moving on, our 2000 series, which is our service and supply expenses. Again, slight increase, 2.9% increase from prior fiscal year first quarter. This represents 17.7% of the revised budget, and overall expenditures to date are 9.7% expended. This series also trends low in first quarter, and as some annual expenses hit, we see this increase in mid-year and Q3. So I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Rakes for the rest of the presentation.
Okay, our next slide here, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO, is regarding our update for our 6% attrition that we factored into the 25-26 budget. And again, there's a report. This presentation is a companion piece to the report that explains, has more context, more detail. So if there's any reference that we need there, it's available in the report and attachments. Here we have the 6% attrition factor that we included represents $5.2 million in total reductions to 1,000 series expenses across general fund departments. That amount excludes $1 million that was applied to the social services department. That brings us up to that $6 million number we've talked about before. But we wanted to show specifically the amounts that were taken, or the amounts that were reduced for general fund specifically. Now, based on our conversations with departments and where departments are coming in, there's a table in the report that shows what amount was applied to each department and whether or not that department is expecting to come in on budget. And that's in part what their projections are showing, but also what the CEO's office budget team is projecting as well, and then reconciling the two. Of what we have currently, of departments that are unable or who've stated that they're unable to meet that 6%, we have 5 listed here. We have our Auditor Controller's office, Treasurer Tax Collector, Sheriff's Office, Jail, and District Attorney. There's additional narrative in the report for the justifications for why these departments can't meet that 6%. For example, the Sheriff's Office and Jail highlighted public safety needs and ongoing expenses that they have that they makes them unable to meet that. But they did present options for additional reductions in their series to help mitigate that. So,
okay, Supervisor Williams.
May I ask, or do you want me to wait?
Yeah, go. I think.
So I think that all of these departments could meet the 6% target. We're making a conscious decision collectively, the department head and this board, to not meet it. And that means we need to cut more than 6% somewhere else. These departments, at least public safety, and this is not a criticism, I think the sheriff only has about 6 patrol deputies for 3,800 square miles. They're already staff slim, so it's definitely not criticism about public safety. But it's a concern that these departments have expenditure growth that outpaces our revenue growth in the short term, midterm, long term. So I wonder what the plan is here, because if these go over and we cut somewhere else, we're squeezing the other departments. Eventually, if you follow that to the logical conclusion, you'll only have public safety, and I'll have to ask the sheriff to assess properties and collect the taxes, because otherwise we won't be able to pay for public safety. What's the thinking in this year's budget with these departments going over relative to a structural deficit?
If I may, through the chair, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO, one of the strategies we've taken with this 6% attrition savings is the CEO budget team has been projecting out, annualizing these expenses each pay period to approximate where we think we're going to land at the end of this current fiscal year. We've seen some departments that are coming in under, some that are under what their budget shows, which incorporates that 6%, importantly. We have some that are coming in further under than that target, that in aggregate somewhat subsidizes the ones that we know are coming in over. Now, based on our projections, we don't believe we're closer to hitting this target than not, but it's still early in the fiscal year for us to be able to tell for certain. Now, we know Q1 is always, as we mentioned, as Ms. Sandoval mentioned earlier, trends a little low, specifically this fiscal year because of the additional pay period that we have in Q2. And so that annualization will start to narrow and hit that target as to what we're expecting to achieve. Now, there's also Q1 adjustments as part of our consolidated quarter one adjustments that are addressing some departments' attrition savings. So we've marked them in the report as, yes, they're coming in within budget because of those adjustments that they're submitting. Now, as far as any additional consideration here, especially as we get through to mid-year, if we recognize that some of these departments are further out, or even before then, we would certainly want to make the board aware of that for further discussion.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. Additionally, it will also be necessary to continue to watch and ensure that the departments bring forward, as part of the strategic staffing plan, any additional requests for salary and hiring.
I guess just to go on with this questioning, is that, you know, if we have those 5 departments that aren't getting to the 6% attrition savings, and, you know, public safety is like 76% of our overall general fund, and then you have a couple others, the treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller from the, you know, government side, then that could be 80% of the general fund. And if we're not reaching that 6% with that 80% of the budget, you know, you have confidence that we're going to still get there.
May, through the chair, I have confidence that the team is accurately monitoring this amount. And if we were, for instance, today, if we expected that we were nowhere near addressing the 6% attrition factor, we would definitely be bringing that up to this board. But based on our annualized projections at this point, again, we're closer than we're not to achieving that savings.
CEO Antle, if I may add, you know, this is all caveat that, you know, there's no natural disaster, right? Any kind of natural disaster right now could blow up this budget in an instant, overnight. And so it takes everybody to stay focused on it. We need to protect our reserves moving forward because you have very limited reserves. You will see later that you're behind in what you need to save for reserves. So again, focusing and monitoring it, and something this board may want to consider down the road is looking at doing a tax for your general services or your public safety component. That would help your general fund.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, how would the board feel about getting an update attached to every meeting agenda indicating whether we're on track?
If I may, we're happy to do that monthly. I don't think every 2 weeks is going to be enough change, but every month on the CEO report we can.
Okay. So moving on to our next slide here. We have a slide that highlights our overtime hours for the fiscal year 25-26. Now this shows about an average overtime hours of about 2,500 per pay period, overtime hours specifically for fiscal year 25-26. As you can see here on the chart, the lion's share of those overtime hours are within our public protection functional area, of which 93% of those overtime hours are realized in our sheriff's office and jail due to public safety requirements and needs. This again is highlighted as a little more detail that the report goes into about the overtime hours here.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you, Chair. The question on overtime, and we've got public protection at 15,400. Is that representing all general fund expense, or is this subsidized in some other way and we're just not showing that?
If I may, through the chair, a majority of the public protection is the sheriff and jail, and that would be general fund. They do receive some Prop 172 and realignment funding that will offset some of it, but a majority will be general fund.
Okay, but we're not specific in here what percentage of this overtime is to the general fund.
That is correct. We're not specific to it. It's something that we could work with the departments on trying to obtain.
Thank you.
And this is about 7 pay periods, I believe, worth.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. We have our revenue projections for fiscal year 2025-26. Now here we have for our budget, we have revenue of $94.7 million. Now, notably, that's about 4.4% lower than what our actuals came in for 24-25. You can see there on the chart for 24-25 being $99 million. Actuals compared to our $94.7 million budgeted for this current year. Now, there are no adjustments being submitted for our consolidated quarter 1 adjustments, but that doesn't mean that there will not be adjustments throughout the year as more information becomes available, specifically mid-year or quarter 3 if revenues are expected to come in higher than originally budgeted. And of course, we would submit that as part of the consolidated adjustments. But this is where we are as of today for our projected revenue for this fiscal year. We'll move on to the next slide here, which highlights the salaries and benefits for general fund departments against non-departmental or ND revenue projections, or actuals as the case may be, and compares the general fund full-time employee or FTE count. And it shows the relationship or illustrates the relationship between those 3 data points. So what you can see is that on the 25-26, the last data point there on the right, we're seeing a lower than projected growth in salary and benefits that's associated with a decline in full-time employee count that you can see there in that middle line, that purple line for those that can see the color. From 857 in 24-25 to 814 in 25-26. The revenue or the increase in expenses was still there from 138 million to 142, but it was lower than the preceding year in 23-24. And you can see there also the relationship to our non-departmental revenue down at the bottom, not growing at the same rate. And of course, then we have our difference between our 24-25 revenue actuals, which came in higher than we expected, to our budgeted 25-26 revenue, which is slightly lower. And so just to be clear on this one, that FTE count is based on a very specific pay period, 21-25, which is end of September, early October. And then importantly, because of this relationship that we're seeing this lower than expected growth in our expense, it's important that we continue paying attention to our general fund staffing levels. And as Ms. Pierce mentioned before about the strategic hiring initiative and making sure that we remain committed to that will help address this going forward into the next fiscal year and this remaining of this fiscal year.
If I may add, through the chair, CEO Antle, in your packet, you will find a slide. I thought it was in the presentation, but we didn't pull it in. That shows, to your prior question, if we continue with these austerity measures and revenue continues to grow, we expect to those two to meet in 27-28.
If I may, through the chair, the slide that CEO Antle mentioned is in our workshop, so we will cover that, our revenue and expense projections 5-year forecast up until 2030-31 as part of the next workshop. All right, moving on, we have our fiscal year 2024-25 closeout information. Now, our departmental revenue ended that last fiscal year at 99 million, what I mentioned before in the prior slide. That was made up of multiple different revenue sources, but notably we had property tax that came in for approximately $4 million higher than was budgeted. Property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees, or VLF, came in $800,000 more than we expected. Cost plan, $1.36 million. TOT, or transient occupancy tax, came in $800,000 greater than we expected. And interest income, which came in $2.5 million higher than expected. Now, interest income, all of these we're being conscientious about monitoring these sorts of revenue streams because we're not entirely convinced, as with interest, highly volatile. We're not expecting this to be a ongoing revenue stream at this level, but again, we'll be monitoring that, and adjustments will be made throughout the year if we expect these to come in higher for this fiscal year. But for last fiscal year, 24-25, they indeed came in much higher. The year-end actuals for 24-25, excluding any operating transfers out in $83.6 million. That leaves us with the final bullet here, which is our unaudited, key point, unaudited general fund carry forward of $12.1 million. Now there's an asterisk on that, and that's to highlight there in the small print that includes some unavailable revenue, so fair market value. It's about $1 million, so it brings that total down to about $11.1 million. But the fund balance, as per the finance system, $12.1 million.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
Around what date was the fiscal department or the budget ad hoc aware of that volume of carry forward?
I believe we got the number last Wednesday.
Thank you.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I'd like to respond. This number was on our packet. I think we had heard that there was a carry forward, but I was not aware of this number until the agenda was published.
Supervisor Williams.
Reading between the lines, I think what I sense is a frustration on it's hard to get regular reports and credible reports and the information we need. This has been a long-standing problem, and you have staff diligently working towards a solution. But I wonder, as part of this process, if we could touch on what's the next leap we can make to, I don't want to call it transparency. I mean, most organizations can publish regular financials. Ours can't, and it seems to be an issue of technology and legacy of how we've used our technology. But I think Supervisor Mulhern is right with the frustration. It's hard to make decisions when there's such a vacuum of information. My decision making is more looking at the long-term trend, because whatever number I hear today, I expect in a couple months there's going to be another surprise. There's a history of surprises, and it's not criticizing staff. I think the budget team, I think the CEO have the exact same circumstance, that they're constantly learning and being surprised by underlying information shifting. So some of this looks promising. The slide with was it 94 million and change? Adjusted for CPI, that's probably more like 92. So yeah, there's revenues coming in higher than expected, but I think the expenses are coming in even higher, especially in a county that's committed to maintaining market wages.
Yes, and I would just like to add, CEO Antle, that remember you started this year in a deficit, and you're looking at a deficit going forward. These funds right now, as far as I understand, the auditor controller as well as my team believe these are one-time monies. They should not be put into a operational part, because you will then continue to have your structural deficit even worse. So, and we want time to work with these numbers and vet them a little further, which you'll hear in our recommendation.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO, I do just want to caveat, Auditor Controller may be online as well, but we are still in the middle of the audit, and until that audit is finalized, these may change. Typically, the audit would be finalized in the end of December.
Follow-up question, clarifying my previous thoughts. Do we expect any improvements in reporting, whether methods or technology, in this coming budget cycle? Is that something that we've budgeted in with the numbers we're seeing?
If I may, through the chair, can you restate that?
Yeah, so I think to make the improvement so that the board and the public have credible financials regularly published, there's a cost, right, of software, technology, training, staff time working on the problem. Is that effort already factored into next year's budget, or, right, we need some seed funding to fix the problem, otherwise we're going to be in just as bad a shape a year out, not having transparency on our numbers.
Thank you.
I don't think it's an incidental cost. I think it's probably in the millions, and I'm wondering are we including that in our projections?
I would look to Tony to help with that, because some of it may be in the ITSF, but we do know a year and a half ago, we started a Munis implementation process improvement program. And Tony or Sarah, do you want to talk about that initiative?
If I may, through the chair, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. I think there are two answers to this question, and one I'll touch on first is what CEO Antle mentioned about the Munis Improvement Initiative. The CEO budget team, working with the auditor controller and any affected departments that use the enterprise system, Munis. We have a list of initiatives that we've identified as our priority targets to improve the use of the system, whether that's improving processes, digitizing those processes from existing manual processes, or fully utilizing a system that has historically been underutilized to help make either our budget process, auditor processes, HR processes flow more smoothly, be more efficient overall. So to then spring forward to your next, I think your question about is it factored into the budget, into next year's planning to, I think, address a holistic review of our finance system. If this board, I know as we get into the workshop for 26-27, it may be more appropriate to talk about for that, because this workshop coming up is on the 26-27 budget, but we can definitely talk about adding or incorporating that into our planning for next year's budget.
Supervisor
I'm happy to hold it until that item, but I suspect there's a cost, and I suspect the board may be in favor of fixing the problem that we're seeing here with information that's a little murky. I want to avoid the situation that a year out the board hears, well, the problem still exists because as a board you didn't fund a solution. So I'd rather fund that solution. If we're talking about some carry forward, that may be an appropriate use to reinvest it into improving the budgeting process.
Chair, I believe we have Auditor Controller on the line now.
Yeah, Ms. Covison.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board, Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector Shamiz Covison. We don't presently have additional funds budgeted, anticipated to be budgeted in 26-27. I think there are a number of factors at play here. I would hope the board would appreciate the fact that we actually have a carry forward number that the auditor's office has reviewed with the CEO's office at this point is actually a positive thing. There has been an incredible amount of work done by the auditor's office and county departments in order to have that number here. We did have preliminary numbers, about 4 weeks ago, but we had some changes worked through with the outside auditors. We also had implementation of a new government accounting standard with regard to compensated absences, which was very involved. That has taken literally weeks to work with human resources, the CEO's office, payroll, and regional government services to implement. So there are some factors with regard to, not having a carry forward number sooner. I actually would not expect that we would have a carry forward number sooner than what we have right now in the future. This is about the time that the board should expect to see a number, that being at the end of October. So I think the board needs to make sure they're realistic on their expectations. Hopefully that number isn't going to change very much, but the other factor the board needs to consider is there's been a fair amount of change in the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office over the last 12 to 14 months. So it's definitely challenging for myself to be able to come in 8 months into the fiscal year and be able to be confident, that the numbers we have are the numbers we should have. And I've tried to confirm some of that information with the CEO's office, with Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce, based on her experience in the acting role, so that we can make sure we've covered the bases. So, I would hope the board would appreciate the fact that we have a pretty confident number that we've worked through, both Sarah and I, to make sure we both look at it from different angles and are fairly confident in that number. I will say that the outside auditors are still kind of in the throes of their audit. And again, as Sarah mentioned, we don't get those final reports until the end of the fiscal year when we issue, the calendar year when we issue the financial statements. The other aspect that is impacting the timing of the federal audit is unfortunately the government shutdown and the guidelines that need to be produced by the federal government to have the outside auditors actually audit too. So that's an additional impact to this year's reporting. Hopefully that information will be released timely, otherwise they'll have to extend the deadlines. But staff is working hard to try to make sure that the numbers, are vetted. The other thing that is important when you look at the ongoing future availability of information is that there is a responsibility for the departments throughout the county to be current on their transactions and their journal entries, their billings to state and federal programs, and also, the receipt of those funds. So there is an impact to everybody and their involvement and participation in the timeliness and accuracy of information. The auditor's office, has no control over whether or not other departments are producing information. So I just also want to, caution the board to be aware that an implementation of changes in process usually takes staff time and often takes staff out of regular production of their normal day-to-day work. And as the county works towards shrinking the county workforce, it is more and more challenging to have staff that can be pulled out of their day-to-day roles and focus entirely on an implementation of a new process. So it's just something that I hope the board can be mindful of. There are certain processes that the auditor's office does want to work with IT on, has already started working with IT on over the last year or two, but they also still involve substantial work. And as perhaps IT resources and staffing shrinks or other department resources shrink, it does make it more difficult to implement. As we've all experienced in the property tax related departments, it can be a huge ask and burden on staff to implement a large process. So I appreciate that Supervisor Williams is bringing up the issue that, we may have to, come up with funding, but we also have to have staff resources to be able to implement. And I would say that it's probably, there are some minor things that we can do and we are working on, and we are working with the CEO's office and IT to try to improve. But a major overhaul and changing of the system is probably, several $1 million and definitely probably, a few years in the making. So I think it is on people's minds that they would love to improve many processes, and we will do what we can with the resources we currently have. But we also need to be careful that it doesn't impact other processes that are just as critical. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Covison. And, appreciate you closing out the books and having this information for us. One question I have is about the property taxes and, the increase of 4.15 million. It seems like when we've gotten reports from the assessor's office that, it's like we found or we had discovery of, $300,000 here or there, and that translates to about $30,000 for the county. And so I'm just wondering, how sure are you on that $4.15 million increase, and when can we start using that for our future projections?
Thank you for the question. So I would be very cautious. The actual projection of regular property tax for this next fiscal year does not include that $4 million. The $4 million, we believe, likely includes still a considerable amount of corrections and escape bills that were processed by the assessor's office, and they could be substantial in volume because often they touch many years. So it isn't that this is the increase based on 1 year of assessed value going up. There is still, it has been, several $1 million of many years, 4 years worth of catch up, so to speak, on assessed value based on escape and corrections. So that increase in $4 million is not just based on the annual 1% county portion of that ad valorem secured tax. So I would be cautious. We are not budgeting that entire, amount to be a sustainable ongoing number, because we do believe that it is possible that this year's property tax will actually come in less than the 24-25 amount. So that's one of the reasons that we are, that I've asked the CEO's office to wait on making any adjustments with regard to the budget unit 1000 revenue.
So if I understood that correctly, then there's a lot of escapes that are included in that, and that would be one-time only money. And it's not until we really figure out what amount is that escapes versus the increase to the overall property taxes before we can consider it as ongoing.
That's correct. I mean, there'll always be some backlog based on the assessor's office being current with, transfers, so it takes a little while for them to get to them, but we've also had other reasons, needing to focus on Williamson Act or some other, specific type of tax that may impact the workload. I can't speak for the assessor's office, but there are several impacts to, when they can push through certain types of corrections or escapes. And so there's sometimes in the last probably, obviously 4 years, there's been a considerable amount of kind of waves of not being able to process, and then we push through as much as we possibly can. And so, the auditor's office, treasurer, tax collector's office, we don't know what's in the pipeline in the assessor's office. I have no idea how, if they've caught up, if they're current, what the backlog may or may not look like. So it's not possible for me to project with confidence that that's going to be an ongoing increase. When we look just at what the assessor's office certified as part of the annual roll for the already, assessed and valued values that they push through the Audimentum system to the auditor's office in order to extend, we see that number as being less than the number that was actually received in 24-25. So that's why we want to be cautious about relying on that increase. We do believe that it is actually a few $1 million less than the number we had in 24-25 in terms of what the ongoing county portion is of the currently assessed 1% for all secured tax.
Okay, well, thank you, and really appreciate the assessor's office in working on those escapes, because I remember we were trying to get those done by April 18th or something like that, and there was a lot of effort put into it, and maybe it's showing up in this number. Supervisor Williams.
Chair, could we ask staff to run a report breaking down that 4.15 million into 3 categories? 1 being the increase on existing properties, 2, the properties that were found through discovery, and 3, back taxes that were collected, because then we would know what we can count on a continuing basis.
That information that's not what's in that number. It won't be back taxes, and it is not segregated by found properties. I mean, I don't know that we are able to track that information all the way through the system. I know it sounds like a simple task, but it really isn't. When we get the information in the auditor's office and the treasurer tax collector's office, it's just it's one big file, and it can have, probably 12 different types of things. And we on our side, we don't see that necessarily as something we can segregate separately. So I think that, that's something maybe you could ask the group to try to figure out how they could track that in the future. but that's not something we can go backwards and separate out, at least from the reports that we've seen in Aumentum. Doesn't appear to be that. The assessor's office is not sending them through to the auditor's office for processing in those separate types of batches. So everything is just lumped in. And so we have no way of knowing once it comes out the other end, which process that came from.
Well, if I could just continue on with your question. And so I think what the question is really getting at is what can we count on for ongoing versus the one time only?
Well, we can count on the county's portion of the 1%. And depending on the local real estate economy, likely that it's increasing at about 2% or more. But anything that's above that, which is still showing in that secured tax line, is not likely to be consistently relied upon. So, you know, the number that we're looking at right now is definitely lower than what is budgeted. We've included some amount, you know, potentially for corrections, but we don't know. I don't have any way of quantifying what that might actually be. And so that's why some years it is more. You know, we did go for several years where we had trouble processing supplementals, and then they all came through kind of in a flood. And so that was, but that again was a one-time kind of flood of additional, you know, revenue, and then it dropped back down on the supplementals. But the secured revenue line that I think is called out in this slide is not the supplemental line, the supplemental tax line. So, I mean, we will be looking at that more carefully when we come back at mid-year and try to make and provide an update if we think one is needed, in whichever direction we believe that account may need to be adjusted.
Supervisor Williams, are you all right with that?
I'm dismayed, but I think we have good people working hard with bad tools, and I would like to fix the tools so that we can get accurate forecasts and accurate reports. And otherwise, our system seems to be overly conservative because we don't know what we have to work with, hope for the best, and then tell the story after the fact. I think the public expects more out of the county. So I'm just dismayed by this, but I don't. It would take the board mustering the courage to have some initiative to begin addressing the problem. I think we can't ask staff to address it without budgeting, and that budgeting process begins with you know, talking about what the process should be, working with vendors, clarifying what the steps are to get from where we are today to, you know, what the public expects.
Supervisor Klein.
I have a separate comment and question, but I want to go along the thread of Supervisor Williams' commentary today. Ms. Cubison, I've heard you speaking about weighing the cost of us changing any of our technology and making those upgrades. In your opinion today, is what we do sufficient? Should we be satisfied with how it's currently operating and the tools that are at your disposal and your office's disposal? Or do we need to invest and look further at this?
Supervisor Klein, I appreciate the question. It's really a challenging answer. The product we happen to have for the property tax system is possibly not one we would have chosen if we had a choice. Unfortunately, we did not have a choice. It was a single vendor who bid, and the county made the decision at the time, not with any of the people who are currently here, to go with that rather than trying to explore other options and see if there was a different possible solution outside of going with the only bidder. So, you know, there are definitely still ongoing challenges with the property system that staff deals with on a daily basis. So, you know, I'm not quite sure whether or not the various departments would really be willing to undertake any further consideration of changing the product at this time. It was an incredibly lengthy, painful, and expensive process to get where we are. And so, you know, it would be great if we thought we could get more out of Aumentum on a consistent basis that provided accurate reporting in many different ways for many different purposes. And I honestly don't know, I have no idea whether Deputy CEO Rakes has an opinion. I have no idea what that would cost and what the cost factor would be on staff. It seems to me we've kind of reached a point where many of the tasks are manageable and many staff have figured out how to document, validate, and balance their various pieces when none of that came with any type of manual or workflow. And so it has been incredibly challenging. So it's a concern of mine, and I think a little bit of a risk if we look at upsetting that balance that we've just kind of finally achieved. And unfortunately, it seems to be the norm across all of the Amentum County users to have that kind of perspective. And honestly, there's frustration also with the other vendors, limitations and what's available and what those vendors are willing to do. And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a lot of competition in that market. And so they don't really seem to be willing to go out on a limb and provide exceptional product and services. At least that's my perspective from speaking to my peers. With regard to the finance system, there's probably a continued, like I said, possible additional workflow and uses that might be able to be addressed, but that does require, as I mentioned, staff resources. And that might be a separate conversation. Maybe you want to talk about that in your workshop. But I personally would be concerned that IT be staffed adequately to be able to provide the support necessary to the departments, especially the fiscal departments, in order to, roll something like that out. We have been talking for years about some of those workflows and the need to deal with the permissioning and roles, but that's a fairly involved project. So I don't really know. I can't speak for Tony and the IT staff to determine whether or not we really have sufficient staff resources to undertake something like that. Having a consultant is helpful in some regards, but they aren't necessarily familiar with your workflow. And so it can be expensive to fully orient a consultant in order to effectively help you with that project. So I have no perspective at the moment as to what the actual fiscal cost would be, but it does concern me with, I said, the county's move towards shrinking the workforce, because we are in, at least in the auditor's office, experiencing some of the impacts as that rolls throughout the whole county in terms of the other fiscal units and the changes in staffing and the need to retrain and reorient other staff in other departments who hopefully will be there. But we also have an extremely large loss of institutional knowledge that is taking place throughout the organization based on that trend to encourage people to leave and to shrink the workforce.
Okay.
Ask CEO's team if they have any additional comments on this topic.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, acting assistant CEO, I can say that we don't have anything particularly budgeted for 25-26, but as we talk in the workshop about 26-27 is something we can consider. It may be worth considering doing a cost-benefit analysis with a contractor to see what it would be, but we can have that discussion in the next workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. And then to my original comment, obviously the board's going to be happy that this is an 11 million carry forward and not being in the negative 11 million, but of course we need to know why. And I'm hearing that December we're going to have hopefully this number audited. Do we have an estimate of when that will give, either auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector's office or CEO's office a little bit of time to look at and land why are we in this position where we have an $11 million carry forward? And what makes up that carry forward?
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, acting assistant CEO. As auditor controller did mention, myself and Shamise did meet yesterday to discuss some of the details around it. One of the recommendations that we have at the end of the slide is that we continue to work with the auditor's office as the audit continues to truly understand if it's going to remain and bring something back at mid-year. We do believe what we are seeing right now is all truly one-time funds and should not be considered ongoing. And as we get into the next slide, there are GFOA recommendations about reserves and fund balances, unrestricted fund balances. So we're just asking for additional time as the audit continues to ensure that there's no additional changes. And I'm not sure if Auditor Controller has any additional information or comments.
Yeah, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Cubison. So, Ms. Pearson, I have reviewed the numbers kind of two different directions, two different ways. I think we feel confident in the numbers as they appear right now. And the outside audit is taking place. It's not as though the audit won't take place until December, but they won't issue their final report. So they are conducting their audit, reviewing the trial balances, doing their audit of various entries, et cetera. That is an ongoing effort that will take place. It has been already underway for the last couple of weeks, and it will continue to be underway. So, at the moment, we are not seeing substantial changes. I don't anticipate substantial changes. I would like to remind the board that you actually had a carry forward from 23-24 as well. And so you had planned uses for those funds. So this is not entirely, a difference of like, wow, this is a huge major, surprise. Some of these things we need to be careful of, and that's the caution that myself and Ms. Pierce are putting forward, that many of these are one time or took place because of a change in accounting presentation, on the financial statements. They are not necessarily representative of ongoing money. We did see the large increase in interest. The investments that had been invested in over the previous, 1 to 5 years have been maturing, and this is the revenue we've received. We will probably continue to receive some strong revenue for the short term, but as you're aware, the interest rates are coming down, so that is going to change the interest available. The interest is also based on the amount of cash the general fund has. So that is impacted by departments remaining timely on claiming their money from the state, and the county being able to earn money on that interest as their portion of the treasury pool. So there are some steps that, hopefully if we can continue to educate departments on the importance of staying timely on their transactions, not only do they have a financial reporting impact for the board to be aware of, but they also have a revenue generating impact as well. So the general fund does not want to be paying interest to the treasury pool because we don't have a lot of cash. We need to make sure we stay, just as we looked at transportation a couple of months ago, we need to make sure that the general fund stays cash positive as well. So, as you're aware, I think most people were surprised that the transient occupancy tax came in as strongly as it did. But it continues to appear as though that may be the case, but we're not entirely sure. That's something that some of you in the more tourist areas may be more familiar with, whether or not your establishments are staying fully booked, whether it's still really busy on the coast. So, it could be that the TOT will remain strong. I'm not really sure. But that was a really strong number. So, the cost plan, unfortunately, is a number that has gone down. Last year for 24-25 was a very high number because the cost plan is prepared 2 years prior, and then it has kind of a true up. And so there's been still kind of an impact from the COVID era of true ups. And so we're seeing that kind of dwindle and go down. So the cost plan costs of a couple of years are going to be less. So the revenue coming in 25-26 is lower than it was the previous year. So there are several moving pieces. And so that's kind of why it's not realistic to rely on those numbers being an ongoing number. But Ms. Pierce and I can explain what we're seeing in that $12 million. And as pointed out on this slide, you have to be careful because $1 million of it is purely a financial statement reporting number based on the general fund's portion of the treasury pool assets and the market value of the treasury pool. So that number has swung by $1 million between 23-24 and 24-25 based on the market value of the portfolio. So we need to be careful because some of the numbers in the general fund balance are not based on cash in the county bank. They're based on fluctuations to the market and also to reporting requirements.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, through the chair, as Auditor Controller had mentioned, we did meet yesterday, but we just need a little more time. We couldn't publish anything instantly today, so we can come back at a future date with the reconciliation and ensure that there's no other audit adjustments.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, comment for the board. I think it's a problem that we go from, we don't know if we're going to have a carry forward to, there's $11 million. It makes my job really hard. I mean, this coming year, if you ask me how to budget, I think we have what I would call a pro-labor board. We want to pay fair wages. Whatever number we're given, I'm going to assume there's probably another $5 or $6 million that will be found, because there always is. And it's probably, I'm sure it's one-time funds. It'll be a different reason each time. But it's peculiar that, you know, if this county were a well-oiled machine, that number would be 0. We would have forecast and we would have hit our number. And so, you know, I'm glad there's $11 million that's not colored red, but I don't know if it's a huge success that we couldn't estimate closer than $11 million. You know, see, going forward, we're going to get into in the next item. Going forward, how do you budget if there's that much slop in the system? Chair, do you have any thoughts?
No,
do you want me to censor myself?
No, but I think maybe we should have staff continue on with the presentation.
Okay.
Oh, Ms. Cubison.
Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Cubison. With all due respect, Supervisor Williams, we should never be at 0. The fund balance carry forward, as I mentioned, is made up of other things. So we should always have a positive fund balance carry forward. And as the State Controller's Office has pointed out in the past, and previous auditors have pointed out in the past, we should not be using our fund balance for budget purposes, because it is made up of timing differences, of reserves for encumbrances, of fair market value adjustments, of timing of unavailable and available revenue. But I would just like to briefly be really clear. We should always have a positive fund balance, and our fund balance, we haven't established what the minimum should be, but it should remain in the millions. We should never be at 0, because this is not truly just the difference between what was budgeted and what was expended. There are other things in the fund balance, and that's why some counties don't actually look at the fund balance as part of their budget balancing process or their reporting closeouts, because that is not something that should be played with, because there are lots of different functions within the fund balance. It is a balance sheet reporting process that creates the fund balance, but it is not indicative of available funding.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rakes.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair, Tony Riggs, Deputy CEO, will proceed with our remaining slides. I believe we're close to the end here. Next slide, we have our county reserves fund balance. Now, I want to be clear with this one that there's a difference between when we refer to general fund reserves and when we refer to the general reserve. I know that's a little confusing, but there is a distinction there, and it's important with this slide because the graph that you see here is from 2015 to current. Our reserve fund balances. The blue column there, the stacked column, represents non-general fund reserves. The orange represents general fund reserves. Within that general fund reserve amount is included the general reserve fund balance, which is currently at $14 million. We have a general reserve policy, policy number 32, which is slated to be updated this fiscal year to modernize it and to create more responsible targets. But the target currently with policy 32 is $15.9 million based on what the policy specifies. Again, there's going to be an effort to revise that and bring it back to this board for approval and discussion. Per GFOA, and I believe CEO Antle mentioned this a bit ago in the meeting here, the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, has a recommendation for 2 months of operating expenditures being kept in your general fund as general fund balance. If we were to target that number based on our general fund expenditures, that number is about $27 million. Factoring just our general reserve amount, even if we were to include the $12 million carry forward, $11 million carry forward or fund balance, we still don't hit that 2-month operating expenditure target as recommended by GFOA. And then, which I believe we're going to be addressing more in the updated reserve policy that we will present later this fiscal year.
Tony, if I may add, CEO Antle, And we don't call it out here, but we have called it out prior that you have over 8 million in deferred maintenance in your buildings as well.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, GFOA isn't driving on potholed roads. So, I mean, one way to look at this situation, we don't have a lot of reserve, but if we did, we'd be sitting on money that's earning interest below the rate of inflation while our infrastructure is in decline. But I think it's actually a success that we're making use of public dollars, and maybe we keep that pattern going forward rather than putting money away. I mean, what is the fear that the state and federal government stop sending us money? I mean, because we're talking about general fund that's coming from local property tax.
If I may, through the chair,
Yeah.
Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. So the 14 million that's sitting in there right now will barely cover 2 months of just payroll alone. It does not include any kind of other expenses.
But we're not expecting a scenario where we're deprived of revenue for more than 2 months, are we?
If I may, I mean, again, anytime we can have a natural disaster, and we've seen that, we enter into a pandemic, we can have a problem. And again, we're going into a time with HR1 coming out. We don't know what those impacts are going to mean to our social services, and if we're going to have to backfill that with general fund.
I just think
so you're always going to have to fund your sheriff's department, your probation, and all those as well. You know, I get what you're saying, but to be good fiscal stewards, I think you need to start preparing for the future.
So I think the board has made a good decision here. It's putting more money away at 2% interest when the cost of doing business might be rising at 7 or 8% for the types of things the county buys, like asphalt. I think our approach is actually better right now.
Okay. All right, you want to continue on?
Thank you, Chair. Moving on, this slide is just informational. This is the slide that Ms. Sandoval mentioned prior about the functional areas defined, which departments belong in which area. And then now to our final 2 slides, final 3 slides here. This is our budget schedule for the remainder of this fiscal year. So December 2025, we have a fee hearing, and February will be our mid-year report. The exact dates we'll make sure to communicate those out, exactly what date those are going to happen, but this is general right now. April 2026 fee hearing again, and then we have our spring budget workshops for the fiscal year 26-27. A continuation, since we're having a budget workshop after this item here. And then in May 2026, we'll have our 3rd quarter budget report, and then in June, our budget hearings and budget adoption. Moving on, we have our recommendations for our quarter 1 presentation here. We have accept the fiscal year 2025-26 first quarter report as presented. Next, we have approved the first quarter department net zero adjustments and administrative cleanup in attachment A, and approve any funded fixed assets on the fiscal year 2025-26 first quarter fixed asset requests in attachment B. And then finally, and we've discussed this prior, is direct staff to present a plan for the use of the fiscal year 2024-25 fund balance carry forward at the mid-year budget report in February of 26. And then on to additional questions and discussion.
Okay. Seeing no further questions from the board, I guess we'll go to public comment. Any public comment?
George Provencher, Gualala. First off, I want to thank Supervisor Williams for his really well-placed question earlier about the plan for achieving 6%. In a corporate boardroom, 6% means 6%. It doesn't mean that we have a culture of guess versus goal. And I would suggest to the board that perhaps the county needs to adopt more of a corporate culture. And that means that we have operating plans looking forward, not reporting plans looking backward. And if the county wants to move ahead, with modernizing its approach to budget management. Listen to this guy. He knows what he's talking about. I've managed projects in the billions, and I know what operations planning is. And a board of supervisors has the right to ask, what is the plan for supporting this budget initiative? Whether it's a reduction or an improvement or whatever, you have the right to ask for that. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hatchjack, members of the board, Matt Kendall, Sheriff. So there was a lot of discussion about the expense of public safety or public protection. I don't know why we're interjecting those two words with each other. Let's just go with one. Let's call it public safety and talk about the sheriff's office. If you remember previously when we were in the meeting where we were adopting the budget, all of us took cuts. We did. On the sheriff's side, I believe I took a $2.4 million cut. In the jail, I think it was, let me look here, $2.25 million. And myself and the CEO, my undersheriff, and my budgeting team have been working together on this. But currently, I'm sitting 12 deputies down, 3 sergeants, 3 dispatchers, 3 CSOs, 3 corrections deputies, 2 CSOs for the jail. And I can tell you that our overtime is largely due to shift coverage because we just don't have enough people to go around at this point. Staffing backfill, and a lot of that staffing backfill is injuries. We have new laws in the state of California that give parents, when you have a child, a lot of time off, and we have to fill those staffing backfills because we've got a lot of folks that are having children right now, and that's a wonderful thing, but we've got to make up for it somewhere, and that's causing a lot of overtime. And then we also have prisoner transports that are just killing us. We've got to put people down at the hospital with them. And we have a lot of folks out there on the street who have not taken good care of themselves. Let's be very clear about that. And then when they show up and they're put into custody, they have to get the absolute best care that we can provide because that is the law. And so we have these folks who are constantly going down to the hospital, being admitted. We don't have a really good, robust bunch of guard services here, and so a lot of times my corrections officers, if a guard service is not available, they have to sit at the hospital with them. These things cost money. Where we have gone with a lot of this, trying to make, and here's the thing, another 6% for me, that's almost $2 million more, after roughly a $4.6 million cut at the time of budget. We're doing everything that we can, but this is not going to be sustainable for the sheriff's office, because it's not going to be sustainable for the public. We're going to have to hire some more people to make up for these issues. Luckily, we're going into winter when things normally kind of slow down for us, and that's going to give us a little breathing room, and it's going to cause us to have a little more savings. I understand it's expensive, but that kind of is where we're at in the United States right now. We've also got a few places where we're going to experience deleting some positions, account specialist position that'll save us $100,000. We're putting 2 positions into one. We've got a very good employee that can handle it. That's going to give us another $80,000 in savings. Services and supplies we're reducing by $125,000. The 4,000 series over in the jail, another $50,000 there. And then we've got some income, some revenues. We had 2 pretty nasty homicides this year. Both were in marijuana grows, and we were able to use a lot of that funding that Senator McGuire, God bless him, he brought us some funding to deal with the big, bad, and ugly marijuana grows in Mendocino County, and that fell right into that. So our overtime from those homicides, both were in the marijuana grows, being taken care of by that. We're also leaning in on a lot of our contracts where if we have an overtime shift, we're assigning that to work some of these contracts, and that's going to be helpful as well. I have a lot of the hours scrubbed up, but I don't have the numbers behind them yet because we do have an average on the salaries. And there's a pretty significant swing between a brand new deputy sheriff and a sergeant in the salary ranges. Anyway.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Sheriff, I think you're looking at the problem through the eyes of the sheriff as public safety, saying this is what I need to do the job. And I believe you. I think if a CFO were to look at this situation, they would say the cost of, I'm not even going to say your department, it's the public safety department.
Yes.
Has a trend line that's outpacing our revenue.
Absolutely.
And we expect it to continue. So if you have that line dotted out into the next decade, there's a point where it doesn't matter what the justification is. You don't have the dollars for it. I think that line, that cliff is much closer. I might think it's closer than anybody else in the room. But I went back to 1955 and plotted all the data forward the last 70 years, and I see sheriff's office, I think, is adjusted for CPI about 4 times what it was, and roads about 50%. So we're squeezing the other departments for public safety. And even doing that, when we hit the maximum, we've underfunded pensions, we stopped maintaining the roads, we've deferred maintenance on the county buildings, we've done all these gimmicks to buy time. Finally, there's a day where there's no gimmicks left, and there's another 3% increase and our revenue is flat. What do you think our role is collectively to build a sustainable plan? When we're looking one budget year at a time or one quarter at a time, we're not going to put that plan together, right? I'm going to be told today, these are problems, but we're focused on this quarter, we're focused on the next year. At what point do we focus on the next decade, how this county can be sustainable?
I think that's an excellent point. And the easy thing to say is that we have a spending problem. But the hard thing to say is we have a revenue problem. And if we don't deal with both of those, but you also have to remember that when you look at the trends across the United States, this is not unique to Mendocino County. Public safety is costing so much more all the way across the United States. And then when we look back at 1955, let's look back at 1970, right about the time that I was born. Mendocino County has almost, we gained about 70% in population. Because we went from roughly 50,000 to 90,000. And then let's look at the crimes that we're dealing with now compared to the crimes that were occurring in 1970. The increase in population, the increase in crime, the increase in drugs that are causing a lot of these crimes, and they absolutely are. When I was a very young guy here, we did not have armed robberies. Once in a blue moon, somebody would knock off a liquor store. We had a bank robbery while I was a young fellow over on the coast. That was a really strange thing. You cannot believe the number of home invasion robberies and things like that that we're dealing with nowadays. And so we can say 1955 to 1970, boy, it didn't cost as much. There wasn't as much going on as well. And so when we look at it, let's look at it as a spending problem, but also a revenue problem, because those two combined are what's causing the problem. We can't say it's one or the other.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. Sheriff, speaking in percentages, do you have a best guess on how much more expensive it is to place somebody on overtime to cover a shift versus just the standard shift?
Well, overtime costs us 1.5 of our regular hours, but we aren't paying the roll-up on it. And so I think a couple of years ago, I sat down and I looked at what a person was costing us. And with a person's roll-up, their retirement, paying into medical, paying into all these things, I want to say it was an average about every dollar that I gave somebody for their work, it was costing me, I think it was $1.67, or it was almost 70 cents on the dollar. And so overtime is actually less expensive, but overtime causes burnout, and burnout causes people to leave. And when people leave, we have more overtime. And so we're kind of caught in this trap. And then we are absolutely constantly going to be in a battle with our neighboring agencies, because young people are much more mobile than what I was, and they will gladly pack up and leave. And Supervisor Williams, your point about the roads, the only good thing that's coming from that is nobody's going to want to drive out of Mendocino County and go to work elsewhere because their tires will not survive it. That's how bad things are getting. I know that. But these prices that have gone through the roof, it was due to a vacuum in our police academies. People did not want to be cops anymore. Guess what? It's a dangerous job. Hell, I think I've been shot at 4 or 5 times in my career. Luckily, they always missed me. I got reflexes like a cat. Whole body's a weapon, let me tell you. But you look at why no one wants to be a police officer anymore. And then look at the vacuums in the police academy. There was one point in time a few years ago where College of the Redwoods that would normally have 30 had 12. And so how we wind up in this fight over how to get personnel. And it's always, you got to pay more money. And I don't know how we get out of it. But I can tell you, doing the job comes at a cost. And we can say, and I agree with you, we can't pull people off of the offices that are making us money, because that's foolish. We'll lose that money. But at the same time, not all jobs are created equally here, and the Constitution of the state says that we have to provide public safety before everything else.
Thank you.
The question is, where's the sweet spot on the ball bat, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, good morning. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. Couple comments. I think I heard what the board said is maybe if we had a better understanding of what our projected revenues are going to be, you know, we might not have made some of the decisions about cuts. You said that the public, you know, expects more from us, but so do your departments. We know, and I know, having done this for 8 years now, you know, I've been building budgets off, you know, shoestrings and bubble gum. We make do, we do what we can. You know, I heard we were talking about a 6% cut across the board. We've talked about public safety being the #1 priority here, but a 6% across the board does not reflect that public safety is a priority. There should have been staggering, a tiered system on cuts. Also, you know, cuts is one way to deal with things, but you've heard me say for as many years as you've been on the board, or the county's heard me say, it's not just cuts, it's efficiencies, it's revenues. If we have better projections, if we knew what our costs were going to be going into something, we wouldn't have to cut so deep. If you cut so deep, I've said this before, I'm not an arborist, but you essentially kill growth, you kill trees. We have to think about the 8 years that I've been here, we've always had a carry forward. Whether it's more like 4 to 6 million, 5 to 6 million, 12 million is a little shocking. That's more than I'm used to. But we know that that's coming in some way, and whether you build in it or not, I've told you CCP doesn't build the carry forward into our budget, but we also don't cut departments and programs knowing that that fund's going to be there. It's a way to backfill us so that we're not losing services to the community. So I think there's ways to move forward here. 6% was a lot. You're hearing some of us aren't making it. I told you that juvenile hall can't make a 6%. I'm not on the list because there's other ways to do it. I've had to increase revenue, so I'm bringing in other out-of-county youth into the hall to mix with ours to bring in revenues. We've cut where we can. Deferred maintenance, I can't defer maintenance in a juvenile hall. The county hasn't contributed to the maintenance, but we're figuring out ways to make sure that the facility isn't degraded to the point where you're Lake County and you have to shut your hall down, and then you're sending kids to other counties at costs that you don't control. So it's not a good time. I have statistics. They're going to be presented to you. Our juvenile hall numbers, our juvenile crime numbers, they're up 3 years in a row. If it's predictable, it's preventable. I told the board in 2018 I wouldn't close a juvenile hall not knowing the future. They voted to support that, and I'm showing now the data that we're up like 20% in juvenile crimes. We're up bookings. We're up number of kids we're supervising. So I'm glad that, you know, the board held firm and we're in control of our destiny. Budgets is the same way. I got to hold firm, but our strategic plan still needs to be looked at. We need to make sure that we're following that.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the chambers? Seeing none, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board. Well, we have these recommendations, and I don't know if this is the right time to hear from the budget ad hoc committee, but you were supposed to be working on a plan for the budget and everything. So do you have anything to say in light of this first quarter report, or is that coming up at the next item, or are we going to hear anything?
John, I don't think we have enough information to work with.
Okay.
I basically said my piece so in the course of this meeting, Supervisor Klein.
I agree. A lot of our work has been tracking what's been happening over the summer months, and really the bulk of today's presentation was the most information that we've seen so far, and that's no fault of anybody's. It's part of this process. Waiting to see really where we landed and how the 6% is going is really going to inform at least my perspective of how we build out for next year.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I guess to the ad hoc committee, would it be fair for you to say that a lot of what you learned is we're all getting here today and it's referenced in the agenda item? I mean, outside of your opinion on where we're heading or where we're not heading, I think the question was asked by the chair, do you have anything to add? I mean, I'm assuming that what you would add is already given to us here today.
I don't think we have any additional information.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
I will add, I think our role as the ad hoc has really been to be partners with the CEO's budget team and be there for a part of the conversations, give our feedback as they're developing things. I know both Supervisor Williams and myself have done, research of what's happening across the state and other counties as they're making their budget cuts. And so we're there as partners to be a part of those conversations. But there's no information in this report that, to my knowledge, Supervisor Williams or I could produce or put together and package for this board at this time. So I'm unsure if there are suggestions from the chair or others. I'm happy to hear them of what they think a work product could be from the ad hoc. But at this point, we were here to be, I think, partners working with the CEO's office and her team.
Well, I think that when we form the ad hoc, and I don't want to get off from this topic, we have the recommendations here. Yeah, but the ad hoc's purpose was to come up with a plan for the budget. And so, I don't like to have ad hocs, and that's why I said we didn't need an ad hoc for the budget beforehand, because I didn't like everyone not getting the same amount of information. I think that we should all have the same amount of information, and that, we work together in front of the public on these issues. And so, we had tasked the ad hoc with coming up with a plan, but since we don't have it, I think that we should probably get rid of the ad hoc in addition to these recommendations, if possible. Supervisor Klein.
I understand your perspective, Chair, but I think that the budget ad hoc's plan was following in line with the CEO's recommendation of trying to meet our goals through the attrition, through 6%. And I think that's been consistently the recommendation of the ad hoc, and I'd look to Supervisor Williams if he wants to offer a different perspective.
No, but just to join your perspective, is it 6% or is it 4 or 8? Well, we don't really know because we don't know what the carry forward will be. We don't know what the carry forward is made up of. We don't know what our spending on staffing is. There's so many question marks that it's impossible to bring a plan forward. And I think, staff may have recognized, I had maybe 3 or 4 items that I wanted to bring, and you notice it didn't make the agenda. I think it's because we're not ready. We're waiting to see. We're waiting for the close. We're always waiting for something more. You read some of the news about our budgeting process, and it's phrased as somehow there's a villain in the organization that's not providing. That's not the case. Everybody's trying really hard here at every level, but the organization as a whole, the way it's operating, is not producing an output that we can be proud of. We don't have regular reports. We don't have numbers we can believe. We have budget books that tell different stories about the same year. I mean, it's very fuzzy. Within $10 million, we kind of know what's going on. And it's what one of the commenters noted. At most, this county is able to tell the story of what happened a couple years ago, but we're not doing a good job at projecting what's to come in the year ahead or the next 5 years. It's my belief you have an financially unsustainable county. And is a cliff next year, or is it 3 years out? It depends on the question marks that we can't clarify today. So, Chair, where do you want us to go with this? I mean, you ask me for my proposal, it's to scrap what we have and get the right software Stop telling the public, well, we'd like to be able to produce reports, but we can't because we have bad software. If that's the reality, scrap the software, buy a package that works for other counties, have staff enter all the data into it, produce monthly reports, attach them to the agenda, operate as good government. And if we're not going to do that, I'll try to censor myself, but it's year after year we have the exact same problem, and I don't see us moving the needle.
Okay, we'll go to Supervisor Norvell first.
Yeah, I think the question or the recommendation was perhaps to no need for the ad hoc, and I'll agree with the chair in the sense that board members getting information before others can lead to scenarios that are inappropriate. But I don't think that's going on here at all. I think we've got two people on the ad hoc committee that maybe see things a little bit differently. Some of it together for sure, but definitely differently. And I think that's a good idea. I think that's when you come from two different sides, it forces you to meet in the middle. And I think keeping the ad hoc in existence and keeping the two people on it are a good idea.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I wanted to add to your earlier comment, Chair, that there was information being shared that the rest of the board wasn't privy to. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that we have some extraordinary amount of extra information that the board's not privy to. And I think if you're interested in having the same exact conversations that the budget ad hoc is having on a regular basis, I think you could probably set up those conversations with the CEO's office and be a part of that discussion. We obviously need to follow the Brown Act, and everything is being followed. But if you have information, you can go talk to the CEO. If you want information, you can go seek that out of the CEO's office.
Well, I certainly have. But I'm talking about when we set up the ad hoc, maybe we should get back to the recommendations, right? Okay, let's talk about the recommendations now. We have these recommendations from staff. And so is there a motion or anything? Approve, modify, reject these recommendations that are on page 17 of the slide.
Move approval of the recommended.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and before we get to item 4D, we will take a, why don't we take a 15-minute?
Chair, if I may, we did not vote to accept the proclamation under the vets item. So maybe we could go back and vote to accept that before break, please.
Okay.
So moved.
I thought that was, hold on there. I thought that was part of the, anyway, the consent calendar. But we have a motion to
Chair,
approve the resolution.
Point of order. I think it was pulled for comment. I don't think it was pulled for separate consideration. Therefore, it would have been approved as.
Not on the consent calendar.
Okay.
Oh, right.
So let's go back to item 4. We settled on, we just approved item 4C, right? We're good with that. Okay, we'll go back to item 4B. And
Chair, hashtag Charlotte Scott County Council, if I can assist. You already took public comment, and the recommended action motion is in the item, which includes the issue being
adoption of the proclamation.
Right.
Move the recommended.
Okay. Is there a second? Second, Supervisor Klein. Okay. We will vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and we will take a 15-minute break. We will come back at 11:15 and go on to item 4D.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras.
Discussion and
We hope you'll
possible
take some
action, including acceptance of presentation on Mendocino County's preliminary fiscal year 26-27 budget and possible direction to staff. We'll turn to the CEO.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. You just got a preview of where we were currently, kind of our expectations for this year, trying to dig out of the deficits that we projected for this current year and for next year. And so this report, the workshop comes before you with a couple of opportunities. One opportunity is take a look at the cannabis tax and some opportunities to have that department come back with possible revenue. And then also the EMS funding options that you had directed us to bring back at a prior meeting. And then you'll see the revenue to expense forecast that we're projecting as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy CEO Riggs.
Good morning once again, Chair Haschak, members of the board. Tony Riggs, Deputy CEO, here with your fiscal year 26-27 budget workshop. Now this is a bit earlier than we would normally do our budget workshops, but considering the situation, we felt it pertinent to bring something sooner to talk about the next fiscal year. What we have here, as CEO Antle mentioned, are a few items that are opportunities to look at for the 26-27 fiscal year. The first slide here is regarding cannabis tax. Now the first bullet here is a reminder that the supervisors in September of 24 adopted an ordinance that temporarily reduced cannabis business tax for cultivation and nursery operations. It was 40% reduction in fiscal year 25 or tax year 25, and then a 35% reduction in 26. That reduction for next fiscal year will have dropped off, will no longer be in effect. So it's a reminder to this board that that tax reduction is going to sunset. Second bullet here is an item regarding cannabis tax collections, and Sarah McBurney, the program manager for the cannabis department, is also here just in case there are any additional questions. But there's been some research done between cannabis and the Treasurer Tax Collector Office about true-up payments that are outstanding. There's 412 true-up payments outstanding between 2020 and 2024. Those estimated additional tax revenues by fiscal year, if the minimum true-up payments were made, represent in this fiscal year $1.5 million, next fiscal year 26-27 $1.6 million, and then 27-28 $2.5 approximately. And there's a recommendation at the end of the workshop about this item specifically, and we'll get to that here in a moment. There's only a few slides here, so if we can get through them and then come back with any questions at the end, that would be appreciated. Next item here, we have emergency medical services funding. As CEO Antle mentioned, the board had directed us, staff, to come back with potential options to fund EMS. What you have here are options that we've identified. These are not recommendations from staff. First option that we identified was a local sales tax measure at a quarter cent, 20.25% countywide sales tax. If we were to dedicate that to EMS, we could look at approximately $5.5 million in additional sales tax revenue if it also included cities, the incorporated cities. If it's just unincorporated, we're looking at closer to $2.2 million for the unincorporated area. Option 2 was to utilize existing revenue sources. This one, and there's more information in the report, but a reallocation of Measure P revenue. We call out in the report that Measure P revenue came in fiscal year 24-25 about $800,000 higher than we had budgeted, some about $3.9 to $4.8 million. There could be an option there to utilize the excess revenue that came in through Measure P toward EMS services. An option. Option 3 is to investigate or look further into a community service area, or CSA, an existing CSA 3 with LAFCO. I understand that there's some work that needs to be done for that item, specifically to levy a service charge or property tax or a special tax benefit assessment for EMS services in the unincorporated, which the CSA does cover. It's a countywide and Point Arena, I believe. But it would require some latent powers be activated through LAFCO and some additional work to look into that. So very early consideration here as an option. And again, the report has a little bit more narrative about these each specific option. Next, we have a revenue, what we call a 5-year look ahead or forecast. Now this item we referenced in the Q1 budget report, and this takes from 24-25 actuals all the way through fiscal year 2030-31. Now there are some assumptions that we've made here that I'll call out. We did a 3% year-to-year expense growth. That factors in what we expect to see in terms of step increases, general increases to goods or services, general increases, assuming the standard growth without anything extraordinary in there or anything new coming in. We also have we took a 10-year average for revenue per revenue source and looked at those and tried to apply it to create a more realistic revenue trend here through 30-31. So those are the assumptions baked in here. Notably, you will see the 25-26 amounts, the 90 million to the 84 million. The delta between those two numbers is the $6 million one-time funding that we used this year. And then we see in 26-27 that gap closing pretty significantly. Now, to explain that gap, I want to call out that there are a few things that play into it. One, our pension obligation bonds fall off. It's $4.4 million that we're anticipating in general fund that we do no longer need to pay into. Also, that expense line is considering existing reductions that the CEO's office has made with departments for the adopted budget. This is not the department submitted amounts. If we were to include all of those, we would see a much higher line, but we wanted to keep it. We wanted to keep the expectation that there's going to be work done to reduce the asks from departments for the submitted budget. And then we see that up into fiscal year 28-29, when those lines intersect, again, this is assuming a revenue growth and historic revenue growth, no explosion of expenses, as CEO Antle also mentioned, with any sort of disaster or public service emergency or anything like that could completely skew these numbers. Important to note also, at the end of this line at 2030-31, there are certificates of participation debt service that drop dramatically as well. They go from about 2.6 million to about 600,000. So it drops about $2 million there. That's reflected in this chart as well. So there are some expenses that we anticipate falling off or reducing over the next 5 years based on what we know. Now, if we, just to repeat, because we have it there listed as a second bullet, if we continue to adhere to the plans we've already put in place, strategic hiring, talking about how we manage those staffing expenses, and continue to work with the departments in reducing or creating realistic budgets for their departments, this represents that 5-year forecast if we continue that work. Moving on, this is a repeat of the general reserve fund balance slide, but with I wanted to bring this up again, or we wanted to bring this up again to highlight where the GFO recommendations set our fund balance, because this will play into planning for 26-27. Again, that fund balance recommendation, 2 months operating expenses for about $27 million, where we currently are at with our general reserve, $14 million. And then, of course, we're going to come back with the updated, with a proposed revision to our Policy 32 reserve policy as well. So as we move into preparations for 26, 27, if we want to hit those GFOA, Government Finance Association recommendations, we will have to address that minimum and how we want to achieve that, whether we want to do it over time, whether we want to address it in 26, 27, or another option in there. Finally, we have the one CEO recommendation here, and this is related to the cannabis item, is to direct staff to research options for the collection of delinquent cannabis business taxes and to present findings to the Board of Supervisors no later than mid-year budget report in February 2026. With that, happy to open it up to questions or additional discussion.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have a couple. One is on the cannabis. We've already done that exercise. We had county council look into it. The county did extensive research on what our options were and presented to the board at some point. I have a slide I could share from 2020 when I looked at, I got the data from the tax collector's office and found 63% of cultivators were reporting zero revenue. Maybe the situation is different now, but I think it might be similar. What if the board were to direct a reduction in the cannabis tax to zero? We have that ability. We don't have to collect it. And simultaneously full cost recovery for operating the department, right? Because then you don't pay your fees, you don't get renewed. There's some penalty for not following through. It would make our department whole. Today, I think we're losing on the department operations, and then we're making some on the tax, and we're using the tax to backfill. My approach, we wouldn't do the tax collection, so we would also save all of the staff time that goes into collections and reporting. Maybe we come out ahead, and the cultivator doesn't feel any sting from it. It's the same dollar amount to them. Is that something we could at least look at as an option? I could bring it forward, but I'd rather maybe we direct staff and staff looks at it and brings it forward if it's feasible.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
Just my comments on this subject have remained the same. The cannabis business tax in Mendocino County was voted on by the voters. And I think that they had expectations of what was going to happen with that money, because the county has not followed through with dividing the money up and categorizing it is one issue that we face. But to drop it to zero without voter approval, I have concerns with.
What if I rephrase that? What if we ask voters, throw it on the next ballot, drop it to zero and full cost recovery? If it keeps the county whole, where it's revenue neutral to us, it's no impact on the cultivator, and we save the administrative overhead. Is that a reasonable approach? I just see that the way we're doing it today, we're not making any additional revenue for the county, and we're using a lot of staff time. Then the other one is, if you could go to the slide about EMS with the 3 options. So yeah, so I think I've heard the board in the past say option 2 is not an option, that it was the will of the voters. They passed an advisory, they told us how to spend it. Repurposing that tax will set the county up to never pass a tax again. Voters won't trust us if we don't follow through. So I'm a little uncomfortable with that even being on the slide. And I know staff isn't recommending any of these, they're just possibilities. But I think that's one that we shouldn't be publishing as an option, because we're going to burn bridges with fire. Over the last years, we've put significant amount of effort into building a partnership between fire agencies and the county. And I think just having a discussion that this is an option puts us at risk at losing some of that goodwill. This essentially says Measure P is going to fire today. Fire is EMS. So you're repurposing EMS for EMS. Maybe you put more dollars towards transport, but the public is concerned. They're in a vehicle that's on fire. An ambulance shows up. Well, good does it do? You need somebody that has hydraulic extrication and a charged line to put the fire out. You really need both of these. You need local fire and you need the ambulance. And so this option is saying reduce the fire portion of EMS and increase the transport part of EMS. It's not moving the needle it's keeping us where we are. It's just crippling one service to benefit another, both of which are part of EMS. So I'm looking at the chain of survival. You need that whole gamut of services in order to reduce suffering and save lives. I don't think this is a viable option. Where does the board stand on this? I mean, is there a supervisor that's pushing for this? Is that why it's on the slide? Where did it come from?
Supervisor Norvell?
Well, it didn't come from me. So you made an interesting point that fire is EMS. So if we were, my understanding is what we did is we agreed on a percentage on how to split the money up. That was budgeted, and we found it came in roughly $800,000 higher than budgeted. If we agree to give that much, stick to that percentage and give that money right to fire, is EMS going to come back in a month and say we still don't have the money, or is fire going to use that money to fund EMS?
So Supervisor Norvell, if you look at the dispatches by category, you'll find that most fire calls are medical aid in nature. Some might be a cliff rescue, a water rescue, a traffic collision, but they're almost all, you have very few structure fires in terms of percentage. So most of those dollars that are going to fire are going to EMS, right? You're treating a patient. Even the fires, you may have smoke inhalation, right? Even those overlap with EMS. Fire partnered with the county, campaigned for Measure P, helped with the language. I think it's really us turning our backs after voters followed through and passed it for a specific purpose. Although it's an advisory, we could use it for something else legally. Public supported it based on a proposal, and now we're going to shift that proposal because we have another service that's in need. I don't think that's a good model. Even if we think it's appropriate, I don't think going against voters is ever a good idea.
I don't know that we are going to shift it, but my question was, is EMS going to be back in? I don't remember how many meetings ago, but we heard from EMS that they need money.
Yeah, EMS still needs money. They need more money than when they met with us last time. EMS doesn't have the funding it needs, but I don't think taking EMS dollars from fire and allocating it for transport solves any problem.
Okay, got the point.
So I don't know that, I hear you, and I don't know that you answered my question, is if we stick to the percentage and fire gets this money, is EMS going to come back and we're going to tell them we still don't have the money?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's
right.
the part you're comfortable with?
I'm not comfortable with it, but I'm not comfortable breaking one public safety to fund the same.
Okay. Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I just wanted to be very clear about my position that I do not think that we should continue talking about using Measure P for reasons other than what the voters approved. And it's, I've been, for the last, as long as we've had the tax, been saying the same thing, yet it keeps getting onto the agenda as if it's an option. And so, yeah, I do think that the board needs to have a very clear stance on that particular piece of this, so that we don't continue to have the conversations in the community about that this is an option. While I understand legally it is, and we do have to have the conversation as relates to our budget, I think the constantly bringing it up as if it's a solution to our problems, I think is just creating more distrust within the community, with the voters, with partnering agencies, and it's unnecessary. I do believe that we need to figure out a way, and whether or not you think the county is responsible for EMS, it doesn't matter. We need to try to figure out a way to help fund it. And I am interested in learning more about the CSA 3 option. I think what it doesn't include in the equation is tourism and visitors, if property owners are paying for it, but I don't know the numbers. And so I am interested in learning more about that. And just on this subject of EMS, I think it's critical, and myself as a supervisor believe that if we don't have the people that are trying to solve these problems every day in the room, we are, again, just doing a disservice to the community. We need to hear from the fire chiefs. We need to hear from the associations. We need to hear from the people that are actually driving the ambulances. We can't sit up here and say, well, you know, $800,000, sure, you can do something with it. In my opinion, we need professional staff to help us determine the next steps for our EMS system. I don't think we are prepared for what comes next. And I don't think that continuing the conversation about Measure P every time the county needs money serves our community.
All right. And just on behalf of the staff, I think that what they heard was that they heard from the board to bring back the options for what was possible, and that, you know, with the language for Measure P, it was, you know, to provide for essential services, and so they're considering, you know, EMS as an essential service, and that is a possibility. And what I'm hearing from the board is that we don't want to hear that anymore, that we don't want to consider Measure P as anything except for fire and the Fire Safe Council, and so we'll leave it at that. And Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I believe that I clearly articulated during that conversation that I think that there needs to be an analysis about what happens after Measure P sunsets, what happens with public safety and a potential tax, should that include EMS, fire, and law enforcement. I asked that we have more information about how we as a county can be prepared so that we don't continue to do these piecemeal one-off quarter cent, half cent. We need to have a plan for providing essential services. We do not have the finances to pay for it. And if we don't get a plan together to move the county forward, which might likely be a tax, how can we expect the voters to approve it? So I just want to be clear, my expectations were not a quarter cent conversation. My expectation was we talk about public safety as a whole. What does the tax look like if it's all together? I appreciate that, and I understand that possibly the sheriff is looking at a tax. I want to see what is it all together, what is it in pieces. Maybe it in pieces is a better solution, but I don't know because I don't have that information.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Chair, do you want to give this as a direction, or do you want a motion here? I mean, I think Supervisor Mulhern, what she just said could be a motion, and I would support it.
Yeah.
As far as the plan and option 2 never showing up on an agenda again.
Right. And so, Supervisor Mulhern, do you see like an ad hoc working with staff to get this together and coming up with, like, do you need professional help or what?
I wouldn't say that I thought an ad hoc, I didn't think that we needed an ad hoc. I thought staff would just bring it. So I don't think we need an ad hoc. I mean, if you'd like to be on an ad hoc, you can.
No, I'm trying to get rid of ad hocs.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to figure out the path forward so that we can have staff clearly understand what the desire of the board is. So, Supervisor Williams.
As I'm reading the board, the desire is to have county staff work with local fire agencies, probably in coordination with Emily Tecchio of the fire representative, fire coordinator, and ideally the sheriff, so that we don't see 2 ballot items showing up competing. It needs to be a plan that's in harmony, and we would like to see the big picture of how it solves the problem and to what extent it solves it, not just here's the percentage and the dollars that will be collected. How will that money be used to solve the holes in EMS and fire today? And I'm with Supervisor Mulhern. I'd rather not create an ad hoc. I think we should do it. I mean, if we have to have an extra board meeting, so be it. Let's just do it as our normal process, all 5 of us, and invite fire into the room, have a workshop, look at possibilities. It'll take a few iterations, but maybe we reach something the public can support.
Okay, so it would be looking at these option 1 and option 3. And anything else?
No. It's sorry. My Supervisor Mulhern's motion is not to look at options 1 and 3. It's to build a cohesive plan. We don't have a plan today. A plan isn't just here's how much money we could raise with a percentage. These are the needs. This is about what we think we can raise. Here's how it would be allocated. This is what we would explain to the public it solves. It's
Well,
more
also-
holistic.
And the mechanisms for doing that.
All of that, right?
Right.
Like, I want to see a business plan that we can read through and buy into, not just we're going to raise some money. I mean, you look at Measure B. I'm happy to see the benefits that's provided, but it wasn't enough of a plan, right? It was everything to everyone on mental health. I have constituents who thought they were going to get a facility on the South Coast, right? I don't know what all the promises were. I don't think anybody ever thought about what we could do with the dollars that would be raised. I think we need to do better this time. Not that, I'm happy that B is providing services, but I want, if we do this again for fire and emergency services, I want to be able to tell people exactly what they can expect. Do you think that's reasonable, John?
Well, what I'm hearing is that you want the full board to have a special workshop on this, where we come up with, work with all the stakeholders. And I think Supervisor Mulheron's saying, staff should just come back with some kind of plan.
Well, who is staff in this instance? I mean, I'm looking at 3 staff members right now, and I don't know if they have time on their hands or the domain knowledge or anything to. Who would do this? Maybe we ask the fire agencies to do the first pass of what do they need with roughly what we think we can raise, and then we could work with them.
Yeah. Supervisor Mulheron?
I would think that the Chiefs Association or working through their representative could work with the sheriff who attends their meetings and would likely, and like I said, it's my understanding, maybe looking at something on his own, if they could get into a room together and have some conversations about what their expectations are and what their needs are. And if they decide on their own that they need to have an outside consultant or a little bit of professional help to come up with a strategy, then I think that's great. But I just think that we need to have a plan moving forward and not rush into throwing something on the ballot.
Okay, so is that possible? I know we don't, but we're looking for some kind of agreement. Okay, well, hopefully those people get together and come back with a plan of some sort, or tell us the parameters.
Hey, Chair, I think we might need a little bit more definitive next steps.
Okay, let's hear them.
Can we direct staff to open communications with Emily Tecchio and ask that she coordinate with the fire agencies on a plan within the constraints of sales tax revenue, possible sales tax revenue? I think are we 0.75% below the legislative cap today? Right, that's all we have to work with. I don't know if anybody knows. It depends if you include the cities or not.
Yeah, if I may through the chair, it depends by city by city.
Yeah, and so part of this is why it's really hard to get anything done in this environment. Soon somebody's going to ask county council, can it be a county-wide tax? And I think county council may say, well, it depends on the service, what's being provided. And if we're taxing the entire county, we need to provide services everywhere, or the cities probably aren't going to be in favor of it. And I don't know the answer here. But I think we need council, we need the fiscal team, we need the fire agencies, their representative, the sheriff, and probably somebody from the cities to coordinate. Do we get them all in the room here with us, or do we ask staff to do the outreach?
CEO Antle.
When you're ready, I need better clarification if it's really going to be direct staff, because at this point we're talking about fire, public safety. We haven't talked about the LEMSA, we haven't talked about EMS, and then we hear EMS is fire. And I know some of them, as sheriff calls, has a bus, which is the ambulance. So And I know a lot of fire agencies do respond to medical calls, to your point, and then an ambulance. So, plus we have 22 fire districts with different models. Some are paid, some are not paid. I think it's a big topic to work with the fire agencies and the LEMSA to work with, to come up with a plan on how the county's going to move forward and what does that look like in the next 3, 5, 10 years. Maybe you'll get there, but you're going to have them all in the room, and they're all going to have to agree, because the Fire Chiefs Association, you know, we had 22 chiefs, and I think 7 of them work on that with Emily. So I think it's a big project. Just saying, and that wasn't the what we took away from the last meeting wasn't those directions. So just as long as we go through the discussion, that we get a little clearer on what you're asking.
Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, question for Supervisor Mulheron. Did you have any discussions with the sheriff or our partners and the fire agencies about if they're open to having this kind of conversation? And my concern is that, first of all, we're kind of all over the place. And second of all, it's easy to say, hey, let's do this, let's get everyone in the room, but if there's not a willingness to approach it from this direction, then what are we doing having the conversation? So I'm just, and it's okay if you haven't, I'm just curious if you've had those conversations with those agencies, if they're interested in approaching it this way.
No, and I'm willing to have those conversations. I'm willing to get together an agenda item. I will bring it forward that discusses what the current sales tax amounts are in each city, what they are in the county. I am not able to prepare a fiscal analysis based on sales tax because of those locations, but I'll do my best to work with who I think could be partnering agencies and bring an agenda item forward.
Supervisor
Yeah,
Williams.
I can support that. Second, but could we direct staff to provide the fiscal analysis that's necessary to Supervisor Mulhern, and any additional financial information that fire agencies need in order to do their part? What I want to avoid is a predicament where there's an idea and it can't quite come to the board because it has too many question marks about dollars. So I think we do need to authorize some staff time to do the research this is the basics of what could be collected in cities and unincorporated, and how the funds could be used, which would be some of county council's time. So you don't like that?
Charlotte Scott, County Council. I am just trying to track this discussion. I think we have a budget item, a discussion about how to fund certain scope of county services. It sounds like there isn't support for some of the options that the CEO presented. I think you're also bringing into play a discussion about external third parties that are not part of the county system, that aren't part of the county budget. And so I would just recommend you maybe consider that, agendize a future item to discuss those issues, because I don't think that's what's been presented. And I don't understand what you're asking about
so
the county council
let me back
budget.
up then. I think the slide I see, emergency medical services, the county does not provide today, right?
Charlotte Scott County Council, the county has responsibility for EMS services through its LEMSA. I believe you have the LEMSA, a representative from your LEMSA, that we're in a 2-county system with Sonoma County. There's a muddling of EMS, of what EMS means, I think, on this slide by the group, and I do agree. There's a difference between what the law says the county obligations are and what the practice in rural counties is based on the limitations of systems. But I would say you want to separate out, for purposes of this discussion, this is a more narrow item as to an option for EMS funding, an option for cannabis tax. I think it's not the discussion that you're bringing up.
Got it. That helps me. When I saw EMS, I was thinking ambulance. I don't know if the other supervisors were thinking. Yeah, we all were. If this is just about the county's portion of EMS, the dispatch and the LEMSA, I don't support any of these options. We're not going to run a tax to support our LEMSA. Voters aren't going to approve that. It's ridiculous. right? That's already our obligation. That's general fund expense. I thought this was, EMS was about ambulance service.
That's correct.
So this is just about the county's
The
portion of EMS.
follow-up. This is a follow-up to the item 2 meetings ago where the LEMSA was presenting, and you asked staff to come back with options, and we were supposed to come back like at the next meeting.
Got it.
Which we've had to skip because we couldn't turn it around quick enough. So these are options. We're not recommending any of them. We're providing options for a discussion for you.
So back to the board, am I the only one that's out of sync and thought this was about ambulance service? Bernie as well, and John? No, you didn't? Mo got it? Okay. So we have a split board here. 3 of us didn't understand.
What if we go back to Supervisor Mulherin offering to bring back an agenda item with a comprehensive approach?
What,
you know, and
to what? To what? To funding the LEMSA?
Well, funding the LEMSA and also funding, the public safety.
Are we serious? The public is not going to support, public will support a tax if it's for ambulance or for fire. They're not going to support a tax so we can pay our regulatory fees, right?
If I can try to clarify, this is from the LEMSA. This is about the ambulances that were before you 2 meetings ago. I think the majority of you, this is not supporting our LEMSA. This is our attempt to find ways to fund the ambulance services that were before you, again, 2 meetings ago. You directed us to bring this back on how to get money to the 3 or 4 fire agencies that run ambulance services in, I don't know if it's in connection to their fire department. I was following what you were saying.
So, if we wanted, we could go with Supervisor Mulherin's offer to bring back an agenda item to deal with this issue and maybe a bigger picture.
Well, I think I do want to be clear that I also did not think that this agenda item or conversation was about changing the way that we fund dispatch services or any other LEMSA related services. So that's not what I had anticipated. I was going to be doing research on. It was the $180,000 that goes to 3 fire departments that provide ambulance services specifically, and also what I had wanted to know and what I think is important is if there's a public safety tax being considered, what does it look like if it's one package?
Okay. Can we settle with that?
I wonder if we could replace EMS with ambulance. Just so we all have clarity going forward.
Okay. Supervisor Mulherin, you're all right with that going forward? Bringing back something.
I'm all right with bringing something forward, and maybe I'll be able to help clarify with that agenda item.
Right.
I have to say that I don't know my timeline given moving into the holidays, and so I believe that the 3 ambulance services are currently funded. So if I could have a little bit of time to have conversations, I would appreciate that.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Clarifying question. Will the proposal be focused on just the fire departments that run an ambulance today, as previously discussed, and nothing more? Or are we talking about a tax to bolster ambulance service countywide?
So my intention will be to research Measure P, the sunsetting, what that looks like, how to include funding EMS services through fire departments moving forward, and also make sure that we're not competing against a tax that the sheriff may be looking into, and see if there is a possibility of working together.
So I can support that, and I'm thankful for your effort.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
I understand we're in the middle of a budget presentation. Would it be possible, Chair, to open up for a little bit of public comment on this discussion, given that the board has gone kind of one direction that's a little bit specific? It'd be interesting to hear from the public.
Yeah. And I just wanted to go back to a couple questions I had about the presentation before we go to public comment. One was just with the cannabis tax, certainly if there's 412 true-up payments that are outstanding, we need to figure out a way of recouping those, right? And I think is the question like, can we withhold a permit or anything if a person is not paying their taxes? Would that be the big question?
If I may, through the chair, Tony Riggs, Deputy CEO, the question really is in the recommendation to direct staff to come back, to do a little bit more research, come back with some options, and then present it to this board.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm in support of that. You know, Humboldt County just reduced their cannabis tax to 0 because of the plight of the economy and everything. So, you know, but with our budget situation, it doesn't seem like we can, when we're budgeting $1.4 million a year for cannabis taxes, it doesn't seem like we can just eliminate that. So I would be in support of the recommendation to come back with, you know, the findings. And then I had a question about slide 4. And, you know, what we've been hearing is that next year we were $10 million out of budget, or $16 million. And if we make the $6 million cut this year, it would only be $10 million next year. And this red line of expenditures doesn't include any kind of increase to staff. Nothing of that sort. And I'm just looking at this in 26-27, the red line and the blue line may be a couple $1 million apart, when we've really heard, you know, it's been 10 to 16 million. So can you explain that, please?
I certainly can. Through the chair, Tony Riggs, Deputy CEO, as I mentioned prior with this slide, this is the amount that red line represents is the amount what we settled on for the adopted budget, which includes reductions, adjustments, and deferrals from the department submitted. So the 10 million or 16 million as you're referencing, which the difference between those being the 6% attrition that we're realizing in this fiscal year. If that amount incorporates what the departments still submit as what they believe they need to run their operations, if we take that out, instead of there have been discussions about this in the past with this board about overinflating expenses going forward using what the departments submit, because we work with them throughout the year or throughout the budget process to come to those adopted numbers. That's what this red line represents. So it's basing it off of the adopted budget in 25-26. Period. So to your question, why are we seeing, why isn't this 10 million for next year? Because it doesn't incorporate any of those additional asks from the department. It assumes the savings and the cuts and the reductions and the adjustments that we've made this year, moving forward into next, and then basing that expense growth off of that number. I hope that provides some clarity.
Yeah, it does. I just think that, you know, I know you're trying to present the most realistic, but at the same time, I think it's a little too rosy to think that it's going to, you know, the 6% we haven't even, you know, we saw in the earlier presentation from the first quarter that, I don't know, 5 departments weren't even achieving that 6%. We've heard from some department heads or, you know, electeds, and then to say we're not going to provide a COLA or anything to staff for the next 5 years to get to this red line, to decrease it that much. I just don't think it's realistic, and especially with healthcare costs, with the CPI, all that. That's a problem. For me, when we don't say, oh, we're doing this strategic hiring plan, and each meeting or every month we're having department heads come in and plead their case. Well, so far we haven't reduced any positions through that process. I mean, through coming to the board. Maybe beforehand, before when they're coming to the CEO or to your office, we are seeing that realization of positions being eliminated. But until, it's going to get more difficult each and every time, I think. And we're eliminating positions one by one. I just wonder if this is a realistic presentation of where we are going with our budget. That's my question, I guess. Or maybe it's a rhetorical question.
If I may, through the chair, just to add on a bit, these lines are made, or these projections, forecasts are made with assumptions. Those assumptions may be different from the reality that we see as we go forward, and then we have to adjust. But this also doesn't incorporate, we've talked about deferred maintenance, millions of dollars in deferred maintenance that we need to address. It doesn't address the minimum fund balance recommendations from the Government Finance Officer Association, or any large-scale initiatives to address structural, let's say, as a discussion we had during the Q1 meeting, structural software issues that we need, looking at analysis or reimplementation or anything like that either. So with the assumptions, this is just based on the assumptions that I explained, and it doesn't include any of those other pieces that we talked about at the Q1 report or any unforeseen. I mean, we can extrapolate out or try to guess at certain events happening more, but this is based on what we know today.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Chair, I see it slightly differently. The red and the blue in the long term, you zoom out, they're always going to more or less track because of the County Budget Act and the state constitution. It's not like a private business that can take on debt for operations, right? County is very limited in how it can accrue debt. What it can do is it can have a negative account balance that's accruing off books of deferred maintenance. I'm sure that's going on every year, and we probably need an exponential chart if we were to look at that one. But those lines, by design, are tracking each other. So we don't need to look at where they intersect or how much they're diverging. What we need to look at is what forces are keeping them in line. If the county leadership doesn't make a conscious decision about it, how to keep those tracking, it'll happen, but it'll be a reduction in services that we don't anticipate, or it'll be the roads turn back to gravel, right? So as a board, our power move is to decide, based on the revenue we forecast for the next 5 years, how do we provide the greatest public benefit? And I think that's the conversation we're not having. We're looking at how do we get the blue dot to be on the red dot.
Right.
And that doesn't, you can do that exercise, but it does, but it's an accounting trick of just shifting other categories to make them align. It doesn't maximize the public benefit.
Well, I think if I could go on with that thought, is that you're saying that it's not looking at things strategically about how do we get 5 years down the road and where we are with it. Instead, we're kind of being reactive to the revenue we have and just making year-to-year decisions.
Exactly. These lines will track together with or without our involvement. Right, so it's not a question of how do we get those two lines aligned. It's a question of how do we make sure the public receives the most benefit for the tax dollars we collect. Where do you see us having that discussion? A lot of times I hear it's the wrong venue, it's not the right agenda item. What is the right agenda item for it? And I don't think it's one supervisor bringing forward an agenda item.
Well, that goes back to the ad hoc discussion we had earlier was I thought that the budget ad hoc was going to come up with a plan to look at this issue.
Supervisor Klein isn't so sure.
Chair, can you clarify?
We could go back and look at what the ad hoc was supposed to be, what was the ad hoc was set up to do. And I thought it was to come up with a plan to how we were going to achieve a balanced budget this year and the following year, because we were looking at these deficits of 6 million and then 10 million. And so.
Respectfully, I think that you're talking about something completely different than Supervisor Williams, and I would ask that we return the focus of this conversation to the presentation.
Anyway, we can go on and say, okay. Great. Thanks for the presentation, and I think that, you know, we do need to look at your recommendation. So we can go to public comment now. Any public comment?
Don't know is pertinent given that the conversation has changed around those three options on that slide for EMS funding. But my question was, if option 3 were taken for reestablishing the CSA 3 and having some sort of parcel tax associated with that, what would the impact of that be on existing EMS and fire protection district parcel tax levies, ad valorem tax allocation from the county, and then the Measure P tax allocation? Is the CSA 3 tax, if that's what ended up happening, just be an added tax? So residents would have yet another parcel tax on their property tax bill? And then I was curious if if in this effort to figure out a way to provide consistent, robust EMS services in the county, could some more burden be put on the visitors? Tourism is a huge component of our county and every community in it. And I'm wondering if visitors could have a little more of that burden rather than just the residents through a parcel tax. Thank you.
Kevin Evans, Gualala. I just have one question for the Board of Supervisors. Currently, we have Coast Life Support District and Gualala and their sphere of influence. We are assessed a fee already as part of that service. My concern would be is if you do a countywide assessment, then now we're double taxing the residents of Gualala and Coast Life Support. I would also ask that as part of your discussion, please include a representative from Coast Life Support District as part of your conversation to make sure that we have funding completely even across the board for all of Mendocino County. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Jen Banks. I'm your County Emergency Medical Services representing your LEMSA. I just wanted to make one clarification. When we were reviewing the slide for recommendations for funding, the comment was made that we should exclude EMS and include the word ambulances. I don't recommend doing that. We work under an EMS system, and the greater EMS system includes dispatch, includes oversight, includes service providers, includes first responders. So I think we have to be very specific in the language. Ellie?
Hi, Board. Emily Tecchio, Fire Representative for the Chiefs Association and the District Association. I just want to say thank you for some of the comments that have been made. I'm happy to work with anyone on this issue to strengthen our fire and EMS services and provide the best level of service in accordance to what the public would like. I guess I would like to say that in order to do that, Being able to count on the safety and security of Measure P, Measure D, and our existing Prop 172 percentage allocation is a really important part of that. If we are constantly chasing our tail to try to secure what we already have, we cannot move forward. So that is mostly what I wanted to say, and I'm excited to work with anyone who wants to work with us. Thank you.
It's actually afternoon, I guess. So good afternoon, board. Doug Hutchison. I'm the fire chief for the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority and currently the president of the County Chiefs Association. I just want to echo what Emily just said. Happy to work with Supervisor Mulhern on this issue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. I hope the board is taking a look at the Butte County public safety tax when they're discussing this. I've heard, EMS, fire, but law enforcement needs to be included. If we're going to have a county-wide sales tax discussion, I'm not aware of any general use tax in Mendocino County that specifically is used for law enforcement. I know Measure P, is a general tax, and it's essential services. The board could use it how it sees fit. Fire can be one of them. And that's fine. Prop 172, if you take revenues away from county-specific mandated services to give to discretionary services, you're going to have to backfill that with general fund. So if you're going to exclude law enforcement from a sales tax, then maybe Prop 172 can be reallocated to mandated services. Either way, I think the discussion is an appropriate one to look at all of the impacts of what we're doing with fire, EMS, and law enforcement to make sure that none of us are at this board asking for additional revenues or not understanding where our revenues are come from, or have a known amount of money as a revenue coming in and then it being moved to the next year and then it not being backfilled. So I exactly know what Fire just mentioned about the Prop 172 if it's cut. I might also remind the board, even though the sheriff is the biggest official in public safety, you need to talk to your district attorney also, and also probation. Both are countywide. There are no city entities that do those services, whereas the sheriff will run into jurisdictional issues with city police departments. So if you're talking a whole countywide tax, probation and the district attorney serve the cities, whereas the sheriff cannot. So consider that if you're just looking at county-specific tax versus an entire county tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments in the chambers, any online?
Seeing two, the first one is Tamara.
Good afternoon, Chair Haschek, Supervisors. Tamara Alaniz from Brook Trails Township, CSD, up here in near Willits. Wanted to say thank you for the concept of taking Measure P kind of out of the discussion of what the county does with the LEMSA. It was very clear in the ballot language as well as the intention of the voters that Measure P, which has a sunset and is a short-term revenue source, but it is for our fire departments countywide. So as you look at your options and work together, hopefully more closely with Emily and the Mendocino County Association of Fire Districts, as well as your Chiefs Association, that, if you're going to reallocate Prop 172, for example, to give more back to law enforcement from the allocations that have been agreed upon to go to the fire districts, I would just like to say that, that's a long-term revenue source that's in place as opposed to Measure P, which is a short-term. And then finally, I would like to say that the TOT money that goes to the fire districts from the passage of Measure D and Measure E has been a great opportunity to backfill those costs that come into play when our local districts have to respond to a traffic accident that may perhaps involve 2 people or 3 people or families that don't live here in Mendocino County. So we do have that opportunity to share and allocate the funding that comes from visitors and take that and give that to our local responders, because as was mentioned, 80–90% of the calls of your fire districts countywide are medical aid, traffic collisions. They're not fire related. So EMS, yeah, you're talking about distinguishing what the term EMS means for the county and its own essential services. But certainly when the public hears the term EMS, I think they're thinking what Supervisor Williams said, which is, I just got in a car accident and my car's on fire, but I'm fine. And here's the ambulance. What can they do for me? So thank you for thoughtfully dissecting the different bits of what EMS is. Thank you for talking about protecting those monies that are still available and coming into our local service districts. And finally, thank you for continuing to work with our local associations to come to an agreeable and cooperative way of moving forward on these funding sources. Thank you and goodbye.
Next we have Dave. Dave, I can see that
Dave.
your mic is unmuted, but we're unable to hear you in chambers.
Okay. Is there another? Chief? Yeah.
All right. We're going to go to someone identifying as Westport Fire.
Hello, I'm Chief Daniel Maxey of Westport Fire, and I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for having these discussions outright and openly. And I want to say that we, as the fire chiefs of Mendocino County, are more than willing to have any conversation and open up a dialogue to all that want to come in and speak with us to help out the county any way possible. As some of you know, my response area is extremely large and remote, and to the farthest north region, I have a 1-hour response time going code 3 from my firehouse to get to Usal Beach in the Sinkyone Wilderness. Approximately 68% of my calls are medical, and out of that 68%, approximately 50% of those are all life flight. So we desperately need funding to keep up the effort to get people that don't live here, that come here for sport and recreation, motorcycle racing, off-road, four-wheel driving, to make sure they get the best service provided at any way, shape, or form possible. Thank you, supervisors, again for having me, and have a good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Going back to...
He has removed his hand. He no longer has his hand raised.
All right.
Seeing no further comments online.
Okay, back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
For a county-sponsored special tax, it takes 2/3 approval. It's really hard to get 2/3 as you look around the state at how many attempts versus how many attempts are successful. I think it's important that we don't set ourselves up for failure. If we're doing, I'm going to call it an ambulance tax. If we're doing an ambulance tax countywide, it needs to provide services countywide, and there will be a lot of questions from voters about equity, right? Is their community getting back what they pay into it? It's a reasonable question. So when CSA 3 is a district that is our entire county minus the 4 cities. It's all of the unincorporated area. If you propose a tax and you need a 2/3, you can't benefit just a few communities that are struggling with ambulance. You won't get 2/3 of voters, right? Everyone has to get something out of it. For example, If we put that tax into effect and we're collecting a parcel assessment from Gualala and we're applying it to Covelo because they do have a ambulance financial problem, I don't think you're going to get Gualala to support it. And so, in the end, what we can, if we collect on all of the unincorporated and we spend equitably, it comes out to the same as if the individual districts collect it. Only the overhead of the county collecting it, administering it. Frankly, a lot of their time our partners' time is spent fighting with us to get the money that we promised. Whether, it's chief contracts, this stuff goes on for years. You look at the payment that was expected and 2 years later, we're still talking about language. There's a lot of overhead in the county system. So it's a variable to consider. Does the county have a role in helping pass local assessments where there's local control and the communities know every dollar collected is going back into the service in their community? That's a competing model with using CSA 3. But I think CSA 3 is really problematic because you have to have a plan that shows that you're going to equitably redistribute the funds that you collect back into the individual communities. And I don't think we're anywhere close to that today. Maybe the fire agencies can help with it. Not sure it's the only model.
Well, what we found with Brook Trails and doing the emergency access routes is that you can do a kind of a version of that for a specific benefit zone.
A benefit zone.
Right.
Benefit zone, I think, is a more successful approach.
Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Yes, question for staff. My understanding was that the CSA 3 wasn't necessarily an overall county option, that they could do it by zones. Is that incorrect?
If I may, through the chair, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. I think there's definitely more research that should go into the CSA 3. I know that there's been some discussions at LAFCO about doing an additional municipal service review or sphere of influence review for the CSA 3. I don't know where that is right now, but it's certainly something that would need, if we were to go down that path, more research.
If I may, through the conversation that I had prior with Uma Thurman from the, Uma Hinman, excuse me, from LAFCO is, again, they're looking into it. They've been working with the fire districts, but this is 2 to 3 year process.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're back to the board. We have Supervisor Mulherin bringing back an agenda item in the future. And then we have this CEO recommendation. Supervisor Klein.
I'm sorry, one more question for Supervisor Mulherin. Are you planning to look just specifically at sales tax, or are you open to looking to other revenue streams?
I'm happy to look at everything.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to move the CEO recommendation?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we will vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so staff, do you have what you need from this?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we will.
Mr. Chair.
Oh.
Just to,
yeah.
I think that we might be headed into lunch, but I was wondering if the board would take item 4F out of order, because I think there are some people in the audience that are here for that item, and it would make sense to have that item be heard before the lunch hour. Not to interrupt your chairmanship, but as a thought.
Okay. Yeah,
if I may, we
here.
just have one timed item, and that's at 1.
Okay. So we can do item 4F. So this is discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution approving a temporary loan advance of $100,000 for a Hopland Fire Protection District from their fiscal year 2025-26 property tax revenues. Okay, the sponsor is Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Is she on the line?
I am Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Shamise Cubison. This is an item regarding the cash flow for Hopland Fire Protection District. They are finding themselves in a situation where they do have a cash flow deficit at this point in time and are seeking a $100,000 advance loan on their property tax distribution. And that property tax distribution would be taking place in December, that they intend to pay it back 100% from. And the funds that we identified when Supervisor Klein and I looked to locate funds that could be allocated were funds that the county is still holding pending recommendation of the fire chiefs for the distribution of the TOT camp funds that have been set aside for special fire chief recommendations. Hopland Fire has taken several steps to help mitigate their cash flow deficit. And I'm not sure if there's somebody in the room to speak to that additionally, but they have been working with the auditor's office and Supervisor Klein to try to look at some strategies to assist with their cash flow situation. I want to point out one correction in the agenda item. When the agenda item was initially drafted, the current balance in the set aside for the fire chiefs was $398,000, and that was prior to the Q4 allocation that was approved. So that new totals currently in the set aside for fire chief's recommendation is $461,701. The request from Hopland is well below their 85%, which Government Code Section 23010 allows the county to loan or advance up to 85% of the anticipated property tax revenue. That's my brief introduction. I don't know if Supervisor Klein has anything to add.
Yeah. Supervisor Klein.
Yes, thank you, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, for collaborating on this item. As mentioned, this was offered as a cash flow assistance to Hopland Fire. The fund source suggested was a portion of the Measure D TOT advisory measure that was set aside for the Mendocino County Fire Chiefs Association. Hopland Fire engaged with Fire Chiefs Association, and they did have a vote and approved this portion of their funding being a loan to Hopland Fire, as mentioned, to be paid back in December. So a short-term loan, and happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Hey, see, is there any public comment on this? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you for working on that, both of you. And let's see, the board will now adjourn to closed session to hear item 6A, 6B, and 6D. The board will reconvene no earlier than 2 o'clock. All right? So we'll take a 10-minute break, okay? And we'll meet in the boardroom.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazard page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Out from closed session is item 6A, 6B, and 6D. Nothing to report. Okay, for item 4E, discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance repealing Mendocino County Code Section 2.16.070, adding Section 2.16.080, and amending Chapter 2.36 and Section 2.16.041 for the purpose of separating the Office of Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector to the separate offices of Auditor, Controller, and Treasurer, Tax Collector. Since the sponsors are myself and Supervisor Norvell and the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Covison, I'm going to pass the gavel to the senior supervisor who's not one of the sponsors.
All right, would the sponsors like to introduce the item?
Well, I would just like to say thank you to Shamice Covison for bringing this forward, and also for the risk assessment, because that was one of the things that was it was a finding in an auditor's report that we didn't do a risk assessment when it was voted on originally to consolidate those positions. So Ms. Covison quickly wrote up a kind of a risk assessment, and it's an attachment to the item, and I think that this has been a long time in the workings. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
I don't have anything to add, just that I would agree.
And Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Covison, do you have any comments?
Good afternoon, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Covison. If you read the attachment, I don't have anything fundamentally to add unless you have questions.
Not seeing any pens up. Any board discussion before we go to public comment? Okay, we'll go to public comment starting in the room. Please come up to the podium, state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Dee Pallison from District 5. I don't disagree with this item, but and I note that on the agenda summary there is no fiscal impact for this year because the election wouldn't take place until June. But I would like to know how we're going to pay for another department head, considering our budget situation. Thanks.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I think that that's part of the risk assessment that Ms. Covison provided. So I think that what she's saying in her assessment is that the fiscal impact would be minimal. And I think that when we combined the positions, we found that there were no real savings from that consolidation. And so that's where we are with it.
Any further public comment in the room?
Good afternoon, Estelle Clifton in the 1st District, I believe. Thank you to the sponsors for bringing this forward, and thank you to the Auditor, Controller, Tax Collector as well. The Mendocino County Farm Bureau, which I'm the president, has been advocating for this moving the 2 offices back, the checks and balances around having those fiscal departments separate, as well as the lack of efficiency gain because of the different functions that they play. I'm really pleased to see this on the agenda, and I hope that it'll move forward, so thank you.
Let's go to public comment online.
Seeing none.
Seeing none. Okay, it's back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I think in the same way that the circumstances of timing led me to vote in one direction last time would lead me to vote in the opposite direction, essentially this time, at an opportunity to make sure that we do have elected officials that are serving the best needs of our community and working collaboratively with all elected officials, the department heads, the board of supervisors, and the CEO's office. One thing though, I don't know the legal definition of a risk analysis, but I think that auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector's summary of where we are, it doesn't qualify as a risk analysis in the same way that the state audit meant that we should have a risk analysis. So I just, I wanted to say that. I think I appreciate the work that was done to provide the analysis to the board from within the department, but it, to me, is not an impartial risk analysis.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you. I know I've heard from the community that they would like to see this happen, and so I'm glad to see that the board is open to the conversation. I'm definitely in favor of having a system that has an independent auditor. I think that's a function that our community would like to see in terms of checks and balances. This does feel a little rushed, and so I want to make sure that we're having the appropriate conversations about how this will transition, and I'm curious who will be overseeing this unconsolidation of the position. Would Ms. Cubison be the person who oversees the transition? I just want to make sure that we know exactly what's going to happen if we go forward with this today.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, that's a good point, and I think certainly Ms. Cubison would. Okay, going back to the timing, it certainly is rushed because we just heard about this from Ms. Cubison and brought it forward. We formed the ad hoc to kind of look at the process, the timeline, working with county council and the executive office. We figured out that the timeline was such that we needed to bring it forward this meeting so that we could do the second reading of the ordinance on the 18th of November, and then it would go into effect on December 18th. And on December 19th, I think, is the first day for people to file their in lieu candidacies. And so, so the timing was critical to make it happen. Now, going forward, I think that maybe Ms. Cubison has an idea about how to kind of split those offices apart and what the interim period between that and the election would be, right? Because that's kind of the consideration, right? Do we have acting auditor, controller, or treasurer, tax collector, or how it's going to work between the time that it happens and the election, right? So, Ms. Cubison, do you have an idea on that?
Listen, technically, there's still one more year on my term, and so this wouldn't really be any different than any other open election where there may be different candidates, maybe myself, maybe somebody different. And so there's always a chance or a risk that there may be a change in who that elected person is ultimately in the department. But as I pointed out in my risk assessment, 18 of the 21 employees have been working in those offices under the separate offices as well as under the combined offices. And we do not have tasks that are shared across the offices because of the required separation and duties. And so, as I indicated, there's very small transfer of duties back to the treasurer tax collector's office that staff in the auditor's office was doing related just to payroll and to budget. So there isn't really a huge change in overall structure in terms of that, but it does allow for the future more concentrated focus of both of those department heads on their respective offices and those statutory requirements for those offices.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, calling on myself.
Yeah, sorry.
Calling on myself. Are we accepting the risk assessment for the record, or are we passing the action and coming back to a risk assessment later? I think Supervisor Mulhern has a good point that this is probably not meeting the standard that was intended when the state made their statement. Supervisor Norvell?
I think you're both certainly on to something. I had that concern, a little bit of that concern when I read this, but it's enough for me to move forward with it. And then if the board decided to readdress and do a more in-depth, I'm fine with that too. But I think it should be part of the record.
Supervisor Klein?
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised by the lack of comments we received on this item. I felt like it was talked about pretty widely in the community, and so I'm curious if there was outreach done by the authors on this item, if there were conversations that took place with stakeholders.
Not recently, not in the last week and a half, but I can tell you that every community group or organization that I've met with requested that this be done.
I have a question for the authors. Do you anticipate this action will get us closer to regular financial reports being attached to our agenda packets?
Well, I think that, like Ms. Cubison wrote, you know, that when we combine the two positions, that the task required of the two positions was too much for one person. So the idea is if we split them back up, you know, the two people in those positions can more fully do their job. Right.
So it's your expectation that that problem will be solved as part of this action?
Yeah, I would hope so.
Supervisor Norvell?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I have the same hope, but I don't think it's going to get us farther away from that.
Any further discussion? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Okay. We're moving on to agenda item 4G, notice public hearing. This is a discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the Coastal Permit Administrator's approval of Coastal Development Permit Application CDP 2024-40 for Caltrans to implement the Gualala Downtown Streetscape Enhancement Project located between State Route 1, Post Mile 0.6 and 1.0 Gualala. Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm going to be recusing from this item. I have what I see to be as a perceived conflict. It's not a financial conflict, but the attorney named representing the appellant was also just recently hired by my family business, including me. And I did ask around a little bit if the perception could be there that I could be biased, and they were all unanimously yes. So just as I've always done in the past, just to keep it clean, I'm going to recuse.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. All right, so clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence received has been sent to your emails.
Okay, so I'll open the public hearing and staff presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Liam Crowley with Planning and Building Services. I'm just going to ask that you give me a couple minutes here to get set up on Zoom. I have a PowerPoint presentation for everyone, so yeah, just a couple minutes. Thank you. Okay, thank you for being patient. Again, this is Liam Crowley with Planning and Building Services. And this is an appeal of Coastal Development Permit CDP 2024-0040 for the Gualala Downtown Streetscape Enhancement Project. The applicant is Caltrans and the appellant is Bauer Limited Partnership. So I'd just like to start with a bit of background on this project, which really began with the adoption of the Gualala Town Plan in 2002. And in the implementing policies of the Gualala Town Plan, there was established a vision for a streetscape through downtown Gualala along State Route 1. And a cross-section of that vision can be seen in the top image on the right. Then between 2007 and 2012, the Mendocino Council of Governments, also known as MCOG, commissioned consultants to refine the streetscape design through a series of planning documents. And those included the Community Action Plan, the Downtown Design Plan, and the Refined Streetscape Design Plan. And those documents were not officially adopted by the County of Mendocino, but they did provide more detailed discussions and strategies for implementation of the vision that's in the Gualala Town Plan. However, those documents also identified several practical issues with the goals of the town plan. For example, the town plan originally envisioned that there would be an 80-foot wide right-of-way along this downtown portion of Gualala. However, those documents noted that that vision would be impractical, if not impossible, due to the significant amount of additional land that would have to be acquired to make that happen. And so development of the project proceeded with some slight deviations from what was envisioned by the town plan. For example, a much narrower right-of-way than 80 feet. And then between 2014 and 2023, implementation funding for this streetscape project became available, and MCOG worked with Caltrans and the Gualala community to develop several iterations of the project, which ultimately culminated in a Alternative 5 in 2023. And following that, in 2024, Caltrans submitted their coastal development permit, and their application was primarily based on Alternative 5, but it did include some changes. For example, the landscaping that was originally proposed within the median islands and along the embankments and along sidewalk areas within that Alternative 5 was removed. And the reasons for that I will get into in more detail in a later slide. But just to be clear, this is essentially a project that Caltrans would be implementing on behalf of MCOG, who received the grant money to implement the project in accordance with the town plan and these several iterations that have been developed since that Ocean Drive, I believe it is, in Gualala. So directly through the downtown area of Gualala. So it reconfigured the highway into two 11-foot wide travel lanes, a 12-foot wide two-way left turn lane, two 5-foot wide Class 2 bicycle lanes, 6-foot wide and 5-foot wide sidewalks on straight alignments through portions of the project area, an 8-foot wide strip of right-of-way on both sides of the highway. Now, this particular bullet point is struck through because in between when this project was approved by the Coastal Permit Administrator and it being brought forward to you today, Caltrans has requested that that particular element of the project be removed. And the reason for that is because as Caltrans has been developing this project, they've realized that with the implementation of all the different elements of the project, they essentially ran out of room in the right-of-way to establish this extra 8 feet of right-of-way on both sides. And in order to establish that sort of 8-foot buffer, it would as I said before, require significant additional acquisition of property. So moving on, the project also involves installing some crosswalks, pedestrian activated flashing beacons, a radar feedback sign, installing median islands, and generally improving drainage facilities and relocating utilities as needed. The project would also eliminate informal on-street parking that has occurred historically along State Route 1. And originally, Caltrans intended to install no parking signs to deter people from parking in those areas. However, this was another element of the project that Caltrans requested be removed because it was essentially duplicative in that the actual installation of sidewalks and bike lanes in the project would effectively eliminate the ability to park along the shoulders of the highway. And so essentially there's no need to install parking signs if parking will already be effectively eliminated. And yes, the change that I mentioned earlier and this change as well are discussed in more detail in what I titled a second supplemental memorandum that's posted on Granicus and is in the record. So the project will also involve installing a bioswale within the right-of-way near the southern end of the project area. And again, the last change that Caltrans requested was the relocation of an existing northbound radar feedback sign from post mile 0.3 to post mile 0.62. And the reasons for that are explained again in that second supplemental memorandum, but essentially the reason for that is because the existing location of that feedback sign presents issues for anyone that might be doing maintenance on that sign in the future with regard to the distance between the sign and the actual traveled lane. On. So the Coastal Permit Administrator approved this project on July 10th. And again, I think it's important to note that at that stage of the project, when it was approved by the Coastal Permit Administrator, that the proposed project did not include any landscaping. And again, I'll get into the reasons for that later on. And the actual findings that the Coastal Permit Administrator relied on in reaching that decision can be found in the original staff report and the associated memorandum that is included as, I believe it's attachment number 5 in Granicus, and that's titled Appeal Attachments Packet. So the project was appealed on July 17th, and along with that appeal, the appellant submitted several issues that are raised in a comment letter, and then again on October 30th, the appellant submitted additional comments. So the standard for review with a coastal development permit includes several findings, required findings that have to be made to support approval of a coastal development permit that are outlined in the county code. And that includes primarily that the project is consistent with the policies and regulations in the county's local coastal program, or LCP. And that local coastal program includes the coastal zoning code, the coastal element of the general plan, and in this particular case, the Gualala town plan itself and the policies therein. So just quickly going through some of these other required findings. One is that there be adequate utilities, roads, drainage, etc. provided, that the project is consistent with the zoning district in which it's located, that there would not be any significant impacts within the meaning of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, that there will not be any significant archaeological or paleontological impacts to those resources, that there be adequate solid waste and public roadway capacity to serve the project, that the project is consistent with the public access and recreation policies, both of the county's LCP and of the California Coastal Act in general, And there are several findings that must be made when a project is occurring within environmentally sensitive habitat areas. And this project will involve some elements that are occurring within these ESHA, as they're called. And so all of those findings were included in the rationale behind the Coastal Permit Administrator's decision. And so the county code also provides that on appeal, the Board of Supervisors can either affirm, reverse, or modify the Coastal Permit Administrator's action. And in any of those cases, the Board of Supervisors must make specific findings to support that decision. And then the Board of Supervisors can also remand the application back to the Coastal Permit Administrator to reconsider. So now I'd just like to briefly discuss staff's response to the issues that are raised in the original appeal application and the additional appellant comments that were submitted on October 30th. And in doing so, I'm essentially going to try to summarize what has already been provided in an initial memorandum to the Board of Supervisors that was posted about a month ago, a supplemental memorandum that was also provided to the board about 8 days ago, I believe, and then a second supplemental memorandum that was provided last night to the Board of Supervisors, which goes over the staff's response to the comments from the appellant on October 30th. And so I'll try to accurately summarize each point, but please understand that some of the detail might be lost in my attempt at brevity. So starting off with parking impacts. So the installation of bike lanes and sidewalks as part of this project will effectively eliminate these shoulder areas along the highway that have been used historically for informal on-street parking. And the appellant generally argues that the county has failed to address the impact that this lost parking will have on local businesses, particularly the surf market, which is owned by the appellant. However, the appellant has not cited any standards by which these impacts must be addressed, and Gualala Town Plan Policy G 3.6-12 specifically states that, quote, no on-street parking shall be permitted on Highway 1. Now, when the county adopted the Gualala Town Plan, including that policy I just read, the county made certain policy decisions regarding on-street parking, and no formal effort has been made to amend the Gualala Town Plan since then. And so this project is simply implementing a policy that's already adopted in the Gualala Town Plan, and that is to eliminate on-street parking along the highway. Moving on to right-of-way acquisition. Caltrans maintains State Route 1 in this area through a prescriptive easement, and Caltrans would acquire the right-of-way in fee in conjunction with this project, and some small areas of additional right-of-way would be acquired from adjacent property owners. And here the appellant generally argues that the county's approval of the coastal development permit would amount to a regulatory taking of private property without just compensation. However, nothing in the approval of this coastal development permit would excuse Caltrans from complying with their normal right-of-way acquisition process or the constitutional provisions regarding the regulatory takings. So essentially, nothing in the approval of the CDP is absolving Caltrans of going through their normal process, which is outlined in their own right-of-way manual, to acquire right-of-way through their condemnation process. So moving on to Gualala Village mixed-use zoning issues. The appellant further argues that the project will divide the west and east sides of Gualala and negatively affect businesses in the area, that Caltrans has made no attempt to interact with, coordinate with, or compensate businesses for project impacts, and that the project has divided the town into two antagonistic parties. This first argument is simply not true. The existing alignment of State Route 1 already divides this portion of downtown Gualala, and this project would actually ameliorate that division of downtown Gualala by providing crosswalks and pedestrian activated beacons and all these other elements that will make it easier to cross the highway and more safe to cross the highway from one side to another. And the other two arguments are simply not relevant to the approval of the coastal development permit. But regardless of that, the record shows that several iterations of this project have been developed after many public meetings. So moving on to scenic two-lane road. So here the appellant refers to Coastal Element Policy 3.5-1, which states that, quote, State Highway 1 in rural areas of the Mendocino County Coastal Zone shall remain a scenic two-lane road, unquote. The appellant argues that staff's conclusion that the project is consistent with this policy is deficient. However, the project is clearly consistent with this policy because one, only one lane of traffic would remain in each direction after implementation of the project, and two, because Gualala is not a rural area. Now moving on to landscaping. So as I mentioned earlier, landscaping was originally proposed within two areas in the embankments along the southern and northern ends of the project, as well as landscaping within the median islands and additional 2-foot strips of landscaping along portions of the sidewalks in that alternative 5. However, this was removed when Caltrans applied for this CDP because, one, Caltrans states that it is not responsible for maintaining the type of landscaping that is envisioned by the Gualala Town Plan. Two, that because of that, Caltrans requires that the installation of landscaping be contingent on the county entering into a landscape maintenance agreement, and that landscape maintenance agreement would essentially require that the county be responsible for maintaining landscaping that would be installed. And three, that the county at the time of coastal development permit application was unwilling to enter into this agreement due to funding and liability concerns. And as such, the coastal permit administrator approved the CDP without the landscaping. And the appellant is arguing that the landscaping must be installed as part of this project. However, staff believes that the project can be approved in its current form without landscaping. And the primary reason for this is because even without landscaping, the project would not preclude landscaping from being installed at some point in the future. And this is consistent with other elements of the project that have been excluded from this particular project, but which are otherwise required by the Gualala Town Plan. So, for example, the other policies of the Gualala Town Plan call for sidewalks to be installed all the way north to Robinson Reef Road, which is quite a ways north of where the current project limits end. And that's just one example of something that is simply outside of the scope of this current project. And so if landscaping cannot feasibly be provided as part of this project, then it should be just considered outside the scope of the project in the same way that other elements envisioned by the Gualala Town Plan cannot be delivered in a single project. Regardless of that, in the absence of landscaping, Caltrans has agreed to spread a seed mix of locally native plants in those embankment areas that would otherwise be fully landscaped. And staff has prepared an alternate resolution whereby the board could direct staff to execute a landscape maintenance agreement with Caltrans to install full landscaping in the embankment areas, and staff has proposed certain parameters to the landscape maintenance agreement to reduce costs to the county as much as feasible. So, for example, we determined that the county could utilize volunteers to help maintain landscaping, and that work could occur in areas that would not require lane closures. And because if those lane closures were to occur, Caltrans estimated that that would add about $7,500 per day per lane to close the lane in order to maintain the landscaping. And using some information from our facilities division, we estimated that the maintenance would cost about $2,600 per year, but that is a very rough estimate that does not account for things like driving times, equipment, any watering that might be required, although we don't expect that much watering would be required because these are all drought-tolerant native plants, or if, any replacement plants would have to be provided if plants die, etc. So it's a rough estimate. And although the landscaping provided in the landscape maintenance agreement would not exactly match that which was presented in that earlier alternative 5, it would go far in implementing the vision of the town plan, and again, it would not preclude additional landscaping from being installed in the future if that opportunity arises. Okay, crosswalk relocation. The appellant argues that the relocation of an existing crosswalk from just in front of the surf market to about 100 feet south would create a significant safety hazard, but this argument we believe is speculative, and Caltrans has noted that the existing crosswalk cannot be maintained due to its proximity to several driveways without stop controls, and relocating the crosswalk will reduce the number of turning movement conflicts and ultimately make the crosswalk safer. LCP findings. The appellant argues that the proposed development does not further the intent of the Gualala Village mixed-use district, and it is not compatible with existing commercial uses. But the policy that the appellant cites is not relevant to this project because it more reasonably applies to parcels of land that can be developed in the district rather than a streetscape project which is in the right-of-way. Regardless, the project directly implements the intent of the Gualala Village mixed-use district, which is, quote, to create a compact, integrated, and walkable shopping district. Public access policies. So within the additional comments that, I should say that from here on out, I'm starting to get into information that's described in more detail in that second supplemental memorandum that was provided yesterday evening. So yes, public access policies. So within the additional comments submitted on October 30th, the appellant argues that the removal of parking spaces is inconsistent with public access policies of the county's LCP and the California Coastal Act. However, these arguments are not relevant to the approval of the CDP because the Gualala Town Plan specifically mandates that on-street parking be eliminated along the highway. And the town plan was certified by the Coastal Commission when it was originally adopted, which inherently means that the Coastal Commission found that the town plan was consistent with Coastal Act policies when those policies were adopted. In addition to that, the provision of sidewalks and bike lanes would actually improve public access to the nearby Gualala Bluff Trail because it would provide alternative means of accessing those trailheads. And indeed, Coastal Act Section 30252 states that, quote, the location and amount of new development should maintain and enhance public access to the coast by, among other things, providing non-automobile circulation within the development. The appellant also argues that the project is inconsistent with several other Coastal Act policies, but these are either not relevant to this project or are misinterpretations of these policies, and that's explained in more detail in that second supplemental memorandum. And regarding traffic speed, the appellant also argues that the removal of parking will increase traffic speeds and therefore create a hazard, and cites Caltrans' traffic calming guide, which does include on-street parking as one method of calming traffic. However, this ignores several other methods of traffic calming that are outlined in that same Caltrans guide, including several elements that would be installed as part of this project, such as the speed feedback signs, the pedestrian activated flashing beacons, the two-way left turn lanes, also known as a road diet, and median islands. And when these measures are balanced with the removal of on-street parking, it's clear that speeds would be reduced overall. And lastly, regarding recirculation of the negative declaration, the appellant argues that the removal of landscaping from the project should have resulted in an amendment of the initial study and negative declaration under CEQA, which should have required recirculation of that document. However, this recirculation is only required when a new avoidable significant effect on the environment is identified, or when it is found that proposed mitigation measures will not reduce impacts to less than significant levels. not only was the removal of landscaping already contemplated in the negative declaration, but its removal would not result in any significant impact, and therefore we believe that recirculation is not required. And so finally, our recommended action is that the board modify the coastal permit administrator's approval and approve the project in accordance with the second revised recommended resolution, which is attachment numbers 14 and 15 in Granicus. And this resolution would include the native seed mix spread, would not include the landscape maintenance agreement, and would include the changes that have been requested between the coastal permit administrator's approval and the board's consideration today that I discussed in that previous slide. And again, like I said before, we've also provided a alternate resolution that would still include the native seed mix in the event of untimely landscape maintenance agreement execution, would include direction to execute a landscape maintenance agreement, and would incorporate those minor project description changes that I mentioned earlier. So that's all that I have, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Johnson. I'm an attorney. I represent the Bauer Limited Partnership, the appellant in this matter. And Bauer Limited Partnership owns the real property that is leased to Surf Market. Surf Market is a grocery store that is an essential public service and basic industry that's vital to the Gualala area. Bauer Limited Partnership also owns approximately half of the parcels that will be impacted by this project in Gualala. Potentially, this project will impact Gualala by removing 92 parking spaces that are used by the public on or around Highway 1. And I initially want to point out that the area that is used for on-street parking is owned by Bauer Limited Partnership and other private parties. Caltrans does not own that area, does not own the shoulder of the road. It does not have a deeded ownership of that property. It also does not have a grant deeded easement of that property. Caltrans has a prescriptive easement for the roadway. So the public parking and parking use of those parking spots by patrons of businesses and by public in general is being made on private property. The county's appeal memorandum states the following in Section E. Because portions of the proposed development are located between the public road and the sea or shoreline of any body of water, the following finding must be made. And that's a finding to be made by you, the Board of Supervisors. And the finding must be made relates to the proposed development is in conformity with the public access and public recreation policies of Chapter 3 of the California Coastal Act and the coastal element of the general plan. You have to make that specific finding. It's not the responsibility of the Coastal Commission. It's a responsibility of you under this project. And I think it's very important to evaluate those policies. Policies are not discussed by the county in any way, in any specific way, with regard to this project. And in their numerous supplemental memorandums, there's no discussion about what are the policies and how are they to be implemented and how are they consistent or inconsistent with the coastal plan or the Gualala plan. And let's look at this. I know that it's hard to go through these laws, and it's very difficult in this type of environment to listen to me and to evaluate what I'm saying as far as laws are concerned. And I would encourage you to look at my memorandum that I filed on October 30th regarding this project, because there are legal consequences, and I know that the Coastal Commission heavily values their policies. These are all in the Public Resources Code, and they're applied throughout the state of California along the coast. Policy Public Resource Code Section 30212 states in pertinent part the following. Public access from the nearest public roadway to the shoreline and along the coast shall be provided in new development projects except where it is inconsistent with public safety, military, security needs, or the protection of fragile coastal resources. Adequate access exists nearby or agriculture would be affected. Public Resource Section 30212.5. Where appropriate and feasible, public facilities, including parking areas or facilities, shall be distributed throughout an area so as to mitigate against the impacts, social or otherwise, of overcrowding or overuse by the public of any single area. If you remove these parking areas from this town of Gualala, it's highly likely that potentially parking will occur in other areas that may have significant environmental impacts, would be outside the so-called urban area of Gualala, and will be located in areas that may need to be protected. Additionally, if you look at the policies that are discussed, there's references to public parking. Public access policies are significant in that they want people to visit the coast and use the resources of the coast. Inherent in that requirement is somewhere people need parking. And if you read the policies, they want the parking to be in the urban areas that are already developed, because that would probably have the least significant impact on the environment and would also control the use of the area and the environment. And in Gualala, there are two access points for a public trail along the bluff, one just south of the Surf Market and another one at the Surf Motel. And those are right in the town of Gualala. And if you read the policies, they specifically state that they want to use those access areas and they want people to use it. Now, where are the people going to park? In private property, other private property? Is there going to be enough parking? If you go down to Gualala today, I don't know how often you make it down there, they're already suffering from a lack of parking. Section 30223 of the Public Resources Code says, upland areas necessary to support coastal recreational uses shall be reserved for such uses where feasible. That's what we're talking about here. The amount of money that's spent on the coast and building these trails and doing these evaluations and protecting the coast is immense. The added regulation is enormous. And the fact of the matter is that the County of Mendocino can just disregard those policies and not even discuss them. And if we go next to the Coastal Commission, they're going to discount all of these public policies for this project. Project is inherently in conflict with these. And the findings need to be made if it's correct that the county is right and that they are this project's consistent with these policies, then perhaps they should have some specific reasons in their documentation that establish how they're consistent. They're not discussed. To say that 92 parking spots aren't going to impact the environment or the use of the coast in this area, in that small town, is not consistent with reality, in my opinion. And it's your job to evaluate these policies. The 2002 plan was, Gualala Town Plan, which supposedly approved all of these reduction in parking spots, was done in 2002. And prior to that. And it has not been implemented. This is very important here. This is a very important part of this presentation that is just overlooked. The no parking policies were not implemented since 2002 to 2025. And what's the reason for that? Is it because the County of Mendocino did not want to take those parking spots away? Is it because the Coastal Commission did not want to take those parking spots away? The parking's being taken away today, pursuant to the approval of this project today. And if you look at the law, the regulatory taking is happening today, if this is approved. It didn't happen in 2002. The laws, if you read the laws on takings, the takings only apply when someone actually impacts a private property owner and their property. The 2002 plan has not impacted anyone as far as parking is concerned. So this project is the one that's taking the parking, and this project is the one that is going to cause the problem for the county of Mendocino and for the people of Gualala, not the 2002 plan. There's other policies as well besides the coastal access policies. Public Resources Code Section 30254 states, where existing or planned public works facilities can accommodate only a limited amount of new development, services of the coastal dependent land use, essential public services, and basic industries vital to the economic health of the region, state, or nation, public recreation, commercial recreation, and visitor serving land uses shall not be precluded by other development. That's exactly what's happening here. The taking of this parking is precluding the use of that parking by Surf Market. And you'll hear from the people of Gualala and Mr. May, who runs and owns the Surf Market, the impacts that it's going to have on him, or estimated impacts it's going to have on him. These should not be discounted. These are real policies. This is the Coastal Commission's policies to state that we don't really care about economic interests here today. It's not an issue. That's not true. If we can just disregard policies like this, then I don't know how we can operate. The county and Caltrans have completely failed to evaluate the project's impact on Gualala services, basic industries, economic health, and commercial recreation as required under Public Resources Code Section 3025. And I believe, based on the conversations I heard this morning, economic interests are important to this county. And if they're required to be evaluated, they should probably be evaluated. The issue of economic interest, that's a policy of the Coastal Commission. And if it's going to be disregarded, that's fine. However, I don't think it's a proper representation to say that it doesn't matter and that it's not applicable. That's not what that policy said. These people work hard over there in Gualala. They don't have a lot going on over there. There's some tourists. According to Mendocino County, you want tourism in this county. That's the first place they go. And that's probably the next one they would stop at would be where? Fort Bragg? Or down in Jenner? If you're towing a boat, or you're towing a trailer, or you're towing anything, or you're a large truck, or you're PG&E that needs to work on the poles, where are you going to park your car? Where are you going to park your trailer? If you read the other policies, the policies say they want to encourage the use of boats. They want to encourage recreation on the coast. Functionally, how's this going to work? The other policies say that the county is supposed to evaluate, other options. If these policies don't work too well, what else can we do to try to make it work and figure it out and have other agreements with neighbors or other potential people that own property out there? It's giving that policy to the county to evaluate what can we do to kind of help everybody get along and function and comply with these policies. And instead, the county of Mendocino overlooks that policy and goes straight to the no parking policy from 2002. And as we saw on the slides that the county and Caltrans have engaged the people of Gualala for years and years and years. And I think they've worn out the people of Gualala. They've given them all this opportunity to speak. And at the end of the day, we're not talking about what was approved in 2019 or 2015. We're applying it to a 2002 plan of the Gualala Town Plan. Right here, I have 55 letters that were submitted to the California Department of Transportation from people that say that they need parking. You know how hard it is to get 55 letters, let alone from a small town, to submit that and then to have it completely disregarded. There's the other issue of on-street parking slowing down traffic. And that, again, that's just disregarded because we have other issues that are other means of slowing down traffic. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't want to walk next to people driving on Highway 1. If I'm on some sidewalk, I want some protection. I'm not going to be 2 feet away. They were just discussing the fact that they didn't put up a street sign that showed the speeds because they're afraid the guy working on it is going to have a problem working on it. Well, what about some old lady pushing her groceries down the street and then now having to cross this 80-foot wide road 100 feet down from the surf market to get to her car on the other side of the street? The street's now twice as wide. To say that that doesn't present a safety issue, and to say that people are going to be happy and feel safe walking down a sidewalk on Highway 1 with a bunch of big trucks driving up and down it all day is not a truthful statement, in my opinion. And in my memorandum, I specifically attached the Caltrans and the Department of Transportation's references that state that having on-street parking slows down car speeds 1 to 5 miles an hour, potentially. And I firmly believe that people would much rather walk outside of the roadway area on the other side of a parked car. And then we get to the issue of regulatory taking. I think it's very important for you guys to discuss this and to evaluate this with your own attorneys in a very methodical and legal manner. I looked at the law. The law states that when someone applies a law to a public or to a private property owner and effectively takes their property, that potentially is a regulatory taking. And that regulatory taking is ripe. That's a legal term, which basically means you can file the action when the taking occurs, not when it's written down in a book, not when it's written in the Gualala town plan, but when it occurs. And effectively right now it's going to occur. If this is approved, Caltrans is just going to say, we're just applying the County of Mendocino's laws. We didn't do it. The county did it. It's not our fault. And what I'm going to tell you is that the County of Mendocino is the one that is causing this regulatory taking with its laws. And if an eminent domain action is filed, that still doesn't preclude a regulatory taking action. And Mendocino County will be brought into the action because then Mendocino County and Caltrans can determine who's responsible for the loss of business of the surf market and who's responsible for the loss of business throughout the town of Gualala. And this is not a threat. We don't want this to happen. We don't want to be in an eminent domain action. We don't want to be in a regulatory action. Taking action. All these people want to do is try to find a way to continue to make a living in Gualala. And the beautification, this is a beautification plan. If you can't find beauty in Gualala at this point, maybe you suffer from something else. There's plenty of beauty there. This project can be set up and established in some manner that's consistent with the policies, consistent with the needs of the people and the desires of the people, and be planned appropriately. And instead, we're going off a 23-year-old plan that people have generally rejected. Their comments have been disregarded, and Caltrans in the County of Mendocino is happy to move forward with it because they get some money. And these people are going to be left holding the bag. And you're going to hear from them about how they're worried about this. And the other thing, as I have 2 minutes left, the other thing I want to say is, look, if we're going to apply the Gualala town plan to parking, the Gualala town plan has to be applied across the board. The discussion today with Mr. Crowley that says, you know, you can kind of step outside the Gualala town plan and say it's outside the scope of the project. That applies to landscaping and other issues. Well, great. Then let's step outside the project and get rid of the no parking aspect of it. And if we're going to have policies, then have them. If you're not going to have policies, then start over or rewrite it, because you have lots of policies here and you're picking and choosing which ones you want to apply and which ones you don't. And that's wrong. And the other thing is, as far as the CEQA documents, I mean, it's very well known. I'm sure you deal with CEQA all the time. If there's significant new information, it has to be added to the initial study or the negative declaration and resubmitted out for comment, public comment. That's the basis of CEQA. You can't just take it on the day of the hearing, take out the landscaping aspect of this project. That's a major aspect of it. And if it's a beautification project, I would say that that has an inherent role in the beautification of the area and is inherently beneficial to the project. And if you want to take it out, fine, but you have to recirculate it. And the arguments regarding CEQA that were offered today, I don't think are necessarily correct as it applies to new information. That's part of the public policy. And you saw all the comments from the people that are interested in having landscaping. So I really encourage the Board of Supervisors to deny this project as presented due to the county's and Caltrans failure to adequately address, evaluate, and otherwise comply with the referenced Coastal Commission policies, the Gualala Town Plan, and the California Environmental Quality Act. And we respectfully request that you deny the project, and we appreciate the fact that you're
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, the applicant Caltrans is on the line.
Oh, okay. No, we're going to hear from Caltrans. And they'll have 20 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Hi, my name is Katie Everett. I'm the Caltrans project manager for the Gualala Downtown Streetscape Enhancement Project. I have a few slides that I can share. Is now a good time that I can share those?
Yes.
And you should be seeing my presentation now, correct?
Yes.
Excellent. I wanted to start off talking about a little bit about the project and where we're at with this. This project is funded through the Active Transportation Grant. It's a competitively grant-funded program, and MCOG is also funding part of their STIP funds. The project proposes to reduce conflicts between motorized and non-motorized users. Final project plan specifications and estimate are ongoing. Right now, right-of-way acquisitions, we have come to right-of-way contracts with all property owners except for one. We are aware of the property owners' disagreements with Caltrans, and we're fortunate that we do have a process to follow for that when it comes to when Caltrans does not agree with what the property owner agrees when it comes to compensation or where property boundaries are drawn. And that process will unfortunately need to play out in the courts because we've tried to reach out to the property owner. We've had numerous meetings. We have not been able to come to an agreement with them. Right now, we propose that the project will be ready to list in February, and we expect construction in 26 and 27. There have been a lot of information brought up about this project. There has been some changes. Following additional review and consideration of the highway design manual and applicable safety standards, the design approach has been updated to better reflect current requirements and best practices. The refinements help ensure a more robust and compliant final design. Caltrans is a safety-first organization. Safety is a foundational principle and has been adopted as a safe system approach to achieve goals of 0 deaths and serious injuries. Of the safety infrastructure within this project are the Class 2 bike lanes, the ADA compliant sidewalks, additional crosswalks. There's a proposed 5 additional mainline crosswalks and 3 side street crosswalks instead of the 1 current crosswalk that the community has. These crosswalks will also have pedestrian refuge islands and activated flashing beacons, a left turn pocket at Ocean Drive, radar feedback signs on the north and the south of the project. The south radar feedback sign was adjusted in location to give better access to maintenance of that. Also, an improvement of the drainage system. The drainage system was outdated. It needed to be improved. During potholing, it was identified to be in a location that conflicted with the current design. And so we did adjust some of the sidewalks so that none of the current utilities that were below the roadway were impacted, such as the current water main that runs through the community. There is also a 2-way left turn lane. This is implemented to help ease some of the traffic flow and protect the cars making turning movements. Throughout the community, as you can see here, the 5 crosswalks, mainline crosswalks. The crosswalk that is being moved, that the previous gentleman spoke of, is being moved about 100 feet south. It is being moved because there is a turning conflict into the surf market, and so that was shifted south. There's also a lot of different driveways, and this is one of the busiest sections in the community right here between the surf market and Sunstorm Mall. Moving the crosswalk further south allows for better turning movements in and out of the surf market. Landscape was requested. The landscaping requested at the south and the north of the project are outside the scope of Caltrans project highway design manual. The landscaping here is in front of the Gualala Community Center. Oops, let me go back. And the landscaping here at the north is just south of the Ocean Drive area. Both of these landscaped areas would require landscape maintenance because they are outside the ordinary, and Caltrans does not have the crews or the staff to maintain this type of landscaping. Typically, non-standard items require a landscape maintenance agreement or a maintenance agreement. The county or city are typically the ones that need to sign on to that. No landscaping can be placed within this project without a signed landscape agreement. There are areas at the north of the project and also at the south of the project that would be landscaped with different types of native seeds if landscaping maintenance agreement was not approved. The Gualala Town Plan also provides for different considerations if funding was an issue when coming up with some of these improvements. Some of them are developer fees, some of them are developer impact fees, or the creation of a special district. And while that's the end of my presentation, I wanted to comment on just a few things that were mentioned by the previous speaker. Caltrans is the owner and operator of the state highway. Within that state highway, Caltrans does agree with Mendocino County's removal of the informal on-street parking. The property owner and Caltrans does not agree on some of the comments that the previous presenter brought up. However, the courts will need to decide as far as the right-of-way acquisition of the Bowers parcels. I would also like to mention that Caltrans, as the design developed, we'd spoken with numerous property owners, continue to try to work with property owners. We've developed a more robust environmental project to try to help slow the flows and prevent any kind of constituents from leaching out into the community. We developed a stormwater treatment biofiltration area at the south of the project that will also help slow the flow of any kind of constituents out of the project area. For all of these reasons and so many more, Caltrans requests that the Board of Supervisors affirm this coastal development project so that we can continue on with this project and look forward to construction in the coming years. I am available for any questions that you have.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to public comment right now, and then we'll come back for questions. Okay, so if there's public comment, please line up, be ready to step up to the microphone and state your name for the record. Comments limited to 3 minutes.
My name is Steve May. I'm the owner of Surf Market. I sent you a letter. It's possible that you didn't have time to read it, so maybe I'll just highlight a couple of the points I made. I'm writing to ask you to not approve the current Caltrans Streetscape project because I believe it may cause my business to fail. Surf Market's 70th anniversary is next year. I've worked at Surf Market for 39 years, and I've been an owner for 27. Throughout those years, I've strived to make Surf Market a community benefit in the following ways. Number one, by creating good jobs. Because I started as a guy mopping the floor, I always believed that you needed to give everybody a chance and give them as much training as possible. So I focused a lot on the best pay and the best advancement opportunities possible. Supporting nonprofits. I always believed that we had a responsibility to try to benefit and uplift the whole community, and one way to do that was to finance, support with actual manpower, and creative ideas to the nonprofit activities that were going on in our community. For our 65th birthday, we put our money where our mouth was again by giving $6,500 donations to 11 different organizations in our town. And I say that to just demonstrate our commitment and our belief in our important role in the community. Also supporting environmental issues. We would go to the high schools and teach about sustainable seafood. We were out in front of the plastic bag removal process before the county eliminated those. We support local farmers and artisans. We've made presentations to the local farm bureau and worked with local farmers by making commitments to buy their whole field so that there was no risk for them. And then during the pandemic, we were very proud to pay all of our farmers and artisan food producers double whatever they billed them because we wanted them to survive. We also have worked very hard to provide high quality and interesting products. And if you come and visit our market, I think you would think that we did a good job at that. We also have championed local businesses with the Go Local Mendonoma Coast movement for 10 years. And we spend about $2.8 million into the community through wages and taxes and local suppliers. And I'm just scratching on a napkin, I think about $50,000 in taxes directly to Mendocino County.
All right, well, thank you.
I'd like to say one more thing.
Just wrap it up, yeah.
This notebook contains 1,170 signatures and 50 letters that were compiled in 2019 in opposition of the taking of parking off of Highway 1. And that was all under the auspices of Caltrans and MCOG promising that at the end of that process, a decision would be final. And that decision was...
Right. Thank you.
Hi, Julie Bauer again with the Bauer family. Just want to say I'm in favor of some form of streetscape. I just think it needs a little bit of altering to get the best impact for our community. I'm going to focus on the issue of parking. I submitted comments to you about parking and I presented 3 solutions. The issue is that there are safety and economic issues with the streetscape plan for the loss of our parking downtown. First solution I presented, which was also presented to Caltrans, was to see if we could change the plan a little bit to retain some, if not all, of that lost parking. And mitigation, either financially to the Bauer Limited Partnership so that we could self-mitigate by creating parking on our property out of the prescriptive easement of the highway to counter the loss of all this parking, or that Caltrans directly mitigate. We have offered them a location where they could remove some buildings. We would lose tenant income forever, but we would be happy to give that up in favor of community benefit of having the view shed opened up along Highway 1, as well as provide parking, including longer stalls for pull-through parking that would be lost by removing that on-street parallel parking on the highway. Caltrans has essentially not addressed any of these potential solutions with us. The justification that I'm presenting with these 3 solutions is that all of these will help boost revenue for the county, a county that is financially strapped right now. We're talking about expenses versus revenue. Mendocino County is the southern gateway, or Gualala is the southern gateway to Mendocino County. We're very proud of that. We're unincorporated. All our sales tax goes somewhere else, right? TOT tax goes somewhere else. So why don't we capitalize on this revenue opportunity by making downtown Gualala not just beautiful and not just walkable for pedestrians, but also make it accessible, easy access for motorists, whether they're visitors or residents. We're talking children, adults, senior citizens, everybody. We want them to stop. We want them to enjoy the coast. We want them to spend money in our restaurants, our businesses, our galleries, right? We can increase TOT for the county. We can increase sales tax. We can do that together if we can figure out a solution to the parking. So I respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors denies the CDP as it currently stands at this time, and if possible, that the Board of Supervisors direct Caltrans to work with the Bauer family to find an equitable solution to the issue of the loss of parking. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there are more people to make comments, please be ready to come to the podium.
Good afternoon. Bear with me, I'm not one for public speaking. My name is Robert Bowen. I am a property owner in Mendocino, and I am also a business owner in downtown Gualala. I own Upper Crust Pizzeria, and I also own the property that belongs to it. We've been dealing with this for years and years, and basically this project would just eliminate all my parking in front of my business. We do hundreds of pizzas on the weekend. We rely on the parking, and our staff rely on the parking, and it's devastating to know that I could lose my house, my business, for bike paths that no one is going to use. These bike paths are quarter mile, both sides. No one's going to use them. You're going to ride your bike into Bolivian. There's no bike paths going to Fort Bragg. There's no bike paths going to Jenner. It's just free money for you guys, and it makes no sense. And please help me. I'm at my wit's end. Thanks.
George Provencher. The town plan for Gualala has a lot of coverage on zoning. There are various zones within Gualala that were created by Mendocino County. The largest zone is what's called the GPD. It's the Gualala Plan Development Zone. In 2013, the Board of Supervisors passed a resolution to rezone the GPD and pay for it. That has never been done. The Board of Supervisors as a body, not you, but as a body, has a history of ignoring some parts of the Gualala Town Plan and while at the same time trying to apply other aspects of the town plan. The GPD calls for a 50% set aside for residential. Where it's located is where Redwood Coast Medical Services resides, the Coast Life Support District, ambulance services. We have a lot of infrastructure up in that area, and presently no residential. But you wouldn't want to have a residential area that has ambulances and helicopters landing in the middle of it. Our heliport is also in that area. So that zoning requirement has been ignored by the county for years and never corrected. So the question would be, why is it we have a town plan where we ignore some sections of it while we try to apply others, such as on-street parking? So that's a question that needs to be answered. And why would you use a plan that is so flawed without updating it and correcting it before you apply it to a project like the one that we're talking about here? So anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kim Kellett. I'm the general manager of Surf Market in Gualala. Surf Market in Gualala currently employs 34 residents, including 29 full-time benefited employees. Over 30% of the staff have been with Surf Market 10 years or more, providing them with stable year-round work during that time. From its inception, Surf Market has believed in promoting its best employees to positions of greater responsibility and pay. Steve May started out, as he said, someone who mopped the floors and worked hard and was able to purchase the market. Every department manager, every assistant manager, every product buyer was promoted from within the company. Additionally, over a decade ago, 2 employees were given the opportunity to purchase the Anchor Bay store in Anchor Bay from the owners of Surf Market and are to this day operating a successful small family-owned market in our community. Our thoughts are, between Steve and I, are how to protect those jobs for all those people that we employ year-round. We're not a business that lays people off when the season gets slow. We understand that these residents and our employees have to pay tax, have to pay their rent, and so we make the commitment to keep them employed all year long. The benefit the coastal community has received from one of the South Coast's largest employers is in jeopardy of diminishing greatly with the Streetscape's planned elimination of valuable parking spaces in the surf center, as well as the street parking in the vicinity. If this change is permitted to be part of the new street plan, Surf's Market business will be adversely affected. From the customer's perspective, the lack of parking in the center and adjacent street parking will be a deterrent to shoppers who are not able or willing to walk long distances carrying groceries, or more difficult still, push a cart full of groceries a long distance to a parking space. Carts that move far off property will most likely not be returned to Surf, but will be left near off-property parking that could result in the loss of property to Surf Market and possible property damage to other vehicles or landscaping. Inclement weather will certainly exacerbate the problem. Additionally, there will be no longer be adequate parking for large vehicles, including delivery trucks, local tradespersons towing trailers, and visitors towing recreational vehicles. As Steve said, the Surf Market will celebrate its 70th anniversary next year in 2026. This is a milestone that few businesses in this coastal area have been able to realize. In addition to providing a steady employment to its team, the tax revenue to Mendocino County is also steady and will be impacted by a downturn in business because of the planned Streetscape's elimination of parking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further comments in the chambers, we'll go to online.
We currently have 3 online. First is Dawn.
Hold on a sec.
Oh.
We'll go online and then we'll. Yeah.
Okay, first is Dawn.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair Haschuk, supervisors, and county staff. This is Don Hess from Gualala. As some of you know, I am a member of the Gualala Municipal Advisory Council, but I speak to you today as a resident of Gualala. That said, it is instructive to note that GMAC voted unanimously in May to support the latest plans provided by Caltrans for the Streetscape project. This has been in the discussion, planning, and development stages for well over a decade now, and the fact that it has taken so long to get to this point has been the source of real frustration for many residents of our South Coast village. Sadly, it seems that the state of California and others have been much more interested in process than in timely results, to paraphrase one of the main arguments in the book, Abundance, by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson. Myself and others think it is well past time to move forward in a concrete way and get this project finally approved, funded, and a start date scheduled. Now, does the project as currently proposed please everyone? Certainly not. The loss of on-street parking may be problematical for some who have come to rely on it, as residents and visitors will have to get used to parking in existing parking lots. Yet, remaining in compliance with the current town plan demands the elimination of on-street parking, which arguably could improve safety for both pedestrians and motorists alike. And the critical inclusion of sidewalks and bike lanes, less controversial, will bring a much-needed degree of safety and convenience for both pedestrians and cyclists. Then there's the question of landscaping, which is a popular feature that appears to have little opposition but has been removed from the final plans as currently conceived. It is my hope that the Board of Supervisors will find a way over the next few months to come up with a means to satisfy Caltrans requirements for a maintenance agreement, which could provide not only an important aesthetic element, but also an enhanced capacity to absorb precipitation and thus limit stormwater runoff into the ecologically sensitive Gualala River estuary. At the very least, I oppose any plans to fill areas originally slated for landscaping with concrete, and instead I urge Caltrans to plant a mixture of native grass and perennial seeds such as California poppy. Caltrans has acknowledged this could be done as a low-maintenance alternative to planned landscaping. Finally, I strongly ask the board to approve the resolution before you to hopefully foreclose any further unnecessary delay to this critical project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Well, you had 20 minutes for your presentation. So I have to follow the rules, so I'll just give you 3.
Okay. All right, Liam, could I ask you to put up the list of items that you had that were of concern? I think there were 5 or 6 that you explained. Sadly, a set of plans came out here a few weeks ago, which I believe Liam may have sent to us. And that set of plans took the only crosswalk in downtown Gualala in front of the surf market, which, by the way, does not go into any streets. It goes from a sidewalk over to a curb alongside a driveway. Doesn't go into driveway. So if there's a connotation there, it's wrong. So that particular sidewalk that crosswalk is listed as existing crosswalk on the plans. Nothing else, nothing that says to be removed, nothing else that says will be relocated, nothing else that say we're taking it, gone, you won't see it again. And in a set of plans that Caltrans prepares, that's ugly. So that's just one. There is, and if Liam has that list, I don't know if you can put it up with the timer there. There are some things that are not really right in the town plan and in what Caltrans has determined. And one of them is there's a fairly decent archaeological
location at the north end where the drainage goes across to Seacliff. I know because I dug it up. I put a water line in there 40 years ago, and I saw every bit of the Chinese porcelain and things that were down there in the archaeological thing. So that needs to be addressed. It's not addressed anyplace here. The entire problem that we're having is that we can't replace the parking. We do have a parking lot behind the surf market for all the employees and some of the delivery trucks that come in there, but that is insufficient for what we lose out in the street. And like we said, there was probably 92 potential parking places that Caltrans physically told us during their meetings with us that could have been used for parking, yet there may be only 50 according to Liam. And if that's it, I've seen 50 cars on the street parked down from the surf market clear down to Old State Highway. And with those taken off the street, you can say goodbye to all the rest of the parking lots because they've only left 15 parking places when they park down there. And so the activities down there are so intense, we need more parking.
Okay.
But I could give you more and more and more items here if you'd like to hear me. But if you want to cut me off, it's up to you.
I do out of fairness for everyone in the process. So, but you do have, there will be 5 minutes for rebuttal from your side, okay? All right. Any other online comments?
Seeing two, we have Henry.
Henry.
Yes. Hi, I'm Henry Mayer. I'm a Gualala resident and a member of the Gualala Municipal Advisory Council, so I'm here speaking for myself. I'd first like to thank the board for its time and attention, and many in-county staff, especially Mr. Crowley, for their diligent efforts on this matter. I have both general and specific comments. The general comment is that this project has been in the works for decades, and especially over the last few years, with countless hours of work from county staff, Caltrans, MCOG, and other agencies working on the project. Additionally, the community has spent countless hours through multiple rounds of feedback sessions, and this project has been tailored to meet the needs of the community within its constraints and budget. This project is vital to the future of Gualala, especially with regard to access and safety, and it's time for this project to move forward before we lose the state funding allotted. To address some items in the appeal, with regard to parking on Highway 1 is a public safety issue for both drivers and pedestrians. As it stands, drivers face a constant danger when leaving businesses in town because the vehicles parked on Highway 1 block visibility from the driveways into the lanes of traffic. As a result, vehicles frequently have to enter the lane of traffic to see if anyone is coming, which creates dangerous situations for drivers both on Highway 1 and entering it, and for pedestrians traversing town. These dangers exist every day of the year, where any alleged parking deficiency is a problem for a few hours on a few days each year. I'm very sympathetic to the appeal's call for landscaping in the project, which I think is extremely important to Gualala. However, the proper solution for that is for the county to enter into a maintenance agreement with Caltrans for the relevant 3 blocks of landscaping. I see that the second revised alternate resolution envisions the county entering into such an agreement, and I urge the board in the strongest possible terms to adopt that resolution. This will be vitally important to the experience of both residents and visitors from in and out of the county. Furthermore, the inclusion of landscaping has always been an expected part of this project, including through every round of public comment. Caltrans has landscaping in their budget now, and we will have years to figure out the details of maintenance funding. There are many avenues for local funding of this outside of the county budget, including creation of a business improvement or other special district, a benefit zone, or adoption of this service by the existing Gualala Community Services District. The Gualala Municipal Advisory Council has stated its commitment to assisting with that process. There are state highways throughout the county, and we will all face this question eventually. Given our budget constraints, we cannot afford to turn down free money from Caltrans. I strongly encourage the board to move this project forward with the second amended alternate resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then next we have Nafili.
Hi, good afternoon, supervisors.
Nafili Barrett, Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments. So I just want to give a little bit of background. Liam did a great job of summarizing the planning efforts that led to this project and MCOG's support for the project over the years. It's been in development for over 15 years, and MCOG has awarded multiple rounds of funding for project development, and then eventually successfully obtained a highly competitive active transportation program grant to implement construction of the project. And that was because of the safety concerns in the community, not because of beautification, but because of the safety concerns and the safety benefits that this would deliver, including additional crosswalks, construction of sidewalks where there currently are none, improved visibility, removal of conflict points between modes. So currently there are safety issues for all modes of transportation, and this will improve all of those. During development of the project, there were lots of opportunities for public engagement, and throughout that, there was both support for removing on-street parking and opposition to removing on-street parking. Many letters, many petitions. It went on for a while, and in light of that, Caltrans really worked to develop a sort of compromise on that issue with an interim project that would allow retention of some on-street parking. Unfortunately, after their efforts to come up with an interim solution, the Coastal Commission staff ultimately said that due to town plan policies, they would not be able to approve or support a permit that allowed retention of on-street parking. And so that's why ultimately Caltrans removed that from the project, and you have what you have today. In spite of that removal of on-street parking, the project still delivers all of the safety benefits that were originally intended, that originally made it a competitive grant project. So I encourage the board to support the project and to allow Caltrans and the community to move forward after many years of project development and make transportation in Gualala safer for everyone. Thank you.
Seeing no further comment online.
All right. Seeing no further comments in the chambers, or are there?
Good afternoon, Chair Hashak, members of the board. Good to see you. My name is Dave Schbach. I live on the Gualala Ridge. I too serve on the Gualala Municipal Advisory Council. You get the full roster almost, and this is not a Brown Act violation. My colleagues on GMAC, however, have not authorized me to speak on their behalf. I would like to reiterate a few salient aspects of the public record for GMAC consideration of this CDP for the Gualala Downtown Streetscape project. This project is a result of a placemaking concept expressed in the Gualala Town Plan, many iterations of conceptual planning informed by agency and consultant expertise, and extensive public engagement. This project is also the result of creative design and diligent engineering and thoughtful, good faith efforts by Caltrans, Mendocino County, and the Mendocino Council of Governments to solve problems, integrate quality, optimize outcomes within real-world spatial, environmental, constructability, regulatory, schedule, and budgetary constraints. This is a prize. On September 4th, GMAC acknowledged consistent community preference for decorative landscaping in the Streetscape project and supported progress on an agreement between Caltrans and the county for perpetual landscape maintenance, however, in time, to keep the Streetscape project on schedule and within budget. Planning and Building Services staff have compiled a comprehensive record, conducted cogent analyses, and rendered logical, reasonable, and lawful recommendations to the Coastal Permit Administrator and to you. County staff have thoroughly documented the ample facts of compelling merit and overwhelming community support for the Gualala Streetscape project. Staff have also shown in objective detail that the arguments of this appeal by the Bauer Limited Partnership are specious. We can all understand that the main purpose of a commercial building is to generate profit for its owners. I do not begrudge the Bauer Limited Partnership's pursuit of profit and return of owners' investment in their assets. For their properties and operations along the half mile of State Route 1 in central Gualala, the owners are attempting to maximize the return of investment from land needed for the downtown streetscape project by forcing the state to exercise eminent domain, rather than accept a willing property sale. The Barrow Limited Partner appeal and the preceding litany of opposition over years of administrative record deliberately and strategically serve the owner's value and damage arguments that will be adjudicated beyond the county. The Barrow Limited Partnership appeal is a predictable tactic. However, as the last box to check in the county's permitting process, this scattering of misleading and irrelevant complaints does not warrant further injury to the community or taxpayers who have worked and waited patiently for the Gualala Downtown Streetscape project. Please support the Coastal Permit Administrator decision. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments in the chamber, nothing online. Oh.
Member of Board of Supervisors, Board. My name is Robert Jungling. I've been on GMAC Council since 2003 and a resident of Gualala since 1985. I'm also a property owner and business owner within the 1/4 mile stretch of the subject downtown Gualala Streetscape Enhancement Project. I'm speaking in the role of private citizen. Over my years in Gualala, I have been extensively involved with sorely needed infrastructure projects in our area on a volunteer basis and always representing the greater Gualala area from a public, generally perspective. Every time it has been a struggle. Today I wanted to primarily stress the importance of landscaping element as outlined in the 5th alternative rendition of the Gualala Streetscape project and as presented by Caltrans at our May 2023 Town Hall meeting. I wish to stress my wholehearted support for the Gualala Streetscape project and the Alt 5 specific landscaping plan, or a plan most similar, and would urge our county to complete a landscaping maintenance agreement with Caltrans. Having not gone to a board supervisor meeting in a long time, it appears this would be the least of our county's hurdles. However, the overarching long-range, localized, and county benefits are clearly overwhelmingly only positive. So on that matter of landscaping, thank you, Board of Supervisors. As for further concerns, I am in disbelief that we are still discussing parking on our downtown coastal portion of the Highway 1 corridor, when parking is specifically disallowed as part of this project and in our Gualala town plan. We are all aware that Gualala does not have a parking problem. It is only a distribution issue at times of larger events and peak traffic flows, and then some individual deficiencies that could be solved. As a partial property owner, I too could be selfish and state that I don't want to lose my Highway 1 parking, but we are all blessed in Gualala with plenty of parking opportunities. We only need to pursue them. We are in this transformation together. I have always deferred to the greater benefit of our entire coastal region, not to mention our area's standing as the southern Highway 1 welcoming and gateway location to the rest of our wonderful Mendocino County. Thank you, Board of Supervisors.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, could I please get a clear restatement of the last speaker's name? Thank you.
It's Juenling. Good afternoon. I'm Tom Murphy. I'm speaking today personally, but I'm also a former GMAC member. I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours working on this particular project, and I'm also the leader of Save Gualala. I think you've all heard from them and seen their statement. Like Save Gualala, I'm dedicated to seeing the Streetscape project completed as soon as possible in full compliance with our LCP and the long-standing expectations of our townsfolk. I ask today that you execute a landscape maintenance agreement, but with minor changes to the alternate resolution presented by staff. In its current form, the alternate plan not only fails to meet the requirements of the LCP, but also breaks promises to our community when it approved Caltrans Design Alternative 5 in May 2023. As it stands, the alternate resolution would lead to an appeal to the California Coastal Commission. That's certain. I believe the Commission would agree with that appeal, but I believe the process would eat up valuable time and potentially delaying contracts and even risking grant funding. That can easily be avoided by you today. By contrast, Alternative 5 was proven feasible by the Caltrans team that designed it. It meets and exceeds all LCP requirements, incorporating Alt 5 in the resolution, the landscaping of Alt 5. Would eliminate the grounds for an appeal. Alt 5 was warmly welcomed at a well-attended town hall in Gualala in May 23. It was also approved by the Gualala MAC 5-2. There's no need to bring this back to the MAC again. And the California Transportation Commission approved it, and it's detailed in the secret documents, as the appellant noted. The landscaping is fully funded. More than 120 residents have written to the county urging adherence to Alt 5. None have endorsed the limited alternate landscaping proposed by staff and mentioned by Caltrans. Alt 5 was designed by Caltrans engineers and a Caltrans landscape architect specifically to comply with the many requirements of our LCP, including a recurrent theme to make the highway a scenic element of Gualala. Look at that slide. It's concrete and pavement all the way across Gualala. That plan includes landscaped islands and colorful plants along curb strips, which are excluded from the staff's proposal. As the LCP requires, Alt 5 includes low-lying native plants that need little water or pruning. Caltrans engineers checked to make sure the biggest trucks could clear every turn and that the specifications met or exceeded everything in the highway design manual. And I checked that myself. There's nothing preventing this landscaping. Landscaping in Alt 5 can easily be maintained. It was designed that way. The knee-high plants were chosen because they grow wild around Gualala with no care at all. As needed, curb strips can be managed from the sidewalk, which are 6 feet from the nearest auto lane. For safety, a 6-foot area could be coned off on short islands, leaving a 10-foot lane open to traffic.
Okay, can you wrap it up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have one more sentence. Again, Caltrans engineers designed that. This landscaping is not just for aesthetics. The improved curb appeal is vitally needed to support our hospitality and retail businesses, which still struggle in the aftermath of the pandemic. Please act today and add Alt 5 to your resolution and help avoid a time-consuming appeal. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further comments in the chamber, nothing online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we'll go to the appellants. Final remarks. You have 5 minutes.
A couple of points briefly. If you hear the comments from the public, they largely state that there's been countless hours spent on this project and the Gualala Town Plan. And that may be the case. My understanding is that the determination made by the public wasn't what Caltrans chose to do. The alternatives that were chosen, or the alternative that was chosen is not the alternative we see in this plan. So perhaps a lot of that countless hours were wasted. Or perhaps it allowed the public to evaluate their town in 2025 versus what occurred in 2002. And they should be provided the opportunity to work out a plan based on their new knowledge and understanding of the plan, of the 2002 plan, and their understanding of the use of Gualala by its residents, tourists, and visitors. The way I see it, this is similar to a lot of the projects that I see in this area, in this county. There's money available, and we'll take it and deal with the ramifications later. Well, these people are going to live with the ramifications for generations. And the fact of the matter is, the County of Mendocino and the Board of Supervisors have a decision to make. And it's an important decision to these people. It's an important decision to the county and to its revenue. And it's an important decision for the people who live in it. And I think it needs to be taken very carefully. And I don't think you're complying with the Coastal Commission policies, and you're not complying with the needs of the people or what they desire. And for the reasons I've stated earlier, I hope that you spend a lot of time evaluating this very carefully, because it is a complicated decision and it will impact numerous people for a very long period of time. As far as the safety issues are concerned, widening Highway 1 is a significant safety issue. Also, putting in a bike lane gives more room for cars to go faster and to see longer distances. It has a wider roadway to drive at a higher speed. These are safety issues. They're not evaluated. Maybe they should be. And I think it's important that we really evaluate what is the impact of this decision. And it's not a Bauer decision. It's a Gualala decision. This is a 1/4 mile long road that has no bike lanes after it or before it. And it is not your normal town. It's not a generic plan. This is an issue that needs to be carefully evaluated by Caltrans, by the County of Mendocino, and by the people. And the people have been doing that. And if you're going to go out there, and the Caltrans and the county is going to go out there and ask these people to show up and give all their hard work and effort to come up with a plan and then disregard it and go back to a 2002 plan with some generic engineering, they're not doing the community a service, and their participation is going to be limited in the future. And I don't see how you're going to look people in the eye in 5 years or whenever you decide to do the town plan the next time and say, oh, I'm sorry, we can't do that plan any longer because everything's changed now on Highway 1 in Gualala, and we implemented the plan in 2025. I think this needs to be handled correctly, and it shouldn't be based on the fact that there's funding today. There will be funding. Highway 1 will be funded in the future. And these people deserve your full attention and your careful evaluation of this project. And I thank you all for listening to us. Thank you.
All right. We will hear a 5-minute remark from the applicant, and then we will take a 5-minute break.
Well, thank you very much for listening to me. I know it's...
This is from the applicant. You're the appellant.
Oh, yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. I really did want to comment on the great working relationship we've had with Liam. He has done an exceptional job of laying out this project and working with us through the coastal development permit process. Caltrans is the owner and operator of the highway system, and through that we maintain the facility and we must maintain safety. As I mentioned in the safe systems approach, Caltrans uses a multi-layered approach for protection, focusing on eliminating the most serious crashes and protecting all roadway users, including pedestrians and cyclists. Caltrans uses data-driven countermeasures that have proven safety benefits and is working to integrate safety and equity into its practices. Through the application of using the pedestrian refuge, the two-way left turn lanes, the bike lanes, the crosswalks, all of these items go into that safe systems approach and will provide a safer roadway through Gualala for all roadway users, including pedestrians and bicyclists. The elimination of the informal on-street parking improves safety for all roadway users. As some of the previous commenters included, that some of the people did not find crosswalks. They would just cross the street, playing Frogger, coming out in between cars. By eliminating parking, it will eliminate that issue. By providing crosswalks, it'll also implement safe areas for pedestrians to cross. I do think that it's really crucial at this point for the Board of Supervisors to affirm this coastal development permit so we can move forward with the project. I am open to any questions if there are any. Thank you so much.
All right. So right now we will take a 5-minute break. We will come back for the final staff remarks, and then the Board of Supervisors will have any questions, comments at that point. Okay.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
All right, I'm calling the meeting back to order. We will go to staff for their final remarks.
Yes, thank you. This is Liam again with Planning and Building Services. The only thing I really wanted to touch on was, I think there was this idea being floated that the reason why parking has not been eliminated in the past 20 plus years since adoption of the town plan is because it would require a taking of private property, and I just don't think that's entirely accurate. I think the reason probably more has to do with the various rounds of grant funding that have been obtained, the different planning studies, and the various alternatives to the project that have been prepared over the years. And I think beyond that, to some of the comments about the potential increased hazards that the project would create, I would refer just back to my earlier comments about the various traffic calming measures that would be installed by installed by the project, and also just to note that the posted speed limit in this area of Gualala is 25 miles per hour. So beyond that, I'm available if there's any questions. Thank you.
Right, so at this point, we'll go to the board for any questions to staff or public. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski. The first is, under the action the Coastal Permit Administrator took, did that create any liability for the county as far as the taking? Is it our taking or is it Caltrans?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. Regulatory takings is hard, and especially here with a project where there is probably a separate actual physical acquisition of property that Caltrans might do. So I don't know that I can give you exact kind of percentages of potential liability. And here, the county is actually looking at this, or the board is looking at this, as a quasi-judicial action. So we have an applicant, it's Caltrans, it isn't the county. And so if we're looking at approvals or denials of a project, I would recommend we look to the findings we have to make for approval or denial based on the evidence in the record.
And can you remind me and can you remind my colleagues, the scope, we should be applying for questions and decision making today, right? There's a lot of topics that are about public policy and what's good for the town, but I'm looking at the agenda item noting that the scope seems to be whether there's conformity with a local coastal plan.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, correct. This is looking at what we have right now on the books in front of us. That's the Gualala Town Plan as adopted, and then the various many different plans that have been kind of worked on in the decades since that was adopted. This project is essentially looking to implement the Gualala Town Plan in regards to Highway 1 and environs. So with that, the board hears this essentially de novo as an appeal, and as noted in the first memorandum, it can affirm the action of the CPA if it makes all the findings. It can reverse the action of the CPA if it makes alternate findings. If there's a majority of the board in that direction, we can take direction on that and most likely ask for a continuance and bring it back at a later meeting on consent. The board can modify the action of the CPA, and that's what we've, as staff, has presented to the board. Are a couple different resolutions that we developed in the last month that do modify the project. In particular, Caltrans is opting and making certain changes, like say no parking signs. And then lastly, it could be remanded to the CPA with some direction to review them to reconsider the application in some light. But the consistency analysis would be with the town plan as adopted.
And last, there were some Coastal Commission policies cited. I couldn't jot them down quick enough. Are we to consider whether this project is in compliance with those policies or only the LCP?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So the current Gualala Town Plan was approved and certified by the Coastal Commission. So staff looks at that and says there's an undercurrent of this was deemed consistent with those policies, and we are working within that framework. With separate and apart from that, so those policies are kind of baked into our existing LCP policies. And staff, I think, could review how we've analyzed public access issues that would relate to those policies in particular. If there's a desire for more particular analysis, we certainly can come back to the board and do that.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. My questions are for planning staff or perhaps Supervisor Williams. Has there been an attempt or discussions about amending the Gualala Town Plan since its adoption in '03?
This is Liam Crowley with Planning and Building Services. So I began working at the county in 2021, so I don't know if I haven't gone back and reviewed to see if there have been attempts at amending the town plan in that time period, but there certainly hasn't been any since I've started working here. I do recall looking through minutes of the MCOG board and seeing the same sort of comments that I think Nafili made earlier about these questions being posed about the project to the Coastal Commission and them stating that they would not be supportive of a project that includes on-street parking because of that policy of the town plan.
Board, we will close the public hearing. Now the matters before the board. Supervisor Williams.
I do have a question for council, may I?
Okay.
I think the county does have an interest in economic development. The idea of a local business, a grocery store being threatened should be our concern. I understand that that may not be deciding factor for whether a project meets an LCP, but I'm wondering, is there anything we can do to bolster the record that the county does have concerns, so that as Caltrans begins the acquisition of property, they take it into account what the actual loss is, and perhaps that would help address the parking situation that's part of this appeal. In other words, it's not the square footage along the highway that's significant, it's functioning business, it's essential for services.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, as it comes to Caltrans's acquisition of property, I would leave that to them and their attorneys and how that's analyzed under case law in terms of what is actually things that can be paid for as damages. There are, eminent domain has a lot of case law that's developed over a long time in terms of what people can actually seek a compensation for, and in some cases what they can't. And so I would leave that to Caltrans as opposed to trying to provide guidance on what we think a proper metric for that is.
Okay, and then a question for planning staff. I imagine Caltrans over the coming years will attempt similar projects elsewhere in the county. We have a lot of miles of state highway. Has there been any thought in the department about a landscape agreement, right? We want to get a model in place that can be utilized throughout the county, and I think we all want our entire county to look good. I understand when I hear having to shut down a lane of traffic, that's a significant expense. I don't know how to ask my colleagues to pay for that, but I see Caltrans also showing willingness to move landscaping outside of that zone so that it can be maintained at a much lower cost. What is the planning department's thought on the maintenance agreement? Is there some middle ground where we can get some landscaping incorporated, or at least keep the door open?
Yeah, this is Liam with Planning and Building. So I think some of that is already kind of baked into the resolutions that we've provided, in that in the absence of a landscape maintenance agreement, Caltrans will still spread this native seed mix. Now, obviously that would not be the full landscaping that's originally desired, but I think to your earlier point, there have been extensive discussions between Planning and Building and Caltrans about how to address landscaping, how the execution, the negotiation of a landscape maintenance agreement might work. And I think, I don't think it's so much about moving the areas of landscaping to accommodate lower costs. It's more so that there are opportunities for workers in the future to avoid needing to work within the actual travel lane by parking on a side street or something like that to avoid that cost. And then as far as the future goes, I personally have not encountered this sort of situation before with landscape maintenance agreement, but at least speaking for me personally, it would absolutely be something on my mind in the future if projects like this come before us again, to, like you said, try to think about how to address that. As you said, if it means having some sort of standard plan or agreement in place, or yeah, just having it on our radar in general.
Did you earlier show some sample language and alternative that would include the landscaping?
Yeah, I can pull that up,
Yeah.
that resolution up.
As you're pulling that up, I know Boonville is having meetings with Caltrans. There's several meetings in. There's a similar project that's going to happen in quote unquote downtown Boonville. And the initial sketches show a lot of landscaping. And I think as Caltrans moves across the county with these projects, we're going to find the same pattern repeated over and over again. We don't want to find ourselves in a position where we've told some communities no, and then finally we enter into the agreement and we have landscaping elsewhere. I think we want consistency. So in my talks with Caltrans, the takeaway was if we engage in the landscaping proposal, their work will take a couple of years. We have a couple of years to figure out how to do a benefit zone or work with community members to get volunteers lined up to do the maintenance, find some path. And if we're not successful, we're no worse off than we are today. They can still throw down the native grass mix in that spot. So why wouldn't we approve with the modification to allow landscaping now, just to buy some time to try to find a pathway? We're no worse off than saying no to landscaping today. So
I think I can answer part of that. I think I might defer to County Council on some of the other more detailed aspects of the maintenance agreement, but I've pulled up the condition for the alternate resolution that would include the landscape maintenance agreement. So you can see it's just directing Caltrans to install landscape in accordance with certain parameters, including that. And then there's sections earlier in this resolution that state that that the county would enter into this agreement with Caltrans. And so these kind of parameters are designed so that costs would be minimized. And then as far as as far as kind of the recommendation versus the alternate resolution, I think that's primarily just due to, I think, more so fiscal considerations that the board would make about whether or not it's, I don't know, given all the recent discussions, whether or not it's worth it to enter into the agreement, to commit to needing to maintain this landscaping, giving the potential cost that might be incurred, because entering into that agreement would essentially require that the county be responsible for that essentially indefinitely.
Yep. But we're talking about species that don't require irrigation in an area where, you know, shop owners may self-maintain. It may be that it's not an actual cost to the county in the end.
Right. I mean, this is Liam again from Planning and Building. I think, yeah, it has certainly been designed to minimize cost as much as possible. I still think there would be some amount of cost to the county by taking responsibility for the maintenance, just by virtue of hiring a contractor to do the maintenance. Although we have talked before about, or I did talk about before about using volunteers and the opportunity for that. But if plants were ever to die and they had to be replaced, if there is watering that has to occur, I would assume that there would still be some amount of cost, albeit potentially very small, as we sort of estimated. I think it would be, forget what the exact number was.
I think it might have been 2,600 a year.
Yeah.
27.
Yeah.
So, and then I'm curious how my colleagues feel about the landscaping proposal.
Let's see, Supervisor Klein.
Sure, I'll go first. I think it's an interesting concept to have something standardized and in place for the county in terms of these projects that are going to be popping up all across. I'm sitting here and thinking about, Hopland, which has an ADA project coming up. We haven't even gotten into the conversations about landscape, really. There's been a lot more focus on the safety and those other aspects. So I'm amenable to something of that nature, some sort of structure, some standardized agreement. But I also think it's perhaps bypassing other options that exist, where community groups, special districts could potentially take on that work if they see it as being important or necessary to them. And for the purposes of this landscape conversation, I'm going to pause because I have other comments and questions.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I would support working with Caltrans around the landscaping, and specifically to encourage volunteerism, business sponsorship, and while I understand that there is a cost to the county, I think that we've talked a lot about the economic benefits and the changes that are going to come, and I think that if we are able to come to an agreement to provide appropriate native plant landscaping that requires minimal maintenance, then that would be an improvement over the idea of the seed spreading. Obviously, we'll take what we can get, but I think that the costs that were outlined in the agenda were fairly minimal and possibly even smaller than what was outlined. So I do think it's an important piece of the project.
Well, you hate to see a project like this happen, and then, it's going to be transformational to the downtown Gualala, and you'd hate to see it, cheaped out at the last second. Mm-hmm. At the same time, with our budget, we're always looking at how are we going to pay for it, and, it could be death by 1,000 cuts or whatever. This is, I think you're right in looking at what is our policy going to be going forward with different communities that have highways going through them, and how do we do that beautification project or safe streets project and still, not have the county commit to everything? So, one idea I had was, going back to the MAC, and the MAC, my understanding gets 5,000 versus the 2,400 for all the other MACs, and using some of that money for the landscaping project. Supervisor Klein.
Yes, I'm curious if CEO Antle has any thoughts on the county taking on additional landscaping duties in our current fiscal context.
CEO Antle, we continue to commit to projects and other things, and we're not able to take care and meet our current obligations. So I understand the request of what you would like to do. I really think it needs to be looked to volunteerism, as Supervisor Mulhern mentioned. I know as a Rotarian, we have done such work for the city of Ukiah in the past, so I really think there's got to be an alternative method than making the county responsible for all the beautification throughout the various areas throughout Mendocino County.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
As I understand, the decision before us today is whether to authorize Caltrans to install the vegetation at their cost, maintain it for the first couple of years of the project, plus or minus, and then the county would take over. And if the county were to not maintain it properly, Caltrans would remove it. So if they remove it, we got a planner to put grass in, right? But if we don't approve the vegetation from the start, it may be hardscaped or otherwise possibility of vegetation may be impeded. I think I don't know that it's come up in Hopland yet in discussions, but I wonder, is that because they're so focused on the utility concern of how to pay to move the utilities that we're not even getting to the point of talking about beautification. But I think if they see Gualala has vegetation and Boonville has vegetation, that question will arise: why doesn't Hopland get vegetation? I'm with the CEO on needing to find a volunteer model. I think if we had a couple years as this project is built out, we could actively work in partnership with the MAC to put a volunteer model together, and hopefully one that we could replicate across the county. But I don't particularly want to be a county that just has hardscaped sidewalks in all of our towns. That's not a long-term strategic plan.
Right. Supervisor Williams, it's your district, so we're looking for you to. Oh, did you had a comment?
Yeah, I still have
Supervisor
questions.
Klein.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry to take us back to this parking issue, but it just seems so important to me. And I'm sitting here thinking about Hopland, and if this were my district and they were going to remove parking in downtown Hopland, I mean, they would literally be in uproar, and it would be completely devastating for those businesses. So I'm very sympathetic to the situation that's before so many of you, and very concerned. So my question is, within this scope, is there anything that we can do to encourage or ask Caltrans to perhaps preserve some of this parking?
This is Liam with Planning and Building. So I think ultimately we're working within the confines of the Gualala Town Plan, which has a policy that specifically calls for no on-street parking. And that's what Caltrans has proposed. And I think, as we've discussed previously, attempts to create alternatives of the plan that do include on-street parking have been rejected in the past. And due to that, beyond asking Caltrans directly, I don't necessarily see a pathway forward to incorporate on-street parking in some way.
And then I have a question for Supervisor Williams. Is this something that you're concerned about as this project progresses? I understand we don't want to lose the grant funding. We don't want to lose the momentum with Caltrans. I totally understand the situation. I see that your MAC is, in support of this project as written. But are you feeling like this is at the point where we need to just continue to move forward? Or are you actively looking for amendments to this where we could have some middle ground?
Well, the difficulty for me is I've talked to council in advance of the meeting of what is my role here. And it's, as I understand it, it's to decide whether, well, for the appeal, was there nonconformity with the local coastal plan? Does this project not conform with the coastal plan? It's not to decide, is it a good project? Should it happen? Right? So I can't really take into account the parking. But I think in the big picture, having adequate parking for a small town is essential. And I would hope Caltrans would recognize the impact they're having. We don't want to lose a grocery store. We don't want to lose 35 local jobs. That's not economic development. And I think there's opportunities for Caltrans to address the parking. Maybe it's not on street because of the LCP, but in general, I think they could address the parking. How do we influence that? The frustration is always the piecemeal authority. Even the local coastal plan, if we were to suggest opening it and updating it, it's not our decision. It goes to the Coastal Commission. Coastal Commission decides whether or not to certify the local coastal plan. So it could be a 2-year process for us. If we could get funding, we could send it to Coastal Commission and they could send us back suggestions saying take the on-street parking out. So it's not a guaranteed, it could be a 4 to 5 year project and we could find that we're in no better shape on parking than we are today. So understanding that, I would think working on off-street parking is the more viable approach. Is there anything we can do today that would encourage Caltrans to focus on off-street parking as part of the project?
Asking.
Yeah. I guess that's a question for PBS and council.
Yeah, this is Liam with Planning and Building. I think, I'm not sure. I might have to defer to Caltrans on that question, but I think we might be at a stage in the project where some sort of modification like that to somehow work on off-street parking would likely require some sort of amendment to the coastal development permit if it were to be decided upon today. And that modification to the permit would in itself require some amount of time to go through our process again.
Liam, clarification. I think what Supervisor Klein is asking is not to modify the project, but encourage Caltrans to perform an additional project to address overall parking.
This is Liam again with Planning and Building Services. I don't know that in adding anything to the resolution encouraging Caltrans to do one thing or the other would have much effect on the approval of the project necessarily. So I personally wouldn't see an issue with some sort of non-binding language that encourages Caltrans to do one thing or the other.
Do we still have Caltrans on Zoom? Can we direct that question to Caltrans?
Hi again. I heard the question of can the Board of Supervisors ask Caltrans to implement more parking? Did I understand that question correctly, Supervisor?
What can you do as mitigation to address the parking concern? I understand we don't have the ability to change the LCP. We could ask Caltrans, or we'd ask Coastal Commission to change it. I don't know that the community would support that. I have a lot of opposition to it. But even if there was support, I understand it could take 4 to 5 years, and so I don't think that's an option. What other options would Caltrans have for developing adequate parking as mitigation?
The informal on-street parking that currently exists is within the Caltrans right-of-way. Caltrans is not obligated to provide parking there. Through some of the studies that Liam mentioned that MCOG paid for W-Trans to complete, it did identify numerous areas for parking and numerous suggestions for Gualala to use its parking more efficiently through either shared parking use or restriping or just more efficient use of parking. And so through those options, that would be the best strategy to provide parking. Within this particular project, the ATP, the Active Transportation Program, does not allow for things like improvement of parking. We do not have funding sources to provide for parking lots. I do not foresee an ability, especially in the current climate, to find some kind of money for an asset that doesn't exist, such as parking. We are acquiring temporary construction easement for drainage so that Caltrans can maintain the drainage. But as far as compensation, that is ongoing with the property owner, and where the property owner has a different understanding of their ownership and what is compensable versus where Caltrans feels something is compensable, that is also for the courts to decide.
I understand. Has Caltrans done an analysis of the impact on parking in downtown Gualala?
Within the environmental document, there is an analysis of all of the project impacts.
And if you were to sum it up, do you think it will impact the survivability of businesses?
Within the environmental document, it analyzes the full impacts of the project, and it did not indicate that there will be impacts to businesses.
No. Okay. So Supervisor Klein.
Thank you, Katie, for participating in the conversation. My question for you is, the direction that Caltrans has taken this project with removing the on-street parking, is that the direction that you foresee Caltrans taking future projects, or is this due to the Gualala town plan and its restrictions?
So I hear your question is the design within Gualala similar to what other project locations would be designed? Do I understand that?
Yes.
Within the context of this project, we really had to look at all the requirements and all the stipulations and all the issues that we had, the constraints of the project. And one of them was the Gualala Town Plan. The Gualala Town Plan calls for the elimination of the informal on-street parking. In other locations, I don't believe that they have some of those requirements to remove informal on-street parking. It really is a context-sensitive solution given the parameters of each location. Caltrans supports Mendocino County's general plan in the adoption of the Gualala Town Plan that removes the informal on-street parking. However, in other locations, there are other opportunities to design facilities with parking, without parking, and different options for that. Does that answer your question?
It does. I guess my follow-up question would be, I had asked Liam about changes to the Gualala Town Plan, but Supervisor Williams, have you been a part of any discussions to update the plan? Has that been a conversation in the community?
I've had people contacting me suggesting that it should be updated. I'd be curious if planning staff thinks it's time to revisit the town plan.
This is Liam with Planning and Building.
Oh, before you answer that, I should probably ask council, am I getting us too far out of scope?
Deputy County Council Matthew Gadrowski, I probably would recommend staying away from discussion of how this works out countywide in terms of the other places, and in terms of how and when we could update the town plan. While it's a question that's tangent to this, it isn't really relevant to the existing application. If there's a desire to Right now, I think it's the cleanest option would be a approval or denial of the current project. Looking beyond that, there are potential mechanisms to throw up, full stops on how to deal with the town plan that may have a whole lot of other ramifications if we go that route. There would be some kind of urgency moratorium, which I'm not even sure how it would actually make it work in this situation as quickly as we might be thinking. If I could make a couple clarifications on landscaping. Back to that discussion, is that okay, Supervisor?
Please.
I did want to say that Caltrans, they do have a standardized landscape maintenance agreement, and that's what's attached to this this document, this draft conditions of approval. So in talking with them, we've been discussing even just minor modifications, and it'll take potentially a long time to go through Caltrans legal on those. So I think the standard agreement is pretty much there. That agreement it is with a public agency. So in speaking with Caltrans, they are happy to have volunteers, but they have to be there under the auspices of the county. In speaking with risk management, we have a volunteer program, people sign up, and we can organize that. But at the end of the day, it is still with the county, and an obligation could still rest on us. And that's why we talked to facilities division to get a ballpark on, okay, if they're doing 1 hour per week on this amount of landscaping, what's that right now that could be combined with existing trips to Gualala for Bower Park, right? In the future, maybe not. And it doesn't include any of the actual potential costs that would go into that. But even then, $10,000 was probably the upper end that they thought would be possible for this amount of landscaping. I do want to clarify that what's envisioned here as the alternate resolution is not alternate 5. So this is 2 landscape strips in the project. It is not the full landscaping that was presented in alternate 5. As we have one commenter mention, there is a certain amount of opposition to not having all of alternate 5. Right now, it's just these 2 areas, and they're with these guidelines to design them as best we can in this area to minimize that potential costs of maintaining things in the roadway.
While we have you, is it true that whatever we decide here, this can be appealed to the Coastal Commission?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, based on our code and the Coastal Act, I believe this is appealable to the Coastal Commission, and that would be required to exhaust remedies.
All right, seeing no further comments from the board, Supervisor Williams?
There's more I want to do with the parking situation. I do think we need to visit the town plan, but looking through the scope of what we're allowed to consider today, I'm finding it difficult to say that the plan doesn't conform with the town plan. I've heard the arguments, but as I look at each one, I don't see the nonconformity. So I'm going to move alternate motion.
There a second?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, just to clarify, because there are many different versions attached to this, and I apologize. This would be potential approval of the second revised alternate resolution that would include the landscape maintenance agreement?
That's correct.
So this would include the landscaping LMA.
With a window for that to be developed, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll vote by the button.
Where do you want?
Funny business.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
Chair, do you want me to grab Norvell?
Yeah, if someone could. All right, and thank you everyone for your participation in this. We'll move on to item 4H, which is notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution approving an application for funding and execution of a grant agreement and any amendments thereto from the 2023 and/or 2024 funding year of the State Community Development Block Grant Program to utilize program income award in the amount of $479,931 for the County of Mendocino Business Loan Program, and the Centro Negocio West Spanish Language Microenterprise Technical Assistance Project. Okay, so has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established, and any correspondence, if any received, has been sent to your emails.
All right. So the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Hasjack, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Scott, Kelly Hansen with the Executive Office Grant Unit. I will try to be brief. The Grants Unit is here today to conduct a public hearing and present the recommended uses for the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, program income funding in accordance with the California Department of Housing and Community Development requirements. The Grant Unit is here to request board direction on allocation of the remaining CDBG program income funds. We have approximately $480,000 remaining available for eligible projects following our July 29th meeting from the Board of Supervisors. With the 2025 notice NOFA, which was released on September 30th, an application scheduled to open on December 1st, staff must show to HCD that the county has a clear plan for the remaining program income funds. Staff recommends two projects that align with CDBG criteria and program goals. The first being the County of Mendocino application for a business loan program for $379,931. This program would provide low interest loans to support startups, business expansions, and projects focused on job creation and retention for low and moderate income residents. The county's Economic Development Division would manage the program to promote entrepreneurship, rural business growth, and access to capital. The second program would be Centro Negocio West, a Spanish language microenterprise technical assistance project for $100,000. This project would support Spanish-speaking micro-entrepreneurs through culturally responsive business counseling, training, and workshops. It would address language and access barriers to help Latino-owned micro-enterprises start, grow, and create jobs in our county. With board direction, the grant unit will finalize and submit these program income applications for these projects. Staff will return to the board for direction on priorities for future 2025 NOFA projects to support community and economic development initiatives in a future meeting. The Grants Unit welcomes public comment and requests board direction on the proposed use of CDBG program income at this time.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the board or staff? Okay, Supervisor
No questions. I'm just extremely appreciative. I think this program has been really well run as of late.
Thank
I know
you.
how much effort you and your team put in. I would move the recommended action.
Let's hold on that. Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Yes, thank you, Kelly, for bringing this forward, and appreciate all the work that's happening out of the Grants Unit and Economic Development Division. When is the next time that this is going to come forward before the board?
We tentatively have scheduled to bring the application for the 2025 NOFA before the board in December.
And in the meantime, where can the community go to see what's happening within these programs and what funding is available and whatnot? Is that housed on our website, or where can that be found?
Yes, all the CDBG information is available on the Economic Development webpage. There is a subpage specifically for CDBG. They can also reach out to me at Grants Division at mendocinocounty.gov if they have specific questions.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And it's unfortunate that the Laytonville Workforce Development Project wasn't eligible, but I think these two programs are a good use of the money too. So any further comments? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Okay, any public comment?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. Thank you so very much for your time and your consideration. My name is Valentina Reyes. I'm the program manager of Centro de Negocios West at West Business Development Center. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for presenting this proposal today. I just want to share that over the past years, we proud have developed the only program in our community offering technical assistance to Spanish-speaking entrepreneurs, helping them to open new businesses, to create a business plan, obtain permits, manage finances, and expand their marketing effort. Through these 3 years, we have served more than 360 clients through West Business Development Center, and we helped to open more than 102 new businesses in the region. Centro de Negocios West has been extremely successful. We have worked with business owners in a wide variety of industries, including food, retail, construction, childcare, and beauty services. These entrepreneurs have obtained business loans, increased their sales, hired new employees, and won awards such as Best of Lake and Mendocino. I feel very proud of that. Our demand for Spanish-speaking services has been growing each year. As our federal and state funding have been reduced, these proposals will help us to continue providing one-to-one advising services and workshops in Spanish, which is highly needed in our community, based in the fact that we are the 28% of population in our county. Additionally, we can leverage these CBD funds to qualify for matching federal and state grants, which doubles the impact. So we appreciate the county's support for the entrepreneurs and who are working hard to build successful business here in Mendocino County. Thank you so very much for your time, for your support. Thank you. Gracias.
Okay. Thank you. And I've been to quite a few of your graduations and seen the great work you're doing. Any other public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay. Staff, are there any final comments? Seeing none from the staff, we'll go back to the board. Okay, we'll close the public hearing and we'll look for a motion. Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All right, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, well, very good. We'll move on to item 4I. Discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding a future lease with Toshiba Business Solutions for the acquisition of multifunctional copier devices. We'll look to the executive office.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, CEO, Antell County Council Scott, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO and Purchasing, Delegated Purchasing Agent. I'll try to make this quick. We are here today to get board's direction on the desire to enter into a new lease with Toshiba Business Solutions for our copiers. As background, the county entered into an agreement with Toshiba in April of 2019 for a 3-year term, which expired in 22, for the administration, support, and maintenance of approximately 110 copiers, multifunctional copiers. With the expiration of the lease, the county now owns the devices. Due to the pandemic and the assessment to replace the devices was put on hold. The lifespan of a multifunctional copier ranges from 3 to 7 years. The county's current inventory of the is about 6 years old. The purchasing division has analyzed the condition of the copier's inventory and determined that a number of machines are close to the end of their useful life. As a note, there are roughly about 330 service calls per year, with about 20% requiring a subsequent visit. The purchasing division is therefore recommending proceeding with a refresh of the entire multifunctional copier inventory. The purchasing division recommends replacing the entire inventory, as replacing a portion of the inventory will cause inefficiencies in tracking and reduce the return on investment. As to date, in 2025, the county has already replaced 4 and has 4 individual leases. So piecemealing it is not ideal. If it is the county's board's desire to proceed with a new lease, the purchasing division is recommending a contract with Toshiba due to the county's current relationship with Toshiba, as well as Toshiba ranked highest in the competitive procurement results through the Omnia Partner Cooperative Purchasing Program. Additional details on that cooperative agreement can be found in the agenda summary. The county and Toshiba representatives completed a comprehensive analysis of the current inventory in August of 2025. So on the slide in front of you, there are some statistics. So the county currently has 114 multifunctional copiers. The analysis determined that county could reduce its inventory to 96 multifunctional copiers, Additionally, the purchasing division is recommending reducing the size of 58 devices, or 60% of the inventory. The devices recommended for reduction in size should see little to no change in output or efficiencies. The county has also made significant strides to reducing printing, which can be seen in the reduction of the mono images per year, so roughly 250 million fewer images per year. If it is the board's desire to proceed with a new lease, the proposed contract would span a 3-year period via a capital lease. At the end of this lease, the devices would then be traded in for a cash rebate, and a new lease could be pursued. So the current cash rebate being proposed for our current machines is about $33,000. If the board pursued the lease, the fiscal impact for 25-26 is roughly $66,000 countywide. This is not broken out by general fund versus non-general fund. The remaining future years of the lease would be roughly $199,000 countywide. This is calculated by taking the proposed annual lease of the $219,432 that you see on your screen, and backing out the savings that we'll see in our maintenance contract. At this time, I'll open it up for any questions.
Yeah, question probably for the CEO. I see the agenda summary, 199,000 per year. Is that accurate? Do we really need paper? I mean, since I got here, people keep trying to hand me paper. I don't want it. So email me. Can we just switch to email and save 200,000 a year? Like, is this inter-office? You're printing something and you're sending it down the hall to somebody else, or is it leaving the county and we actually have to have hard copies? Do you think it's a fair question to ask?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I may, through the chair, and I look to Assistant CEO Pierce to add, and I believe we do have the vendor on the line as well who did the study for us. I think it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
We've tried to reduce, and I think Ms. Pierce spoke about the reductions that we've had, but there are some processes that are still, unfortunately, paper processes within the county. And I know each department head, or most of them, are working towards the reduction of paper and streamlining those processes. But some of those social services, for example, some of those still require paper. And that's not just because we're behind the times, it's because the state is as well.
The state requires it.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'll support. I support it. I mean, part of me thinks if we got rid of the machines, we would go paperless. So I'm kind of the mind, like maybe but if we can't interact with the state because they can't handle an email, we're stuck.
Okay, is that a motion?
Yeah, it's a motion to approve the recommended, reluctantly.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, public comment. Seeing none in the room, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, back to the board. Any further comments? Seeing none, vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 4J, adoption and resolution reaffirming support for the co-equal goals of the Two-Basin solution and the water diversion agreement for the new Eel Russian facility. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, the board directed me to attach this to consent for this meeting, putting together that it's controversial, meaning somebody will probably pull it, put it on regular instead. There's a red line with a couple minor adjustments that I'm hoping move us closer towards common ground.
All right. Any further comments from the board? Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Yes, now that we're going to have an opportunity to just consider your resolution in the context of this agenda item, I'm curious, Supervisor Williams, can you tell me about how you wrote this resolution and who you worked with to develop the language?
Multiple stakeholders, including Supervisor Haschek and Phil Williams, and I think there's some input from Janet Pauley and others.
Right. Anything else?
Of course. I'm curious as to what kind of stakeholder engagement you did through this process. Our resolution that we brought forward, we spent months working on. This seems rather hasty. And so I'm curious as to if you took the time to engage with my constituents through this process, since you felt that you were better at writing this resolution.
I don't feel that I'm better at it, but I feel that there's more than one district concerned about water security, and including District 5. And District 5's best hope for water security is working with partners as a coalition. And you know, if I thought there was an alternative where we can, burn bridges with every partner and neighboring counties and develop our own water system and fund the county, I would hear it out. But I think Mendocino County doesn't have much political sway. I don't see us getting any federal dollars. I think state dollars is a real stretch. I think our best hope is trying to work with partners and look at some amount of self-funding off ratepayers. Because, I mean, we could get into a long discussion about water policy and where Mendocino County is going. I think all 5 of us agree that water security is a concern. My perspective is we need to work together with partners. On our own, we're not going to get anywhere.
I don't disagree that we have to work with others to get somewhere, but I'm curious as to why you think we have no political sway in this process. If we have no political sway in this process, what's the point of having the Board of Supervisors and representing this community when large issues are before us that are a quasi-governmental situation, federal, state, local, and of course impacting the region? So what is our role in this if we have no political sway?
Well, that's
just to beg for crumbs?
I think all 5 of us are aware that PG&E submitted an irrevocable application. The idea of asking them to reconsider is nonsensical. They can't reconsider. They could consider otherwise, but they can't retract the application. And the FERC process is focused on energy, on licensing, commissioning, decommissioning, not water analysis, not communities' needs assessment. And so there may be an avenue to make those arguments, but it's not as originally proposed. And so I'm afraid it gives false hope to communities that are at risk in terms of water security. And a more honest approach is to acknowledge where we're at, what options are in front of the county, and begin working towards real solutions.
I've heard you say that you're concerned about the line that said reconsider decommissioning, and I understand your concerns with that, given that the application's already been submitted. If you had concerns over that language and the other lines mentioned, why not come to this meeting with a willingness to negotiate the language and have it be done in a public process? Because there was so much community support for the way it was written, yet there was also an understanding of maybe this isn't perfect, we can work together to get somewhere on it. And instead, you've made this a divided process where the community feels like they're not engaged, they're not heard, they're not being spoken for. And we have to go and do this little quickie move in the morning and put something else on the agenda in a way that's really disenfranchising. So I'm curious, why did you feel that you needed to create your own resolution instead of working to amend the existing resolution?
Because I think there was so much wrong in the existing resolution that the red line on it looks like it's a different text. And my read of the board is it's a split board, but the majority is in favor of not passing that original resolution. They seem to be in favor of this update.
So let's get back to the discussion about the issue at hand, which is the resolution that's been provided, the new red line, my understanding. Okay, so are there any comments about that? Is Supervisor Norvell?
Yeah, and I respect your opinion there, but I'm going to disagree and say that conversation was exactly about the resolution. And mine may be along that same line. So my just one question is, who outside of the IWPC in the Potter Valley area did you consult with on the language?
Since that original agenda item showed up, I had a large number of people contact me. It wasn't me reaching out to others.
Anybody from the Potter Valley area?
It's not an interrogation of Williams. There's a resolution on the agenda. You can support it or you can not support it.
No, I understand that, but I'm going back to what Supervisor Klein said about the collaboration with the community to soften the language to where it was palatable by all. And I felt very confident that we came very close to that. So I'm curious, and outside of the IWPC, who in the Potter Valley area, if anybody, did you consult with on the language?
Again, that's not the process here, Supervisor Norvell.
I'll just take that as a no, so thank you.
Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. I don't think that either of the recent agenda items on this subject recognize the decades of regional collaboration that have gone into the Potter Valley Project and the Il Russian River system. In Mendocino County, for more than 25 elected officials from 5 different agencies per year in public meetings have worked for decades in the public's interest to protect our shared water supply and support both our communities and the environment. I think it's important to acknowledge that the resolution does try to include several steps to problem solve for those who don't want to see the dams removed. It asks PG&E to address the community impacts of water loss, reaffirms the importance of continued diversion through the new Il Russian facility, and emphasizes the need to build new storage capacity for the Russian River and Potter Valley basins. It also recognizes the process that both FERC and PG&E will implement to fully analyze the long-term effects of decommissioning and calls for continued collaboration through IWPC and ERPA so that we can maintain reliable water for generations to come. The water flowing through these systems sustains multiple counties, and our success depends on working closely with our partners across the region. I agree that there is a productive place for public energy right now, and I believe that is with the FERC process. And specifically ensuring that the community voices are represented and that local priorities around storage and reliability are front and center. Many people have worked hard to build trust and cooperation for decades on this issue, and I think it's important that we continue that spirit of transparency and teamwork as we move forward.
Yeah, I want to comment. There are parts of this agenda item that I agree with. There are things in this that are factual, and there are things in this that I think might be a stretch. I appreciate the amendments that have been made within, I guess, the last 12 hours or 24 hours or whenever they happened because they appeared on our agenda during our meeting or shortly beforehand. But I do appreciate that this asks for support in the permitting and planning and development of water storage projects. But I think the language is weak in comparison to what was previously put forward, where we asked for that to be put into place before we lose the existing infrastructure. And I think that is a sticking point for the community.
Supervisor Williams.
Who are you asking to put it in? You can't ask FERC to do it, and you can't ask PG&E to do it. Okay. Right? I think that's the contention here is who are you addressing the demand to? There needs to be a recipient, and at this point we don't have a recipient. What we have is a coalition of partners looking at strategies for finding funds and finding opportunities for storage. But simply passing a resolution that's making a demand without is it of the federal government? It's certainly not a FERC.
The previous resolution asked for help from both state and federal partners. It was not exclusive of we're only going to go work with one entity over the other. It's a call for help, and it's a statement of what we need as our community. And it's a basis for us to go out and work on that issue because we've stated that, yes, this is important to all of us. And I have a lot of appreciation for the partners that came forward after our last discussion and said, we're willing to help you put together the local infrastructure that is critical. That's the kind of conversation that needs to take place because of the conversations that are happening here. Our community wants us to be talking about this project. We shouldn't be shying away from what we need. We shouldn't be shying away, oh, well, there's nothing for us to advocate for. If there's nothing for us to advocate for, I'm not really sure what the point of this entire entity is other than to oversee county operations.
All right. Seeing no further comments from the board, we'll go to public comment. And since we did go through extensive public comment last time, and you saw how the board, voted, to put it on the consent calendar. And now we have a few minor, or, we have some revisions to that document. So please consider that in light of the time and your previous comments. Well, can you hold on a sec? Does the board want to go to a 2-minute comment limit or keep it at 3?
3.
Yeah, I would say it's a different resolution. It's a different agenda item. I would suggest 3.
Okay, we'll do 3 minutes.
Jenny Richards, Chair Hashtag and members of the board. It's remarkable we all want the same thing, safe and secure water for our community, yet we're divided on how to get there. I'll say it plainly, the Potter Valley project is vital to our future and to our water security. I do not support removing the dams. There's a dedicated group of people working hard using their own time and resources to preserve this project, and when I heard the USDA might get involved, I thought it was progress. When I attended the last Board of Supervisors meeting, I left disappointed. Supervisor Williams, we met with you. I walked away thinking we were on the same page. What changed? Supervisor Mulhern, you thank people for showing up and encourage more community involvement, yet when we did engage, you turned it into a political gotcha moment and called people out publicly. It's becoming clear that the only community involvement you want is for us to sit silently while you lecture us on what's best for us. That's not leadership, that's control. If keeping the dams truly isn't an option, then we deserve ironclad assurances that our water supply will be the same and not compromised. We expect the Two-Basin solution to deliver the same or greater flow, and it needs to be fully operational before a single dam is decommissioned. Water security must come first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for keeping it short. Okay, any further comments from the chamber?
Chair Haschak and supervisors, thank you very much. My name is Janet Pauley. I chair the Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission. We support the language of this resolution in an effort to try and make it more clearly descriptive of what the process has been moving forward over the last several years. It gives more information about the position that the member agencies of IWPC have agreed to in our water diversion agreement with our partners. And that's been underway for several years of discussions in public meetings. We also had wanted to see more details regarding the impacts of this project to the community, which I think were even missing from the original resolution. And we've strengthened that with this new language. To improve our storage and infrastructure is critical, regardless of the Potter Valley project. And those of you who know what IWPC has been working on over the last 30-something years almost, they understand that that's been our mandate. That was why we were formed. We need to improve infrastructure. And it is going to be required one way or the other, just because of climate differences, back-to-back potential droughts, which we've seen in the past. I will mention, because it was asked who's representing Potter Valley. I'm representing Potter Valley. I'm the member agency's representative for PVID on IWPC. And yes, I wear a hat that includes all of the entities that are dependent on this project and have been for 100 years. I would like to ask again this body to please consider having a public forum, a more robust public meeting to talk about these issues. IWPC is happy to sponsor such an entity. We did an all boards meeting several months ago, which was extremely successful. We had a lot of information that we went over regarding this process and what we've been doing for the last, well, at least since 2019, when PG&E decided to withdraw their notice of intent to license the project. I talk about doors, and I do it all the time. Doors have closed on us over the last 7 or 8 years with regards to what our options are. The last door that opened was the decommissioning door. It's not what we chose, it's what we face. And because of that, we have had to change and adjust the way we go, the way we're moving towards a conclusion in this process. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There for a year or so, or 50 years, I should say.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Oh, sure enough, yeah. A group of us there in Potter have formed a nonprofit public benefit corporation, and we have prepared, and I can give you a copy of the document that we are sending to Wilhelmina Chan State Water Board, suggesting the scope of the research that needs to go into an EIR that will demonstrate whether water viability will continue. In the state constitution, it says public water purpose farming, what comes first, okay? So that is an issue that hasn't been fully addressed, and what's happening now is that we're being told out in Potter Valley, one of the alternatives is create dams around the valley that will hold the water, and I suppose they could be used for some irrigation. However, the groundwater in Potter Valley, not just on the irrigation, but also on the flow through the river. The water used to be at the groundwater. You could do dryland farming. The Thornton family sued PG, and you've dropped the water level by out and water through here, get dry farming.
Could you speak into the microphone?
And you are financially responsible for that. So, and they won that suit. And Potter, or PG&E had to put in the check dams to slow the flow of the water through the valley. The current proposal is going to result in that groundwater level dropping further, and all the people with the little shallow wells are going to lose out. If you have a large enough piece of land that you can establish a pond, okay, but the problem is any pond that carries any significant amount of water is classified as a class 1, 2, or 3 under California law, and you can't dam them without permission from CEQA, and CEQA has given all of the water rights that it is allowed to give in the Russian River Basin. So not an option, but it's there in paper saying, don't worry about a thing, you'll have plenty of water. My water at my house was real low last year when the water flow was higher. So what's going to happen in the future? All of little guys, you know, got to think about it, you got to plan for it, got to set it in motion.
Supervisor McGordy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Hastrick, honorable supervisors, and county staff. I'm Glenn McGordy, former 1st District Supervisor and University of California Wine Growing and Plant Science Advisor for Mendocino County. I have been involved in water issues in our county for 35 years as a researcher and educator, a politician, and a farmer who irrigates crops. I support the adoption of Board of Supervisor Resolution 25, supporting the Two-Basin solution. The resolution acknowledges how the Potter Valley project in its present configuration harmed the Round Valley Indian tribe and fishery resources, which they depended on. At the same time, the resolution affirms how these water transfers are essential to the economy as well as to the health and well-being of our communities in the Upper Russian River watershed in Mendocino County for over 100 years. The new agreement to continue these diversions was thoughtfully created by multiple stakeholder groups with very different priorities and needs. Having personally participated in the process, the path forward was not always clear, and the deliberations were not always comfortable. Regardless, we have a new organization to manage the water transfers that is locally controlled, which is the Eel Russian River Project Authority, and a realistic design and plan for a new transfer facility, the new Eel Russian River facility, that allows for the continued diversion of water from the Eel River without impairing fish access to the upper Eel River watershed, which is the new Eel Russian facility. The Two-Basin solution is not complete unless we create water storage for Potter Valley. From an environmental justice point of view, Potter Valley is a severely economic disadvantaged community whose water needs must be considered and its constituents' voices heard. We are moving forward to solve a problem for a public trust resource, which is the endangered salmon fisheries in both the Eel and Russian rivers. Finding a way to ensure that Potter Valley's water security for both domestic and agricultural use has to be part of a fair and balanced outcome in the negotiations that our county is engaged in. There's much work to do on this. Otherwise, Potter Valley is nothing but a cast-aside roadkill in this process, and I wouldn't support a two-basin solution unless this is addressed. Finally, I want to acknowledge the Mendocino Inland Water Power Commission President Janet Pauley, Attorney Scott Shapiro, and Phil Williams, who have deftly and diplomatically represented the interests of our communities in so many difficult negotiations through the years. Their efforts have been brilliant and commendable. By adopting Resolution 25, our Board of Supervisors will affirm our commitment to the two-basin solution, and I'm wrapping it up. Thank you all very much for your consideration.
Okay, if you're going to make public comments, get it to the podium and please line up so that we can save more time.
Good evening, Chair Hashak, Board, County Staff, Adam Gaska, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. At this point, considering everything that has transpired, we would prefer that the Board not support this resolution. At the last meeting, there were many in our community who took time out of their day to bring forward very valid concerns over our water supply. Many of those concerns were well captured in the Klein-Norvell resolution, which also carefully avoided reneging on any of the commitments that have been made by Inland Water and Power Commission as partners of IRPA and the Two-Basin solution. The way in which an alternative resolution was brought forward last minute lacked leadership and transparency. Instead, it seemed as if it were intentionally crafted to snuff out the voices and concerns of many in our community who desire a chance to be heard. We are disappointed that there would be such an effort to disenfranchise members of our community. We look to this board and all other IWPC member agencies to work for what is best for Mendocino County. We very much appreciate the work of IWPC and acknowledge the challenges it has faced. We also want to point out that without the construction of additional storage to replace the loss of Scott and Cape Horn Dam, Mendocino County cannot adequately take advantage of NERF and a wet season only diversion. For Mendocino County to equitably benefit from the IRPA partnership and the construction of NERF, IWPC must not merely express support for Upper Russian River storage projects, they must insist on it. Without new and increased water storage, the two-basin solution is not a solution for Mendocino County. We also believe it is reasonable to petition FERC to condition approval of decommissioning with the construction of such storage. Instead of supporting this resolution, we request that this board, along with the full boards of all IWPC member agencies, hold another public forum such as was held on May 29th. We suggest a large venue such as a theater at Mendocino College. Mendocino County Farm Bureau would be willing to help promote and coordinate such an event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, teenager was holding me back. Thank you for this time. I just wanted to, again, encourage the board not to pass a resolution that does not demand our security, our water security. I understand the position of working with in collaboration, but if that collaboration has no assurances, we look to your leadership to guarantee and to fight for our interests. And if other people are in your coalition are saying, well, you can't advocate for yourself or you're going against us, well, that doesn't make any sense. So to take out the dams without adequate storage development on this side is completely bad for our economy, for all of the county. And it needs to be raised, that voice has to be raised by this body, and this resolution implies, yes, we do want this planned, funded, and constructed. Hopefully somebody out there will champion that. It should be the Board of Supervisors as well as other people, and I would think that the board would not pass this resolution without that really securely stated. And yes, a state and federal ask here. We're looking to all leadership at all levels to look out for this low voter area. We maybe aren't as much of a priority to our federal representative as some of the other counties, you might say, if we're to fend for ourselves. Well, I'm looking to you, Ted, to look out for us and to advocate for our position. Yeah, I would just say don't pass this resolution if this is the best language you can, make your stand with. So, thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, could I please get a clear restatement of the speaker's name?
Estelle Clifton.
Estelle Clifton.
Thank you.
Good evening, Julie Golden. I would request that this board not pass this resolution as written. I'd like it to be pulled. And I wanted to ask Supervisor Williams, which one of your constituents, I know Supervisor Klein has asked that you put this resolution ahead of hers. I understand you're saying you have partners like the City of Ukiah and IWPC that are saying it, but in the Russian River Corridor and Potter Valley, I think there's unanimous support, pretty much, that we want water storage and we want some guarantee from our local elected officials to be able to support that request. That's what the first resolution said. Your resolution that you snuck in and put in front of everyone, actually, people have said it before, disenfranchised everyone. And it just seems that there's just so many other powers at play, like the City of Ukiah, the attorneys, and they're snickering over here, and IWPC. It's not a game. This is our livelihood. This is our future for our children. This is history. I mean, I thought we elected 5 nonpartisan supervisors here to support our community going forward and not play funny games at the podium. Even the red lines this morning, I mean, the third to the last paragraph, when you have a call to ask to have public disclosure, who is that? Are you calling the City of Ukiah and IWPC to have public disclosure at this board? Or are you asking us, the private citizens? I mean, it just doesn't seem, it just doesn't seem like you're looking out for your constituents in this community. And I would ask you to pull this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. My name is John Strangio. I've spent many years in this community. Retired fire captain. I spent many days and nights fighting fires out in Potter Valley and the surrounding areas. I don't agree with moving the dam. I've also spent many winters protecting this whole entire valley from floods. I think the Two-Basin project, when it's going to give us water when we don't need the water during high flow seasons, is going to be catastrophic. I think we're going to have more flooding in Talmadge, more flooding in Perkins. We already strand people on the other side of the river during these high water flow times. And if that Two-Basin project delivers more water to this Russian River Valley during those times, that's going to be catastrophic. That'll have your guys' names written on it. I feel the fires have been kept in check out in the Potter Valley and Pillsbury area because of that dam, that water supply. So I don't agree with moving the dam. But I also know we don't have a choice in that at times. And I do think that we can do stuff to preserve it. And I think we need to make a stand saying we don't agree with moving the dams until we have water storage in place. If we're removing the dams, we can have water storage in Potter Valley prior to those dams being removed. That was what we actually talked about. And I personally talked to all 5 of the board members up here at different times and discussed this project. I thought I had a pretty good idea that almost everybody on the board was in favor of saying, yeah, I agree. We need to have something in place, funded and secured prior to those dams coming down. And we can do that. We need your help. And if we can't get your help with saying, hey, let's help this, or at least encourage the dam to stay until we can have something in place, let's work on the state. What are we doing with the state? Has any of you guys asked the state for help with the CEQA? Have we done anything with that? Where's our funding coming from for these basins in Potter Valley? I'm completely in support of that, if that's what we have to do. I'm in support of the Two-Basin project, but we need to have our water secured in place in time prior to that. You're not going to go take down a low-performing well until you have another water source. I don't think we should be doing that either.
All right, seeing no one else in the chambers. Oh, if there's anyone else who wants to speak after Ms. Va, then please get in line so that we know and we can move on.
Good evening. I had a speech prepared last night, but this morning I threw it in the trash. Why? Because it was written as a plea to the 3 supervisors supporting Supervisor Williams' resolution before you tonight. A plea not to move forward. But after thinking it through, I realized no matter what I say here today, my words will likely fall on the deaf ears of the 3 of you. So instead of pleading, I'm speaking plainly. Supervisor Williams, this resolution written for you by City Attorney Phil Williams does absolutely nothing for Potter Valley or inland Mendocino County and stops short of language to guarantee a reliable water future ahead of decommissioning. It's empty political theater. Why is the City of Ukiah even involved in the Potter Valley Water Project? It's not hard to figure it out. Greed, control, and money. Higher rates to fill the city's deficit, millions to administrative revenue directly to the City of Ukiah from their Safer Water Project. Sean White, a City of Ukiah employee, has already told members of the community and the IWPC he thinks he can run a pipeline from Lake Mendocino to Potter Valley. It'll be easy, he says. Maybe so, but it opens the door for water rights conflicts and lack of storage in Potter Valley. This is nonsensical thinking at best. In my opinion, Mr. White has long outstayed his welcome. His condescending lectures and dismissive tone towards this community have worn thin. He fits perfectly with the current City of Ukiah leadership, a group that thrives on secrecy, arrogance, and lack of transparency. They've forgotten who they work for. Now, Supervisor Mulherin, none of this surprises me. You clearly brought into the City of Ukiah's and Congressman Huffman's narrative, and it shows. Your recent comments calling me out during a meeting and a speech clearly scripted by Phil Williams violated the very code of conduct this board adopted earlier this year. Your behavior was immature and unprofessional. You're not here representing the majority of the concerned citizens of this community. You're advancing your own partisan and personal agendas, the same agenda that dismisses public input before it's spoken. You're simply on the wrong side of the fence. Furthermore, you mock the current federal administration in your speech. You claim they can't stay focused for half a minute and aren't going to stay focused to fix a century-old water system in rural Northern California. Thank goodness Secretary Rollins is listening to this meeting as I speak. This isn't about politics, it's about water, common sense, and integrity. And today, all 3 of you are in short supply. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, could I please have the speaker state their name?
All right, seeing no one else in the chambers, okay, we'll go to online.
We have a few online. The first one is Sarah.
Yes, thank you. My name is Sarah Bates. I'm here tonight representing PCFFA, the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishing Associations. I've made comment on this item before, so I won't repeat myself too much, but our members catch these Eel River fish. We rely on these Eel River fish. Fishermen from Crescent City to Santa Cruz travel to Mendocino for Chinook salmon, and we land those fish mostly in Fort Bragg. We buy ice and fuel and gear and groceries and beer and all of the things that you need when you're in Fort Bragg. I think we're all really aware that these dams are coming out. They no longer produce power, and Scott Dam is seismically unsafe. PG&E made the irrevocable economic decision to decommission the Potter Valley project. And so given that reality, we really should see this as an opportunity for all stakeholders to find a workable solution. And the IWPC is the vehicle to find that solution. That is the only way that we're going to allow both agriculture and fisheries to survive into the future. Right now, we are closed. We, the commercial fishermen, are closed coast-wide, the entire coast of California, for the third year in a row. And that is mainly due to the threatened Eel River Chinook. And fish and fishermen and fishing communities have been paying the price of these diversions and blockages from Potter Valley for over 100 years. And it is really time to rebalance this system. We support the revised resolution today. We really appreciate the effort that went into working carefully to come up with new language on this resolution from the last version. And we appreciate that. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Nicole Whipple.
Mahim, Sintamana Ke Kanema, Nicole Anna, Round Valley Ke Anna. My name is Nicole Whipple, and I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, and today I'm calling in as a water protector and policy advocate for Save California Salmon. I would like to thank the board for bringing this resolution forward and stopping the other resolution, which completely demeaned tribal rights and tribal sovereignty. Board Member Mohorn, thank you for your comments and being such a strong advocate for our people and standing up for all of the community members and all of the Eel River watershed. Thank you to Mr. Hashak for all of your support and taking the time and liberty to speak with all of our tribal community members and stand up for our tribal rights and sovereignty. And I would just like to say that I greatly appreciate and support the resolution and hope that it passes tonight and that we can move forward in supporting all of the constituents of Mendocino County who have been neglected in this era of our dam and our water, of the dams and of our water being withheld from our communities. Thank you. Yakwi Kari Widim.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Vivian.
Good evening, board members. Good evening. This is Vivian Hellowell, and I fished commercially out of Noyo Harbor in Fort Bragg for 20 years, a long time ago. And my family has owned a commercial fishing boat for 50 years, and that's how we make our living. So Mendocino County economy has been greatly curtailed since the fish have been reduced in numbers by numerous causes, so that we now don't fish so that enough fish can come back to the rivers, because we're restricted as soon as we get to certain numbers that need to come back to spawn. So restoring the Eel River fisheries, which removing these dams is part of, would be very helpful to the economy of Mendocino County, since half of the Eel River main stem is in Mendocino County, and there was a world-class sport fishery there and lots of rafting as well. And the millions of pounds of salmon that were brought into Fort Bragg from boats that came from all over the coast and Oregon to fish on Eel River and Klamath River fish. It would be very helpful to have some of that economy back for Mendocino County. So I support the storage efforts in the Russian River and the conservation that's been going on there with the forecast informed reservoir operations helping with storage in Lake Mendocino. 200,000 acre feet of water were saved, and Sonoma Water and the Army Corps got awards from the state and the federal government for their experiment with this FIRO, forecast informed reservoir operation, where if there's weather coming, they can dump the water so they can receive more water, but they don't have to dump it if there's no storm coming. They can save that water and use it for the community. So by working all together for the best of both basins, we hope to have a compromise that will restore fisheries with a full basin restoration plan in the Eel River and more storage for folks in the Russian River as well, and for their fisheries and for the farmers there. So I want to thank you for your time, and I support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Regina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Apologies for taking a second. I'm making my children dinner right now. And apologies for not being able to come in person too. I just wanted to express that as someone who has worked with tribal communities and fishing communities on the North Coast for a very long time, I do support this resolution. I think it's important that the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors show their support for the fact that they are the only county that has the Russian River and the Eel River within it. And I think that this resolution is a good compromise. As you know, the fishing communities on the North Coast have been suffering for multiple years of shutdowns, and it's been causing massive economic impacts to where I live in Humboldt County most of the time, and in Mendocino County. And a lot of as the Klamath Zone shuts down, a lot of times people go down to Fort Bragg and take advantage of Fort Bragg, but the Eel River salmon are not in there. And if we can restore this watershed, especially on the heels of the Klamath River dam removal, we can really bring our fishing jobs back to the coast. And we can also help bring fish back to the tribal communities within Mendocino County and the North Coast, and helps save a keystone species. I know a lot of people are like, well, it's fish versus farms, but it's not. We eat fish, and fish add to the economy, and fishing jobs are good jobs where people own their own boats and set their own hours and are able to support their families in a real way. And if we can bring back the iconic salmon to our coast, it's going to help everyone and the community. I truthfully have not been a big supporter of the Two-Basin solution because I feel like the Eel River has been dewatered and dealing with the impacts of the dams for just too long, and we do need water in the Eel River also. But I understand that this is a necessary compromise, and it's a way to make sure that the Upper Russian River communities and Potter Valley people can remain whole and get some water. And it is the only way that's going to happen because there is no water right to the Eel River water for the Russian River side of the watershed. And I feel like that needs to be accepted as the reality here, that this is a compromise that the Eel River people are really willing to support, even though they don't have to. And Mendocino County does also represent Eel River people. So I thank the supervisors that have worked to find this compromise. And I thank you for letting me speak here today. And I want to say I understand the people who don't support it, but the dams are coming down. PG&E is a private land owner, and they are exercising their property rights. So it's good that we've figured out a way to keep both basins whole. Thank you.
Next, we have Charlie.
Charlie,
to be heard, you do have to unmute your microphone.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll keep this brief since I gave previous comments. And
Your name?
Charlie Schneider with California Trout.
Okay, thank you.
And appreciate the discussion here this evening. I'll keep my comments brief because I did give them before. And Cal Trout does support this resolution as written. And I just want to emphasize again something Supervisor Williams said, which is our best hope as a region, as a community, is to work together. PG&E is decommissioning this project because it's uneconomic for them to operate, and the benefits that the project has provided to Mendocino County are going to be tough to replace. And I think those of us that have been working on this Two-Basin partnership and the NERF for the better part of a decade recognize that, and really see the collaboration and sort of shared fundraising as the best effort to solve that problem. So thank you for bringing this resolution, and I urge you all to support it. Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Matt.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Matt Clifford. I'm the California Director for Trout Unlimited. And we've been involved with the Potter Valley project process since roughly 2017. And when it became clear that PG&E didn't want these dams and no one else stepped forward, a viable party to take them over again, a lot of folks, it's pretty clear what the benefits for fisheries to the eel would be without the dams there. And, a lot of folks were saying, well, we should just step back and just let this process unfold. It's going to be good for the fish regardless. And I just want to say it was never our instinct to do that. We never, for a couple different reasons. I mean, in our experience, if we just look to the fish and don't care about whether people get the water they need, that doesn't lead to long-term durable solutions. It doesn't make things happen fast, and it doesn't create solutions with staying power. So instead of doing that, we've sat down and spent the last year and a half. I personally spent much of the last year and a half of my life, literally hundreds of hours, negotiating with Inland Power and Sonoma County and Humboldt County and the Round Valley tribes and California Trout, trying to hash out a durable solution that meets everyone's needs and mitigates for the loss of this water as well as we can and leads to expeditious dam removal. And frankly, it's something we reached success this summer, and I'm as proud of that as anything I've ever done in California. And I think it's the way forward. And there's more work yet to do. We're aware of the need for storage to try to further mitigate for the loss. We are here to help with that. My organization has a fair amount of experience building small scale storage. We've put a lot of ponds in the ground for water projects. We're also experienced in permit streamlining. We're here to help find ways to help. But I think this is the way forward, and we would urge the county the commissioners to support this, the supervisors, to support this resolution, because I think it's the best long-term durable solution for all sides in this matter. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Next we have Kyle or Kylie.
Hello, yes, Honorable Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for your time and effort on fixing this solution with the Two-Basin. I want to mention something that was overlooked, I believe. I believe the Two-Basin solution in Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission and the $15 million U.S. Bureau of Reclamation grant granted, it claims to balance Eel River restoration with 40,000 acre-feet annually diversion post-Potter Valley. Yet on the Russian River side, it risks unmodeled base flow disruption, sediment imbalance, and drought amplification for the 600,000 users straining tributaries without explicit safeguards under Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Notably absent is the modeling of the downstream effects in the Russian River, especially in winter, where Doolin Canyon and Creek already experience recurrent flooding, exacerbate erosion and habitat loss without accountability or diversion. It's compounded by delegating Doolin Creek oversight to a city amongst the sphere of LAFCO, a decision that really defies rationale as it's overlooked. This is a key Russian River feeder in the Western Hills. It's already pristine and untouched, yet the county passed this over and overlooks this in the Two-Basin solution. I request you pull the Two-Basin solution and do further studies on Russian River downstream effects, as I feel like this has been left out of the equation. Anyone who lives on or near Dueling Canyon will know about the significant effects of erosion, and this could be compiled with excessive water flows during winter from the Two-Basin solution. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Seeing no further comments online.
Okay, we'll go back to the board. Supervisor Klein.
Supervisor Williams, would you be willing to amend your resolution to ask for storage solutions to be in place before infrastructure is removed?
To ask who?
Our state and local and federal partners to work with us to make sure that these solutions are in place.
I don't think those partners can ensure the timing. I want them in place. I think the county should work towards that, but I
Then
don't
make
think
the
that's.
ask.
I don't think that's
Make
part.
the ask.
I'm happy to make the ask outside of this resolution, but that's not part of the FERC process.
Then I can't support this resolution.
Yeah. Move the recommended action.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So, I'll just say I'm supportive of this resolution, that I think it does look for water storage. You know, it calls it out specifically that that's what we're supporting, is increased water storage for the Potter Valley and all the areas south to the Mendocino County line. It recognizes that, you know, we need to build that NERF diversion facility. And it also calls for greater community education and outreach from all the entities that are involved in this. So, you know, not just the Board of Supervisors, but I think the IWPC, I think Sonoma County, Sonoma Water, and I think that the areas in the Eel River need to do more outreach too, to their constituents, to really inform them about all the things that were going on. And I just think that the request for storage is so critical for this project to serve the needs of Mendocino County. And you know, I think this resolution takes us along that line to do that. So I would support it too. Okay? So anyway, let's vote by the button.
The motion carries with Supervisor Norville and Supervisor Klein dissenting.
All right. Okay, moving on to, we don't have a CEO report. We don't have a legislative platform. We are moving on to 4M,
Chair.
which is, yes.
I just wanted to highlight, there was a public comment that came in on the legislative platform, and I emailed Peter McNamee and let him know that the legislative platform would be discussed. It had been discussed by general government, which he saw, but I let him know that it will be discussed at the November 18th board meeting so that he can provide comments at that time.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you for that. So item 4M, which is Supervisors Reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. Okay, we'll start with Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you, Chair. A couple things going on the coast. Still working with the agencies I mentioned at the last meeting about a troubled property in District 4. The Sheriff's Office made a visit, so that's a great start. Working with the Fort Bragg Police Department to acquire an alternate property for the EWS. The Motel 6 is not going to be available this year. I attended the Lake County CDA dinner this last week. Had a lot of good conversations with folks about Potter Valley. I again attended the weekly GRI meeting. I was also on the local Like It or Not podcast last week to talk about Potter Valley. News from the Noyo Harbor, the flake ice plant has been installed and is expected to be selling ice in December. The harbor master for the future will be looking to the federal government for assistance in funding a fuel dock. Noyo is continuing the local fish to school program. The fish is local trawl caught, bought by the school district directly from the processor, roughly 70 pounds a month going to the school district. The program is looking to expand to both Willits and the Ukiah School District. The City of Fort Bragg will be hosting an entertainment zone launch party Friday, November 7th from 5 to 9 in the downtown. And then again, lastly, McCavan House is still collecting used hypodermic needles. If you need needles, please call McCavan House 707-462-1932 or call Joe Ditto directly 707-727-0402. And I have a meeting, trying to schedule a meeting next week with McCavan House to discuss how they're doing on collecting and how they're fixing their data issue that they mentioned at the board meeting.
Please, Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I stepped in for Supervisor Klein at the Lake Mendocino FIRO manual signing. I thought that was a good opportunity to have all the water partners together to really celebrate the work that was done with that. I think a lot of folks would say that it's common sense, but it's government, and it was a much harder process, I think, than people really give them credit for. So I appreciated being invited to welcome folks to our community with that. I also attended a couple of virtual meetings, the RCRC legislative session and the HR1 update. And we had a Mendocino County Inland Water Power Commission meeting and a Mendocino Transit Authority meeting.
Supervisor Williams.
I've been working with the vets in Boonville. They'd really like to take possession of the hall, and been working with county staff on how clarifying whether that's possible, how to make it happen. I know we want to get buildings off our assets list. Not sure it's going to be possible, but we're going to get to the bottom of it. Attended the Chris Rogers event in Point Arena, and noted that the same themes came up as what Call Me About, which is primarily fire insurance. And probably secondarily, people are really concerned about the federal shutdown and what it means for SNAP and related programs. Everything else I'll submit in writing to the next agenda. Oh, and I have one more comment. I noticed Supervisor Mulhern has made a point of preparing statements to read in the meeting, and I think they're excellent, something that I've admired. So I thank you for that.
Supervisor Klein.
I recently attended the Ford Street opening of their new food bank. They are looking for volunteers to help with their food delivery, essentially, as well as financial donations to help them as the SNAP benefits are currently paused. They're doing their best to fill the local needs, as I know other local nonprofits are doing as well. MCOG went on a tour of the local inland transportation projects yesterday. It was good to see up close what's happening. Things like the Ruddermeyer Road extension and the bridge just north State Street that the county's working on. I attended the Cal-LAFCO conference, particularly interested in learning about how annexations happen in other counties, how there's protection of agricultural lands, etc. And we had a short LAFCO meeting yesterday. There's no current update in terms of the Ukiah annexation, but they are moving forward with their Carousel Lane annexation. And then I've continued to have discussions with the fire departments and see how we can be partners. And of course, the Hopland Fire loan that I worked on with Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector that came forward today, and thank the board for their support.
Hey, I also attended the FIRO, the Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations ribbon cutting the other day at Coyote Dam. Very, very positive, like Supervisor Mulherin said. LAMAC meeting, you know, they have concerns about street traffic in their downtown area. There's a first 5 meeting in Potter Valley talking about the impacts of loss of SNAP and those programs and how they're going to try to deal with it with the communities and these vulnerable populations. Very concerning. MCOG, we did the tour yesterday, and it was great to see, all those projects and the plans that are happening, and also with the city of Ukiah, but also the plans that the county is taking on with the Redemeyer Road and the North State Street Bridge and those kind of projects, because a lot is happening. And appreciate the ad hoc that Supervisor Norvell and I were on about the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector position. We can kind of close out that ad hoc next meeting or in December. And then I did attend the CSAC informational webinar on HR1 and the implications that will have throughout the counties. And that's about it. Okay, so it's 6:27. Thank you all for your attention to these issues, and appreciate it. So we'll adjourn the meeting.